Welcome back, everyone. Monday, February 10th, Upper Cook Inlet Finfish meeting. It is 8:42 a.m. We have 7 of 7 board members present. Next on our agenda is commence committee work. And we will be starting with Committee of the Whole, Group 1. The chair of that will be Ms. Carlson Van Dort. Before we start, we have some general information for everyone on the committee process. The description of the committee process is that in order to maximize public participation and the information received by the board utilizes a combination of the Committee of the Whole and separate board committees to provide additional review of the proposals that are before the board for consideration. For this meeting, the board will utilize exclusively the Committee of the Whole process. With Committee of the Whole, any member of the public may participate as there is no sign-up necessary. For this meeting, there are 7 committees or groups. We will run each committee one after the other. Each committee will have a board member serve as chair. Each committee runs through the proposals as you see in the roadmap. Generally, the proposal author is asked to provide opening justification for the proposal, upon which anyone else may ask to be heard. We are focused on new information. We are here to gain information from the public, not answer questions. And we ask that you not ask the department, as they'll be sitting up front, to correct questions, that they're not here to answer questions of the public, and that the board would ask the department questions potentially during deliberation. Once participants begin repeating themselves, the chair will ask them to move to the next proposal. Upon completion of the committee groupings and after a suitable break, the board will commence deliberations on these proposals. After completion of the deliberations on these groupings, the public participation will begin on the next grouping of proposals, and so on. The purpose of this procedure is to permit deliberations on proposals within the Committee of the Whole while the public input is still fresh in the minds of board members, and to allow those who do not need to attend the meeting any longer than necessary the option of leaving if they so desire. I caution anyone who has an interest in a proposal to consider staying around for at least 24 hours after a vote on a proposal to see if there is any attempt to reconsider the vote. Copies of the board's general policy and practice statements on use of the board's committees are available from the executive director for those who are interested. Additional information on committee work. Parliamentary procedures for committee work will follow the New England Town meeting style. Board committee chairs will attempt to manage meetings in a manner that encourages an exchange of ideas, solutions to complex issues, and resolution of misunderstandings. Committee meetings are intended to provide opportunities for additional information gathering and at times for dispute resolution. Committees are not a forum for debate, nor a platform for repeating information already received through public testimony. During board committee meetings, advisory committee representatives may express both the official positions of their committee as well as their personal views. However, if that was already stated and the board members have that information and it's available online, we ask that AC committee members not repeat that, as we already have that information. They must, however, identify which of the 2 positions they're stating. The board recognizes the AC representatives as knowledgeable fishery leaders and believes that they must be able to function freely during committee meetings. It is the intent of the board to deal with the merits of the proposals based on the general principles used by the board. The board does not deal in personalities. Thus, public testifiers are admonished not to refer by name to any person, any staff member, or any board member. We're focused on new information. We are here to gain new information from the public, not answer questions. Once participants begin repeating themselves, the chair will move to the next proposal. Now, some have asked why we indicate that about questions. Sometimes it just delves into the ditch when we start hearing questions. Why did the department do this? Should the department do that? Has the board considered this? And that's why we indicate about not answering questions. Committees are not a forum for debate nor a platform for repeating information already received through public testimony. We request any substitute language RCs or proposers that wish to pull their proposals via RCs do so at your earliest convenience. And to summarize again, the instructions for Committee of the Whole is that the department will be asked to read the summary of the proposal. The chair of the committee will then ask if the proposer is present. If so, they speak first. If you would like to speak, please raise your hand to be recognized. And please stand and speak directly into the microphone. Please indicate your name and who you represent. And we ask that those that would like to speak, if they could move to the front of the grouping here so that it'd be easier to hand the mic to you. With that, I will hand it off to Chair Carlson Van Dort.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everybody. And we're going to go ahead and kick off Committee of the Whole Group 1 this morning. The only other thing that I would add to the chairman's comments is that when you speak, please speak close into the mic so that we can hear you and that you're audible. So all that being said, let's begin with proposal number 88, please.
Madam Chair, for the record, my name is Brian Marston. I'm the area manager for commercial fisheries of Upper Cook Inlet. Proposal 88. This proposal would amend the Kenai River Late Run Sockeye Salmon Management Plan to increase in-river goals. Madam Chair.
Thank you. This proposal was submitted by Kenai River Sportfish Association. Is there any representative from that organization?
Good morning. My name is Kevin Delaney, and I am a management consultant working with the Kenai River Sport Fishing Association. Proposal number 88, a very important proposal, seeks to accomplish 4 things. The first thing is that it incorporates the department's recommended sustainable escapement goal range. And again, a quick reminder, the existing range was 700,000 to 1.2 million Kenai River late run sockeye salmon. The department's recommendation is that that be increased to 750,000 to 1.3 million. The second piece is that after 20 years since the adoption of the abundance-based management strategy that we have in code right now, the sport fishery has grown in harvest potential as demonstrated through the statewide harvest survey over the years. So number 2, the second piece is this proposal seeks to rationalize, if you will, the in-river goals with the sport harvest that's currently occurring over the abundance tiers. Thirdly, the proposal asks to add an increment that would begin at 50,000 fish at the lower tier of abundance and go up to 100,000 fish at the higher tier of abundance to the lower bound of the in-river goals across the abundance tiers to accommodate growth that's occurring in this fishery. Number 4, the proposal seeks to establish an optimal escapement goal in those years when we're blessed with runs greater than 5 million sockeye in the Kenai River. When that happens, our management precision limits our ability to fully harvest those without exploiting other fish that swim with them at the same time at an unacceptable rate. I would refer you to recently submitted RC 74 that explains the numbers behind the ramping up of the lower bound of the in-river goals across the abundance tiers, and PC number 72, which is our booklet, which more fully explains the rationale behind this. And we're developing right now a visual that shows the ramping up, how much of it is sustainable escapement goal, how much of it is existing sport harvest, and how much of it would be an increment for growth. And with that, I'll rest for now, and thank you very much.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak to new information on this proposal? In the back.
Chairman, members of the board, my name is Matt Hawkinson. My family has been in the state for 6 generations, colonized the valley, homesteaded on the peninsula. I am a fleet manager for a Kenai area processor. I oppose this proposal. I believe that the goals set by the department are sound and scientifically based. In fact, there was a study that was released in 1999 called Managing Pacific Salmon Escapements, the Gaps Between Theory and Reality, that was put out by the U.S. Geological Survey, Alaska Biological Science Center in 1999, that rated 90% of all salmon escapement goals in the Pacific in the U.S. from California to Alaska. Sockeye salmon goals, all these goals were rated from poor to excellent. Sockeye salmon goals, only 4 of those were rated excellent. 3 of those were in Cook Inlet, 1 was in Prince William Sound, and included the Kenai River. Some new information that we haven't heard yet is why we have the goals we have. There is a definite and definable limiting factor to the carrying capacity in our lakes. In the Kenai system, this is the Kenai Lake and Ski Lac Lake. There have been questions about the differences of the lakes in Bristol Bay and the lakes in Cook Inlet, and why we have higher escapement goals and why we have bigger runs in Bristol Bay versus Cook Inlet. Well, the first and most obvious is the size of the lakes. You talk about Lake Iliamna, it's the biggest lake in the state at over 1,000 square miles, 1,012 square miles, and that feeds the Kvichak River of Bristol Bay. The second largest lake is Lake Basheroff. It was mentioned yesterday, I believe, and it is 453 square miles and feeds the Igigik River of Bristol Bay. So compare those 453 or 1,012 to the size of our local lakes, Kenai Lake at 21.5 square miles, or Ski Lac Lake at 38.3 square miles. That right there should give you an indication of the carrying capacity of that lake. They're significantly smaller, 10 to 20 times bigger for the Bristol Bay lakes. But that's not the only limiting factor. The big limiting factor to the carrying capacity of our lakes here in the Kenai River system is light penetration. These lakes are hemmed in by tall mountains that block the light from shining on the lake. We know that sockeye salmon rear, they spawn and rear in the lakes, and they feed on plankton, specifically zooplankton. And the zooplankton rely on phytoplankton, and the phytoplankton need light to grow. So the light being blocked by the mountains is one factor, and well, maybe if you only came here last summer, you think that our summers are really sunny and hot, but typically they're not. They're cloudy, so that's another part of it. But when you do get a summer like last summer with lots of light, there's another factor that prevents light from penetrating into the lake and allowing the plankton to grow, and that is glacial runoff. Higher temperatures cause more runoff, silt and sediment create turbidity in the water, and we get lower light penetration into these lakes. That's the big limiting factor. When you look at the lakes in Bristol Bay, not only are they 10 to 20 times as big, they're open expanses around them, and they're big enough that line of mountains on the south side or all the way around them wouldn't block it as much as it does on our local lakes. And they're not fed by glaciers like Kenai and Ski Lac. Based on the evidence that we've seen, based on sound scientific studies, independent studies, this isn't the department patting themselves on the back saying, we have the best goals, we get more fish, these are the best goals. It's not that. We've had sound independent studies that show that our goals really are the best and scientifically based. Our run returns show that our escapement has been too high. Part of the evidence in this is in the size of the fish. People have talked about the system crashing or not crashing. Well, it hasn't really crashed. We've exceeded the escapement goal pretty much every year. So it's a lot easier to crash a run by killing all the fish than trying to starve them. So if you over-escape the river, you're starving them out. If you've seen the American Southwest, you've seen the effects of overgrazing. Overgrazing cattle created great deserts 100 years ago that the best efforts of man haven't been able to bring us back from. And that's possible to happen here. But it's not a great crash like if you just kill all the fish. Starving them to death takes a lot longer. Instead of us killing all of them, they're eating themselves out of house and home because the lakes aren't able to produce enough feed to support that number of spawners. And I believe that's why we're seeing smaller fish, why we're seeing a lower return ratio. And I think it's to the detriment of everybody to raise these goals. Thank you.
Mr. Wood?
Yeah, if you could give the mic back to the gentleman for one moment. After listening to your explanation and your reliance upon scientific data, the department has recently suggested the SEG be increased. Do you support that decision?
The department's suggestion to raise the goal was incremental from 700,000 to 750 on the bottom end and another 100,000 on the top end from 1.2 to 1.3. Well, let's talk about escapement goals. I do have a little information that might help us make a decision on that. So we talked about Lake Iliamna at over 1,000 square miles. The Kvichak goal is 2 million to 10 million. Now, Lake Basharov is 453 square miles, and the Igigik River goal is 800,000 to 2 million. 453 square miles, and it's 800,000 to 2 million.
Yeah, and the only thing I'm trying to find out on this specific SEG, do you support what they've advised us to do?
I don't support an increase in the goals. I
Okay.
do believe and trust in the department, and if that's their sound decision, and I would like to see the reasoning for it, but no, I personally don't support it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hand over here. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Amber Every, North K Beach Satnetter. Reference RC 54, staff comments, page 6 is another. 2011, in-river goal was exceeded by 249,217 fish. 2012, in-river goal was exceeded by 231,555 fish. 2013, in-river goal was exceeded by 159,293 fish. 2014, in-river goal was exceeded by 320,340 fish. 2015, the in-river goal was exceeded by 509,051 fish. 2016, the in-river goal was exceeded by 33,692. 2017, the in-river goal was exceeded by 8,498. 2018 is the only year that the in-river goal was met and not exceeded. 2019, the in-river goal was exceeded by 549,000. 8 out of the last 9 years, we've exceeded the in-river goal. By continually exceeding the current in-river goals due to restrictions in the commercial fishery, we have already contributed the amount of sockeye the proposer seeks 9 out of the last 9 years. There's absolutely no reason to move these goalposts.
Additional new information, please? Anyone? Hand up right here. Is it Mr. Shakura? Shadura, my apologies.
Hi. For the Kenai Sadat and AC, I just want to say that we voted this proposal down 5-6. At that meeting, there was a document that indicated in 2018 a similar situation for the forecast that we have for this next year coming. There was 392,000 Kenai-bound sockeye that were harvested by the commercial fleet. By adding another 300 to the top end of this goal, that basically leaves 92,000 to harvest. Now, I'm not sure about those figures. I think the department maybe should substantiate that, but that's pretty much decimates the commercial fishery, reduces our opportunity to a very small portion, but allows the in-river fishery a higher proportion of the total catch. I don't think that's reasonable opportunity in my particular mind. Those are my personal comments, not the AC's, other than what I said about the 392 was presented at that meeting. So, you know, it's hard to understand how to justify something like this when the statistics show that you reducing the amount of opportunity for no real conservation situation. Unless there is a conservation, then the burden sharing should be equal and proportional to some degree. Thank you.
Mr. Ma, up front here in the red.
Thank you. For the record, Roland Ma. I'd ask the board to direct your attention toward RC 119. And in there, and this has been a bit of a stressful situation. We submitted 3 documents, something called the issues paper, this paper, and another paper. We intended that they be separate documents, but the way the system worked, they ended up all being a part of 119. So it's in PC 119. Maybe just I feel a need to clarify some things. When we're talking about the in-river goal, that's applying to the Kenai River above the sonar counter. That's at mile 19 and a half. Below the sonar counter, you have a recreational sport fishery. And then right at the mouth, of course, we have the PU fishery. So when we're talking about changing the in-river goal, we're talking about that upper reach of the river. And so when there are comments made about a growing sport fishery, that just simply doesn't hold up. In that PC 119, in there's a document titled Table 1. And over in the 6th column, it's labeled Sport Harvest above the sonar. And it goes back to the year 1987. And in that year, the harvest, this recreational harvest above the sonar was 233,000. If you take that over the time series through 2018, the average is 221,000 as an average over those 30-some-odd years. In 2018, the harvest above the sonar in the recreational fishery was 147,000. The very next column to the right is titled Surplus in-river Allocation, and this is where the number bumps around a bit, but it looks to be right around 250,000. What we're indicating by that there was 250,000 fish that could have been harvested, but the fishery simply did not need it. So there's an allocation that was given, but it's not been used. Matter of fact, not once in 33 years has that particular recreational fishery met their allocation. They've always left fish on the table. And now this proposal asks for more fish in the allocation. History doesn't, in our view, doesn't warrant that. What happens to these surplus fish or these unused allocation? They go into the escapement. That leads us right into the comments you've heard about how many out of the last 10 years we've been over the top of these goals. So anyway, I'd invite you to go have a look at PC 119, Table 1, and look at that particular third column from the right. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. Mr. Payton.
Thank you. It'd be helpful for me when stakeholders reference an RC or PC, especially one that's 83 pages long, to reference the page number 2, please. Thank you. That way I can get to it fast instead of looking through 83 pages to find one table. But I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Anderson.
Yes, Dan Anderson. Homer AC, I believe, on this one, even though we didn't take this up in the formal AC meeting structure. But, you know, I bump into various AC members in my travels in Homer. And in one conversation that I held as I was walking down on the dock float, as we got into conversation after we took up these proposals, which was, now this stuff is not captured in the minutes, because of course it didn't occur during the meeting. There was a pretty animated discussion, since I'm supposedly the fish encyclopedia, which, gods, I'm not, but how, the question was, so the river is what the river is, the lakes are what the lakes are. Why do we have these varying tiers? Because going into the river, when the river stays the same, it can only, you know, absorb so much and produce so much. That was the question, you know, and I really didn't have an answer other than prior boards made the decision based on influences or information, whatever. So I guess the question would be, or the comment would be, so the reality is the environment only can take so much. So think about that when you're doing all these things too. There's comments from our AC members, they participate in that dip net fishery. Fish are small, blah, blah, blah. You guys are catching all the big ones. I said, oh no, look at our average weights. It seems like the river has given us an indication it's had enough. So I think I'll leave it at that, and I don't think I overstepped my AC bounds on that. Thank you.
Mr. Engel, then Mr. Martin, and then the purple shirt. Okay.
Who's Mr. Engel?
Green plaid, there you go, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Larry Engel. I'm a member of the Matanuska-Susitna Fish and Wildlife Commission. I'd like to speak specifically to the SEG aspects of this proposal and this issue called over-escapement. When the first escapement goal was established for the Kenai River, late run sockeye, the lower end was 150,000 fish. And as you heard now, this proposal talks about low end of 750 to 1.3 million. From the very beginning, we heard the word, the board heard the word, over-escapement. But we learned that large runs produced even larger runs, and so the escapement continued to climb to where it is today. So when you hear this word over-escapement, that's like, it's kind of trying to define beauty. It's in the eyes of the beholder. Is the excess of a escapement goal over-escapement, or does that lead new information to even higher production? From a scientific standpoint, over-escapement is when a run fails to reproduce itself. That hasn't occurred yet with the Kenai run, so I conclude my comments with that at this point. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Next is Mr. Martin in the blue plaid here, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is David Martin. I'm with the Central Peninsula Advisory Committee, and myself. We unanimously oppose this proposal.
we don't want the department and to continue raising these escapement goals to experiment where the fall-off point is. There's lots of information, graphs that shows where the maximum yield is on this system. As far as the over-escapement, science also says, biology 101, you've got a maximum carrying capacity. We've got laws that dictate we manage our fisheries resource for maximum sustained yield under the state constitution in Magnuson. And if we're not believing in over-escapement and trying to find the fall-off range, we're not in compliance with the laws that are set out for us to do, both state and federal. Take your attention to RC 20. It's the Markov table that addresses the largest sustainable and consistent returns to the Kenai River for the escapement goals. I don't want to aid myself with the person that spoke before me, but I was also there when the escapements in the Kenai River were 150,000. And yeah, at that time, we went to a lot of meetings with the biologists, and of course the fishermen were used to catching more than, having the escapements there, but our catches were down in the, million and a half range. And I remember the biologist said, some year you're going to thank me. And about 5 years later, I went and thanked them. And then the department also, in that time, found what the proper escapement goal was for maximum sustained yield in the Kenai River for the carrying capacity of that system. And it's basically in that table. It's around 600,000 to 800,000. And we've taxed that ever since, and the data shows we're down to almost a replacement of 1-to-1. And again, that defies biology, the law, the harvest, and it's been detrimental to the fishermen, the fishing industry, and that's just on the sockeye. By setting those escapement goals high, then you're foregoing all the harvest of the other species, the chums, the pinks, cohos. We've had runs in the inlet in pinks of 5 to 40 million pinks, and our harvest is less than a million. It's usually 300,000 to 400,000. That doesn't comply with any laws. That's a waste of resource. So, one other thing you keep hearing is that increase sports pressure on the systems. You can look up on the state of Alaska, hunting and fishing, fish and game licenses sold by calendar year. It's pretty interesting when you look at that. Actually, the sports fishery is for resident sports fishermen in 1996 to 2020, it's about 28,000 licenses less than what it was in 1996. The only increase basically has been in the non-resident sports fish. And this is statewide, by the way. Non-resident sports fish on the one-day license. And even that is down in 2020 from 1996, and I use 96 because that was one of the highs. It's down 85,000 license. That's in all categories. It's the resident one-day license, 3-day license, and all this and that. So when people say there's more fishermen sports fishing, it's not true. This is the department's data, the state's data on what's going on. So there is a reasonable opportunity to harvest the resource. When you come to some other proposals, I'll address some other issues on opportunity to fish and all this and that. But on the escapement goals, there's another question on the in RC 19. This goes back to experimenting with the escapement goals. We're using a Bayesian model now that is basically computer generated and models and theories, and it doesn't deal in real time, real natural events. And we keep putting more and more in the river. We've got some of the stuff that been brought up is the what's going on in the Ski Lac Lake. We got the fry down there, they're holding over for another year because they're too small to go out. You got, they're small, they don't have enough lipids in them to make it through the winter. A lot of them are dying, and this is all over escapement. There's a good paper on Carl Walters that put out, a renowned world scientist on salmon, and I'll put it in as an RC, that dispels the over-escapement issue. You forego the yield, and you never get it back, and you don't increase it. So that's just some of the new information that hadn't been brought up here, so thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman in the purple shirt was next.
Hello, my name's Andy Couch. I'm on the Mat-Su Fish and Wildlife Commission, but I'm also a member of the Matanuska Valley AC, and would talk to some of the AC positions here. So I think it's important to realize on the Kenai that the Kenai is the goal that drives commercial fishing throughout the whole inlet. The Kenai is the most important goal for driving commercial fishing in the entire inlet. And the Kenai then has, particularly for northern Cook Inlet, the Kenai goal has a very significant part to play in what gets to northern rivers. In fact, in northern rivers, as far as the commercial fishery goes, the department just says, well, those counters that you have are so far upriver that they're not useful for in-season management. So the Kenai goal is kind of what puts fish into northern rivers or doesn't. Talking about the upper range of the Kenai goal, we heard an individual reference how many times the goal was missed on the upper end, but the goal's also been missed on the lower end. The majority of years, the Kenai goal is not hit within the range. The range is very narrow for a goal that large. And so to look at this past year, for an example, there was some closures. The drift fleet and the set net fleet were not fishing very much in late July. And I would assume, in particular for the drift net fleet, I would assume those restrictions were because we were not meeting goal on the Kenai. I don't see any other reason that we would restrict the drift net fleet. So then we got a little later July and we went from restricted to area-wide drift fishing, or nearly area-wide drift fishing. And I'm not saying they caught an overabundance of coho, but they caught a significant amount of coho. And then in the northern district, as far as when you look at what happened for our goals, the Little Susitna had a very poor season. Bait fishery starts midway through the season, started for a week and was closed, no fishing with bait. About a week later, the entire fishery was closed. We never came within 50% of the bottom end of the escapement goal. The other big fishery with the weir in the Mat-Su area is the Deshka. The Deshka was closed down for quite a while, and we finally made the bottom end of the escapement goal. So I guess what I would say is that I'd hope the board consider that the Kenai goal has a impact on all the escapements, and especially on escapements to northern Cook Inlet. Thank you.
Gentleman in the blue right behind you. Blue shirt right there.
Morning, my name's Greg Johnson. I have submitted RC 75. After participating in this process in quite a few years, this relative to escapements, or my thoughts relative to escapements is that this process is kind of like a set of stairs through the years, in that at each process we're taking another step up and up and up. And so concerning to me is in the OEG element of this is that there's a fixation at 2 million at runs greater than 5 million or 1.8 in others. And to me, this is kind of more like the okay goal, and it's okay for the department to reach that before somebody can complain. So what concerns me greatest about that is that this is all about opportunity, and this is the tough task you have. This is a healthy system. This is a system that provides a lot of opportunity, and so the struggle is how are you going to divide that opportunity? Anyway, in RC 75, it was just a look at spawner return ratios, and what I did was I looked at spawner return ratios in years that you had less than 2 spawner per returner, and then same thing, a greater than 6. And so I wasn't seeking any output, I just wondered what it looked like, and so what it looked like is in front of you. And in those years below 2 is that you'd put on average 11 or 1.18 million in, and you got 1.1 million in, and you got 1.8 back. And then those with spawner return ratios greater than 6, you put almost 700,000 in for an escapement, and you got 6.2 million. Now I know that's doesn't tell the whole story, but that's a snapshot of the bottom and the top of spawner return ratio returns. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, if I
Ms.
could,
Johnson.
please. Thank you. I wanted to return to Mr. Couch's comments, how the goal in the Kenai influences what happens in, northern rivers. I don't understand that, and if, maybe if you had some more to offer on that, or if the department had some thoughts on that, because quite frankly, I don't understand it. I see maybe a correlation in certain years, but that's my question.
Thank you. So I'll go back to this year's discussion. Like I said, that there was restrictions on the Kenai, that narrow goal. For some reason, the drift fleet was restricted, and then they went from restricted to an area-wide where they catch a lot higher proportion of the fish headed to the northern Cook Inlet. And then once they got to August, they had fishing in the inshore, but they also had either area-wide or nearly area-wide fishing. And you start having more area-wide or type fishing when you're trying to stay underneath the goal. And when you have a very narrow goal range and you put that fishing, particularly at the time when the coho are coming through, that's what has the biggest impact on the sport fishing in the Mat-Su Valley in northern Cook Inlet.
So the way the fishery was prosecuted at that time, apparently, hit mixed stocks headed north, is what you're saying, as a result of the regulation whereby we fish the Kenai, or the commercial fleet fishes the Kenai. I think I get what you're saying now.
The gentleman behind in the glasses, and then we'll come back over to this side.
Madam Chairperson, Josh Hayes. I represent myself today. I'm a Kenai River guide.
Can you bring the mic a little closer?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Sorry. So I'll just mention 2 publications here from the department. One titled The Biological and Fishery-Related Aspects of Our Escapement in Alaskan Sockeye Salmon. That one's from 2007. And then another one from 2009 that's titled Stock Recruitment Analysis or Escapement Goal Development, a case study of Pacific salmon in Alaska. In both cases, the carrying capacity of the Kenai River was estimated at just over 3.6 million fish. I also can attest to a little bit more of brood stock recruitment, which I mentioned in my personal testimony yesterday, but that's not new information at this time.
Thank you. The back here with the hand up, hat on, gray hat on.
Ms. Chair, board members, Travis Every, I'm an East Side set netter. If you'd reference staff comments on pages 5 and 6, you'll see that in the last 32 years, the in-river goal has always been met. It has never been missed. The 2020 forecast of the Kenai this year is only 2.2 million sockeye. If there's no such thing as over-escapement and it doesn't impact future yields, we have continually been at the upper end of these goals the last 10 years. We've exceeded the upper end of this goal 5 out of the last 9. This in-river goal was increased at the 2017 board meeting. It was increased by 100,000 fish in the middle tier and 150 fish on the in-river goal in the upper tier. Some new information. Thank you.
Go to the gentleman with the paper in his hand, and then we'll come up to the front.
Thank you. My name is Gary Hollier, North Cape Beach set netter. Maybe a little history here. When I was a member of KPFA, went to a 1991 statewide meeting, a Board of Fish meeting, I can't remember which, in Cordova. And in the hallway, there was a aspiring sport fish director that we settled. You could look on PC 49, page 23. If the commercial fishermen say, we'll raise that lower goal from 400 to 450 to the state of Alaska, or the sport fisher will never ask for another increase. Now that aspiring sport fish director is an aging consultant for a sport organization that continually asks for an increase of allocation to the Kenai River from an aging mobile home salesman. So when is this ever going to end? If you look to PC 49, you can look at spawner return ratios. This gentleman here brought it up pretty clearly. On page 18, PC 49, 2012, spawner return ratios, which are very important to commercial fishermen, and I think sport fishermen, 1.2, 2013, 1.1, and from the department they told me after all the brood years are 1.6. The statewide average is 4.2. I don't understand this theory that we're going to drive this over the top to get less than 1 until we know what we can do. That just doesn't make any sense. To answer some of the boards, I am definitely in opposition to raising the SEG. From the information I got, the administration asked the Sport Fish Department, what can we raise this to? Well, we can't raise the SEG. It's fine where it is. We just addressed that in 2017. We got rid of an OEG. Now Proposal 88's asking for an OEG. We got rid of the OEG. Sportfish said we don't need a change. Administration goes back, we need a change. They go back again, okay, well, we'll raise it 50,000 on our lower end and 100,000 on the upper end. To satisfy who? I don't know what. If you look at the amount of fish in the Kenai River that's not being harvested above the counter, I think status quo is fine here, and thank you for your time.
All right, we had one up here that's been waiting patiently. Remember, new information, we're looking for new information. Oops, I'm sorry. Let's pause, and Mr. Payton.
Thanks. Can we go back to Gary? Sorry. Gary, could you stand up? Where'd you go? There you go.
Sorry, Charity.
Yes, sir.
So thanks. On that table there, so there's a lot of information on that return per spawner. In the last, 2012-13 were low, but you said on average it's 4 to 1. I guess, do you know if that total harvest might be a question for staff, but I assume that is total harvest of all what we assume is Kenai sockeye out of all fisheries? I'm not sure, but is it fair to say, I mean, it looks like we can have, what's your interpretation? It looks like we can have high return per spawner and low total harvest, and low return per spawner and high total harvest. It's just really variable on many things, I guess. I'd like to get your insight on that. I'm looking at the data you provided, and
Are you talking about page 18?
yeah,
Mr.
sorry, page 18 of your return per spawner analysis there.
I dropped my paper here, but yeah, I think that the higher the goals go, the lower the return per spawner. And return per spawner to a commercial fisherman means yield. So you have to kind of hit that sweet spot, 600 to 700 to 800,000 spawners above the in-river goal to get a higher return respawner, which the 40-year average to the Kenai River is 4.2. I don't know if that answers your question, but it was brought up in discussion that somehow yield right now to a sport fisherman is every time you throw your line out and you catch one, that's high yield. Well, it's just the opposite for commercial fishermen. If you put a bunch of fish up there and you get a low return per spawner, our yield goes down. So it's all kind of semantics, so I don't, if that answers your question. Sometime I whiff on softballs, and maybe that was a softball, but
No, I guess maybe I'll ask it a different way. So in 2012, there's a 1.2 return per spawner, but it was a 3.5 million harvest. And for example, 2000, it was a 10.1 return per spawner, but only a 1 million harvest. So I guess, you know, 3 times less, even though a higher return per spawner. So it seems to me just it's still beneficial for all people, the commercial fishing industry as well, to catch more fish, even though the return per spawner might not be what you want. But I might not be understanding it, and we can talk later on that.
okay, thank you. Maybe somebody else can raise their hand to that, but I personally think return per spawners need to be higher for a greater yield.
She needs the mic back. Thanks. Up front here.
Thanks. My name is Eric Hipsch. I'm with UCEDA. There was some questions back and forth recently about the correlation between the management decisions based on Kenai River versus northern Cook Inlet stocks, especially coho. And I think some new information there is, well, part of it's old information. There was a mark recapture study done by the department back in, I forget when it was, 2007, that said the commercial fishery only harvests about 10% of the coho headed to northern streams. So if you look at that, there's very little correlation between the management in the central district of Cook Inlet as it compares to northern inlet streams. And the really new information that we all, a lot of us noticed last year was there was numerous articles in the paper about the water being too hot for the salmon to go upstream. And this was especially true in the Little Sioux and the Sioux-Sitna River. Those streams up there were up at a temperature range that was lethal to salmon. So trying to say there was poor sport fishing in those rivers that was affected by management decisions in the central district of Cook Inlet is simply not true. It was a climate change. It was a function of climate change and warmer waters, and we're seeing that to be more prevalent. So thank you.
Let's do the front row blue shirt here, and then we'll come back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name's Mac Menard, former Fish and Game guy and also an aging consultant for the Mat-Su. I just bring this thing to, my perspective on this is more of a bookkeeping exercise. We rely exclusively on the department's expertise and staff to tell us what sustainable goals look like. That's not even debatable with the board, really. They offer that advice to you, and from that, we build off an in-river goal. So given that the latest review and latest science captures the notion that we will do better at a slightly higher level of escapement, the SEGs were recommended to be moved up. That necessitates a reallocation or a revisitation of the allocation to just be neutral. So to do nothing, to accept the SEG and to do nothing is actually a negative in terms of the in-river use. So the in-river use kicks off, almost immediately at the top end of 100,000, and then you've got the capability of the fishery in the past of roughly 300,000. Well, there's 400,000, and then you've got growth in the, Anchorage, Mat-Su area, 25% since 1999. So it makes sense that you inflation-proof the in-river goal. So it's really more a matter of arithmetic to neutralize or stabilize the current allocation based upon a slightly higher SEG. So thank you.
Right behind him, hand up, blue shirt. And we'll come back over here.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Bob Penny, and I want you to think about a couple other things here. Everything you've heard this morning, just about, comes from people saying there's too many fish going in the river. We should be able to harvest them. I want you to think about this. Every single one of them are talking about their hip pocket. They're talking about how many fish they can sell, and maybe that's okay. But at the same time, take this into consideration. I've been told without the salmon, the Kenai River would be a sterile, glacial-fed stream. There would be no life. Those salmon provide life and food to the bears, to the ravens, to the trout, to all the rest of critters that live on that river. Now, maybe up to 1 million years ago, before we were here, Mother Nature created this run. Let's talk about the reds. And gee whiz, she did a good job with it. She didn't have any problem with too many fish. It all worked out. It all came into balance. So when you're listening to all this, don't lose sight of conservation. That's one of your number one jobs. And number one, please make sure that if there's fish up in the ground, believe me, Mother Nature will see they won't get wasted. So let's not just talk about how many dollars, let's talk about what's the most important thing to the entire balance.
The gentleman over here in the blue-gray hat, I think.
I have a paralyzed vocal cord, so it sounds like I'm whispering. So, Mark Mahan, I've been fishing Cook Inlet for 39 years. When I started back in the 80s, we had a 400 to 750,000 escapement goal. And when I started fishing, we would start out with 5-inch nets at the start of the season. Fish would be roughly 5 to 5.5 pound average. As the fish got over 6 pounds, I would move to 5 1/8. And when the fish got up over 7 pounds, I'd go to 5 1/4 inch nets. In 1988, we used to talk about the $25 fish that were landing on our deck, 10 pound average. I remember 8 1/4 pound average or something like that. I haven't put on 5 1/4 nets in 5 or 6 seasons. Last year, the highest average that we got was 6.2 pound average. So we talk about yield. Everybody wants to talk about the yield, but we got to talk about the size of the fish are getting smaller as well. And one other thing that I wanted to address about your question, whenever they gave us the full inlet openings at the end of the season last year, there were 39 boats fished. So it's not like we're out there catching a huge number of fish going to the Matsu. It's just a small number of people that still keep fishing as late as we can, that still have markets.
All right, new information, Mr. Ma, and then Mr. Shadura.
I'll keep it short. Roland Ma with UCEDA. There's been a couple of comments about the run's never failed to replace itself. I think that's the very great example of exactly what we talked about yesterday. Where in law do you have the right to experiment to find where it crashes? Your mandate is to do exactly the opposite. Find where it maximizes itself. We have a view, UCEDA, that you don't have the authority to do that, nor does the department. You're to develop and conserve policies are you're to maximize. I don't think any of you want that experiment in your fishery. Don't give it to us.
Mr. Shadura is next.
Thanks, Madam Chair. New information. I'm speaking for Sockeye now as Paul Shadura. So speaking to the proposal 88, and others may have touched on it, but the comments in there talk about the department considering a 1.2 million upper end goal for their SEG. But the escapement goal team in the department decided that that was something that wasn't prudent because they came out with a lower number. So the question is, why would they consider that at all? Well, if you produce, there's a high amount of escapement one year, that's a high bump on the curve that we look on the MSY scale. It needs to correspond with a low bump in order for the high bump to work. So when we talk about maximum sustained production or yields that are consistent, that's what we're looking for, is consistent yield, high sustained yield, then that theory may work. But are we going to take our position that we need to do this to make a point, or are we trying to maintain the maximum opportunity to all users? So that's the question here. So I'm referring to RC 76. This is from the Commercial Fishery Entry Commission. It's the optimization report. In context, they're quoting Mr. Gordon Harris, who is a constitutional lawyer that went through, several editions are available, up to 8. They're in every LIO in the state. And I'll do this quickly, if you don't mind. Harrison indicates that the authors of the section, meaning the constitutional conveners, understood conservation in the traditional sense of wise use. The wise use of resources adds yet more emphasis to the department's direction to manage for maximum sustained yield. To avoid putting excess escapement into a salmon system beyond that of a biological escapement goal constitutes wide use of the resource and is consistent with not only sound fishery management techniques, but also harvesting in an orderly and non-wasteful and efficient manner. Avoiding waste and harvesting in an orderly and efficient manner may also be consistent with the Alaska's legislature's intent when they crafted the constitutional amendment to allow limited entry into Alaskan fisheries. Thanks.
Are there any board questions? Okay, I think we spent a considerable amount of time on this one. I'd like to move on. So moving on to proposal number 102.
Proposal 102. This proposal would amend the Kenai River Lake Run Sockeye Salmon Management Plan to create a sustainable escapement goal for Kenai River sockeye salmon that would be dependent upon the previous year's level of escapement. Would also replace in-river goals with in-river harvest allocations based on the size of the Kenai River sockeye salmon run. Madam Chair.
Thank you. This was proposed by the United Cook Inlet Drift Association. Is there a representative that'd like to speak to this one? Okay. No? Mr. Maul.
Oh, thank you. For the record, Roland Ma with UCEDA. Sorry, I got a little wound up on that last one, but those are feelings. This proposal is, it intends to do two things. One is to separate the sustainable escapement goal, and to separate then the allocation, again, just for those in-river users that are above the sonar. This only speaks to that portion of the river. That would allow the public to, in our view, focus on what we all should be, or at least that's a value statement. We think it would allow the public to focus on the escapement goal. At the same time, it clarifies what the allocations are under various run scenarios with an allocation. And we have those listed in this proposal.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to offer new information on this? Mr. Payton, you have a question?
Yes, thank you. So I have a question to the specifics of it. So on, like, say, C, little c, and then 1 and A, remove and replace with direct allocation of up to 100,000 or XXX you have in there. So that's for the in-river users. So is that a direct allocation number, like that 100,000, let's use an example. Are you meaning of that's 100,000 harvest allocation, or allowing 100,000 fish into the river to allow a harvest opportunity allocation? Because they're two different things, if you're following me.
It's a harvest.
Okay, 100,000 harvest, okay. So what is your equation to how many fish because you know you need to put more fish in the river to get to that. So what would it be to get to that 100,000 harvest? You can't just, if you want them to harvest 100,000, you can't just give them 100,000 fish in the river, because you don't harvest every one of those fish with a rod and reel. So is it 5 times that, 3 times? What's your equation to get to that?
Through the chair, Mr. Payton. The answer would be that there is no equation. There already is in the river the escapement. If it be 700,000 to whatever it is at this particular, what tier we're talking about, they still have access to those fish. That's a part of the body of fish they're working on. And so the allocation then is not necessarily an add-on. The escapement goal range for which tier we're talking about is fairly broad. Within that range, we think, we have it up to XXX. There are sufficient fish to meet that. The current practice, and depends what tier you're talking about, is often that it's at the midpoint of that escapement goal range, and then you add on the in-river. In some cases, the proposal is to add it on to the top of the escapement goal range. And hopefully you can fish it down to that, fish it down to the escapement goal range. But that's not been our experience in the Kenai.
Okay, so I think I'm understanding now. So this would be an allocation cap, if you will.
A GHL.
Okay, an allocation cap. Thank you.
Okay, gentleman in the back, and then we'll come over here. And the blue shirt right there with his hand up, and thank you.
Thank you. For the record, Matt Hawkinson. I wanted to address Mr. Payton's question. So what he is speaking of is this 5-to-1 ratio, and that would be the success rate for snagging reds in the Kenai, flipping for reds. So when you're sport fishing, you need about 5 fish to go by to catch 1. The answer is that those fish are already there. They're not only fishing on the 100,000 allocation that they have. Let's say, for example, that we have 1 million fish past the sonar. That theoretically gives them 200,000 harvest. So there's no concern about only catching 100,000, saying that's the allocation to them, but the fish are there in more than a 5-to-1 ratio. Thank you.
Gentleman over here with the camo sweatshirt.
Thank you. Joel Dorner, Anchorage Advisory Committee. I wanted to clarify our comments, which I think, don't quote me, on AC2, Anchorage Advisory Committee comments. We oppose this proposal unanimously because of the exact questions that Board Member Payton just brought up, but we supported it in concept. And I don't know if in our comments you grasp that, but we support the concept.
Mr. Payton.
Thank you, and just, let's go back to Joel. So, I mean, I know in other parts of the state, we have allocation plans with specific numbers, and we try to manage to it, so we're talking kind of broad stuff. So if you support managing to allocation caps, numbers, GHLs, whatever it may be, do you support that for all users?
We didn't go there. As a committee, we didn't go there.
Okay, I would like to hear your personal view on that.
GHL for all sockeye users in Cook Inlet.
Well, if we're talking about this allocation management strategy of capping one, why doesn't it fit for everyone? It'd be a new management strategy, and I'm willing to explore this idea for sure. But why does it only work for one user and not the other? And we can go to Mr. Ma on it since it's his proposal. I would like to get your philosophy on this. If we're going to go to this, let's talk about it and go to it, but for all users seems fair under common use constitutional mandate.
Thank you. That's interesting. I built my business and continue my business with the assumption that sockeye in Cook Inlet have a commercial priority. And so it would be percentages, I understand. I haven't thought much about that. Sorry.
Mr. Shadura, right behind you there, Charity. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaking for the AC, Kenai Soldotna AC, since it's in our backyard, we're very concerned. We oppose this 1 to 10, similar to the Anchorage AC. And so some of the comments were current estimates are not accurate enough to manage for this proposal. And years with back-to-back large escapements can put more pressure on the habitat and food resource within the river. And this would change the SEG yearly and also subsequently change harvest on years when the fish are managed for lower SEGs. So my personal comment, if I may, responding to some of the questions Mr. Board Member Payton said, are you suggesting we go to individual fishing quotas? Are you talking about guideline harvest levels? And if that's that's basically it's unconstitutional to do that, but I would love to have a consistent knowledge what the fishery is allowed to catch, if that's what you were getting at. And consequently, the in-river user, I think that's why we're here, is discussing what the fair distribution would be and the reasonable opportunity, not the actual harvest, unless the board feels that they're compelled to give every individual that attempts to sport fish, RPU fish, their maximum amount of limit every time. And if that's the case, then you should come down to my site and we'll see what my capacity is and we'll have a fair distribution. And I'm not trying to be sarcastic, I'm just trying to come out with some kind of answer for you. Thanks.
Additional new information? Any board questions? Why don't we take a 15-minute pause and we'll start back up with proposal number 90.
Keeping you running, committee. You getting your exercise?
Welcome back, everyone. We have 7 of 7 board members present, 10:16 a.m. We're still on Committee of the Whole 1. Back to you, Chairman Carlson Van Dort.
Thank you. We are on proposal number 90. Department, please introduce it.
Proposal 90. This proposal would make a number of changes to the Kenai River Lake Run Sockeye Salmon Management Plan. First, it would amend the preamble to the management plan to state that the Kenai River Lake Run Sockeye Salmon are to be managed primarily for sport, personal use, and guided sport anglers. It would also increase the SEG and in-river goal ranges to 1.3 million to 1.75 million. It would also reduce the maximum number of additional hours in the upper sub-district set gillnet fishery. It would add one additional 24-hour fishing window to runs greater than 4.6 million fish, and it would delete the 36-hour and 24-hour floating windows and middle-sized runs. It would also decrease the number of sockeye salmon needed in the Kenai River before sport fishing bag and possession limits could be increased. Madam Chair, this proposal is very similar to Proposal 89 to be taken up later. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there a representative of Cooper Landing AC to speak to their proposal? Is there anyone that would like to speak to this proposal, offer some new information? Mr. Shidora. Wait for the mic. Thanks.
You can't, okay. This is intimidating, this microphone, to me anyway. So the Kenai Sedona Fish and Game Advisory Committee, we voted 011 based on 89, and we didn't even have notes based on that factor, so.
Excuse me, Chair. Yes, if we could avoid repeating information that we already have from ACs, the votes, et cetera, we appreciate that information, but we already have it, so this is for new information. I'm sorry, Mr. Shadura. Thank you.
So you don't want me to speak at all?
In the back, please. Saw a hand up.
Yeah, Gary Hollier, North Key Beach, Setnetter. In this plan, totally opposed to that. Try to have new information, but right in the plan, when you read it, sockeye are supposed to be a priority for commercial fishermen. Obviously, cohos are a priority for sport fishermen. It's not a sole use, it's just a priority. The way this plan's written would take that priority away, so I just got to vocalize that, so thank you.
Additional comments? Any board questions? Seeing and hearing none, let's move on to proposal number 96.
Madam Chair, for the record, Colton Lipka, Northern Kenai Peninsula Sport Fish Area Management Biologist. Proposal 96. This proposal seeks to address 3 issues. The first would increase the Kenai River sockeye salmon escapement goal. The second would increase bag and possession limits to 6 per day, 12 in possession. The third would align commercial and sport fishing season closure dates. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is the proposer here to speak to his proposal? Would anybody like to offer new information on proposal number 96? Mr. Delaney.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. Kevin Delaney, Kenai River Sport Fishing Association. Just like to add that this aging former sport fish biologist turned consultant would like to thank the aging set netter for a cordial relationship for the last 35 years in his efforts at selective harvest. Madam Chair, the new information that I have here is to try to clarify whether or not, how to decide whether or not we are hitting the goals that we have set for late run Kenai River sockeye salmon. There are two goals essentially, and they're each expressed as a range. The SEG, which is 700,000 to 1.2 and will be increased to 750 to 1.3, is the biological target here. The in-river goal ranges across the three tiers, there's three of them, are management targets that provide for escapements throughout the escapement goal range and fish available for harvest in the sport fishery. If you are trying to keep score on whether or not the escapement goal has been exceeded or failed to be achieved, you take the sonar count and you subtract the estimated sport harvest above the sonar, and then you go look at what the target was. And I think in the department's staff reports, table 96-1, it shows that in the last 20 years, the preponderance of a time after you subtract the sport harvest above the sonar from the sonar count, you find yourself squarely within the target that was established for that year. And in addition to that, when we talk about the existing allocation to the sport fishery, you hear a lot of comments that, well, there's 250 or 400,000 or some number like that. What it takes to do that math is to take the sonar count in whichever tier it is and subtract 700,001 from that number. It means that to get there year in and year out, hypothetically, you've got to harvest every fish down to one fish over the bottom end of the sustainable escapement goal. That's not what we're doing. The plan calls for escapements to be distributed throughout the escapement goal range over time. That's hard to do too. But when you hear these claims about the enormous allocation that's built into the existing goals, that's just clearly a misrepresentation. And I thank you for your time to speak.
Mr. Shadura.
Thank you. Speaking for myself on this particular proposal, I'm just looking at what the what justification is to do this, and it would assume that the urban population is 612,000, and that's compared with the commercial harvest in Cook Inlet. So I guess it's assumption that 612,000 people partake in sport fisheries in and around the Kenai. I'm a little confused to what that meant. And then they talk about the constitutional aspects, which again, I refer to RC 76 to review, doesn't designate one particular user or user group over another. Thank you.
Are there any board questions? Yes.
Monty Roberts, Kenai River Sport Fishing Guide. I'm just opposed to this proposal, starting with a proposed 6-fish limit before we even know what's going on. Just doesn't seem responsible to me, and it's not something I want to do with my clients. They hear 6-fish limit, they want a chance to get 6 fish, and that will put a lot of people in the bank for a long time. Thank you.
Any additional comments? Seeing and hearing none, let's move on to proposal number 92.
Proposal 92, this proposal would reduce the Kenai River Lake Run sockeye salmon sustainable escapement goal range from 700,000 to 1.2 million to 4.5 million to 750,000 salmon.
And is the proposer here to speak to his proposal? Mr. McComb.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Chairman and Merritt. I wrote this proposal, and it's based on historic numbers, and the 450 to 750 is where the large runs came from, and it's a case of less is more, and I would characterize this as just a in-river allocation, and that's about all I have to say. I think that it's been proven in the other testimonies before the board that if you cut in the last 10 years, if you cut the in-river escapement in half, the returns would be twice as large. So I'll leave it at that, and I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCombs. Is there any additional new information to be offered on proposal number 92? In the back, blue shirt.
Again, Matt Hawkinson. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I do have a little information on that might be helpful, and that is that there's a conversion rate to the new sonar, that the new sonar, when held up against the old sonar, counted about 1.5 times as many fish. So if we were going to go by these escapement levels that historically produced good runs, we'd actually have to increase those numbers by about half. So maybe 650 to 1.2 million or so. Well, basically where it is right now. Thank you.
Additional comments? Are there any board questions? Seeing and hearing none, let's move on to proposal number 91, please.
Proposal 91, this proposal would lower the Kenai River Lake Run Sockeye Salmon Sustainable Escapement Goal to an amount not stated. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is Mr. Vanek here to speak to his proposal? Are there any comments to be offered, new information on this proposal? Mr. Anderson.
And thank you again, and you're going to have to bear with me on this just a little bit, being, again, this is another one of them AC conversations that went on outside the arena of the AC. So the fish, you know they're in the water, but you don't see them, especially in the Kenai, very well. So the AAC member came to me and we had this conversation about moose. Again, it goes back to moose because they can see moose. And the way it was put to me, in a stressful winter environment, a lot of snow, there's some overgrazing that happens on occasion. There's only so much food, blah, 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 and the survival rates, so on and so forth. So that's where this conversation went, and then they kind of paired into how much is available in lakes and rivers and stuff. So they really think that this is a more reasonable approach than where we are now. That's, I guess, my short version of the long story conversation. Thank you.
Mr. Martin.
Thank you. David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. The author of this proposal is on our advisory committee. He's a long-term fisherman here in the inlet, pretty good with math statistics. What he came up with in this proposal is exactly what's been brought up in RC 20. For some new information, we've you look at all the department's escapements for the last 5, 6, 7 years, and they're all over the upper bound pretty much, and you can see the tables of the data that your spawner to return ratio is getting down there to 1 to 2. And you also look at the data in the 600,000 to 800,000 range. What is produced in the spawner return ratios is the highest in this range. But for some more information, what the last 4 or 5 years returns have been on the over-escapements, and they are over-escapements, and the returns from them, and the harvest is at such a low level that, and the fishermen has been stated, has been hurting. The processors are leaving, the young fishermen can't get it in, on and on. But we also, you can't have a disaster declaration for a run failure because it doesn't meet the criteria of being 20% of your harvest in your last 5 years when your last 5 years are disaster. If you take it back into the years if we were catching our 4 to 6 million, which the the biological escape goal of 600 to 800,000 produces, and you had the catches that we do now, it would be disaster every year. But with the system being dumbed down from over escapement and not producing the 4 to 5 to 1 return is down to the 1 to 2 return, you can't even declare a disaster declaration on it, and that's pretty sad. So, thank you.
Additional new information? Any board questions? Seeing and hearing none, let's move on to proposal number 103, please.
Proposal 103. This would make numerous amendments to the Kenai River Lake Run Sockeye Salmon Management Plan, including changing the Kenai River Sockeye Salmon Sustainable Escapement Goal to 600,000 to 1 million, adding up to 3 additional sockeye salmon sonar projects in the Kenai River, change from a 3-tiered management system to a 2-tiered system. The drift fishery would be used before the set gillnet fishery for king salmon conservation, and the Kenai River sport fishery would be open only from 7 a.m. until 7 p.m. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is the proposer here to speak to their proposal? Mr. Walker.
Hello, Madam Chair and the rest of the board. I put this proposal together because, I started fishing here in 1981, long time ago. We started off with some small numbers. We've worked our way up. I've done math for a living. That's what I do. I take area size. I take all this other stuff into consideration.
Just mind the mic, if you could bring it a little bit closer. Thank you.
Okay. And I try to take all this into consideration to see what's going to bring us back our best runs. And, we have a prime time of in the 70s and the 80s that we can look back at our escapements and we can see the actual results. And, it's okay to get up to 1 million fish every now and then, but you can't do it every year. It's got to fluctuate. If we're going to get real serious here, let's start talking about the silt content, measuring it before every season. Let's find out how much plankton we've got in the lakes before every season. If we're getting real serious to put this many fish in the river, we've got to know what the result's going to be. Well, we have proven results already, and we don't need to go and fix things. By the way, I would like to eliminate the SCG completely. I think it's a horrible idea. I think we need to start worrying about spawners. Spawners are the key. If we bump up over 800 now, that's okay, but we just can't do it on a year-by-year basis. And so, this proposal puts more fish in the river for all of us. I would almost have to guarantee if we could get into these numbers, we would be looking at 4 to 5 spawners per, or 4 or 5 return per spawner if we would adopt proposals like this. And so that puts more fish in the river for everybody. The Kenai we're trying to pull miracles out of, and we've got so much sediment, turbidity, everything else that's going on in this river. The boats, I've watched the number of boats in this thing just demolish it. And we've got another one in later, 164. We're trying to protect this fishery. Nobody's talking for the Kenai. I heard somebody just say about conservation. Well, let's start doing some conservation on it. I don't see any conservation happening here. I do bank restoration for a living as well. So, I'm out here actually trying to fix these things that we've screwed up already. And then let's not keep going down that path. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Additional new information to offer. Are there any board questions? Oh, thank you, Mr. McCombs.
Thank you. I'd like to say that I can support this 103, except that I like the numbers a little bit lower, more consistent with 92. So, but I appreciate the rest of the effort in this one, and thank you.
Any more information, comments? Seeing and hearing none, let's go ahead and move on to proposal number 98, please.
Madam Chair, Proposal 98 would establish an individual annual limit of 21 sockeye salmon for the Kenai River drainage sport fisheries.
Thank you. Is the proposer here to speak to his proposal? Mr. Avery.
Yeah, I'm Chris Every. Thank you, Board, for listening to this for a minute. Proposal 97 and 98 are very similar. They're both from me. I put a number on 98 to be 21 sockeye limit for the sport fishermen that participates in the Kenai River. And is it okay if I speak to 97 at the same time? They're very similar.
Please.
Okay, so on 97, I have here, I proposed I would like the Alaska Board of Fish to set total allocation on the numbers of sockeye salmon for the Kenai and Kasilof dip net and in-river sports fishery. My thought here is somewhat of a plan. The other day, member Israel Payton asked for a plan from somebody. I'm just going to ask you to imagine now, and then I will stop. It'll take me about a minute here, but imagine the Kenai dip net fishery that has, we would give them a 10-year average right now. Let's pretend the 10-year average is 250, so that's the number I'd put in there for Kenai River dip net. That's their allocation. The sport fish, let's pretend theirs is 300 for a 10-year average. That's their allocation. Now I'm going to ask you right now, how much time in this meeting right here over the next 2 weeks are we going to spend on this very issue if we would put allocation numbers to the harvest groups? A group did this the other day for one of the proposed dip net fisheries up in the valley, and they proposed 5,000. I'm all aboard. And with what I'm saying, this SEG and this raising of the tiers, the escapement goal for the sockeye, leave it at 700,000 to 1.1 million. You have your 400,000 there. If you guys would set numbers, a lot of this stuff would go away, and you just bow up and say, these are your fish, sportsmen. These are your fish, dip netters. We suffer the commercials with the high and lows of the returns. If we have a high return, we make some money. If we have a low return, we don't. But our obligation, as you can see, the board and the department consistently puts fish to that river. I would like to ask each and every one of you, except for the Kings occasionally, when have you had a bad season in the Cook Inlet on the Kasilof and Kenai River system? Tell me when you had a bad season. As a commercial fisherman, I've had a bunch of them, and I can show you. Thank you.
Additional information. Mr. Delaney.
Madam Chair, Kevin Delaney, Kenai River Sport Fishing Association. The new information regarding an annual limit as proposed is that it's essentially unimplementable, and to get it close to being implementable would be onerously expensive. I'm trying to remember what year it was. It was in the early mid-'80s when the board adopted an annual limit for all salmon species in Upper Cook Inlet, and I was with the Department of Fish and Game at that time, and we printed hundreds of boxes of punch cards that we distributed all over the state of Alaska, sent out to sports shows in the United States, and then never collected. It's unimplementable. Thank you.
The gentleman over here with his hand up.
My name's Gary Diamond. You know, all over this country, they have bag and possession limits. You go walleye fishing somewhere, or crappies, or sunfish. It's time to put a bag and possession limit on. You know, I may be a set netter, but I sport fish as much as anybody in this room. And you go up to that Kenai, and there's people that stay there all summer long and catch red salmon, and I see it myself, and they're filling freezers full. Everywhere else in the country, they have a bag limit. But there's always people that will, like Kevin, or the guy over here said, there's always going to be honest fishermen, and there's always going to be dishonest fishermen. And there's people that come up and spend the entire summer and catch hundreds of pounds of salmon, and it ain't just for themselves. I mean, they're feeding their neighbors, their families. They go back with truckloads of salmon. There needs to be a bag and possession limit, and I disagree with, it's unenforceable. Well, they do it in America down there on every species of fish.
We're looking for new information, not debate here, so we'll go to Mr. Crouch, and then we'll come back up to Mr. McCombs. Thank you.
Andy Couch, Matanuska Valley AC. The further you get from the fishery, then maybe the more important it is that you can catch some and maybe more. Maybe you are catching for more people. Even from the Matanuska Susitna Valley, if we go down and catch some fish, we may bring it back and share it with other people. The Matanuska Valley AC was not in favor of this, in that it would only put a limit on the amount of seasonal harvest on this particular user group.
Mr. McCombs?
Sometimes in the summer, I go to the Kenai Airport in the month of July, and I'm 6 feet tall, and I see stacks of fish boxes this tall. And I would just like to remind you that this word sustainability is quite in play in this procedure, and unlimited fishery is an unsustainable fishery. Somewhere along the line, you're going to have to cap this or cut it off. When I see all the enforcement tickets in the paper, and in the summertime, they'll have full pages in the Peninsula Clarion about tickets they wrote in the PU fishery and other fisheries on the river. And all I can say to you about that is what happens to an iceberg when you cut off the top 7 inches. Thank you.
Mr. Martin?
Thank you, David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. Just on this topic, it's not inconceivable to have annual limits on species. It happens all over. I think Sitka has one on halibut because of the nearshore fishery. Canada's had it on coho years ago when it was down there. You could only take one out of the country. You got it on the walleye pike in Minnesota and all this and that. So just to say that it can't be done is not right. From the Nilchik area, we sat there and watched our clamming go. We had tourists sit down there all summer long and dig clams and can them, haul them out. We've all heard the reports of in the summer or the winter time down at the flea markets down south, people selling fish to pay for their trips, and enforcement says they can't do anything about it. But that isn't any reason not to try to do something about it. The clam issue, the clams have been closed in our area for about 8 years now. It's open on the west side. It's unlimited. There's no limit on it. The report is they're getting smaller. They're getting harder to find. From our advisory committee, we've been trying to put a limit on those, just like we did at on the east side beach. And this is an example. We tried for years to put a limit on to reduce the limit on the east side beach, because you'd see thousands of people down there plowing the field, basically. And we were told, don't worry about it, you'll never wipe them out. The spawning beds go out there a long ways. Well, it's been closed for 8 years. We don't want to see that happen to your heavily utilized streams like the Kenai River, the Susitna drainage, All these other places, if you had a handful of people, be no problem. But when you got this type of pressure on these systems, you can't have business as usual and have the catches unlimited in boxes of these fish going out. And that doesn't even address the catch and release mortality that happens on these systems. We're going on these escapement goals to go to MSRs to where you're saturating the river so it's easier to catch fish in a barrel. There's a cost to that. It's catch and release mortality. We talked to tourists that come up, other people, we had a great day on the river today. We caught 60, 70, 80 fish, caught and released them, played with them all day long, and great fun. That's not sustainable. It's never happened any place in the world where they did that, and we need to get a handle on it. So, thank you.
Mr. Payton.
So, just to provide some constructive criticism for stakeholders, I don't find kind of the rhetoric or whatever you want to call it, anecdotal information about boxes of fish and things like that. I don't find that useful for my decision making. So maybe other board members do, but I don't. So I like to have something somewhat quantifiable. So when I hear things of, people are taking things out of state, selling them, who knows what's in those boxes or where they came from. When stakeholders say a statement like that, I would like a little bit, something to quantify that, for me anyway.
Thank you. Any additional comments, information to offer? Are there any additional board questions or comments? Seeing none, let's go ahead and move on to proposal number 89, please.
Proposal 89. This would make a number of changes to the Kenai River Late Run Sockeye Salmon Management Plan. These changes are identical to Proposal 90, which we read earlier, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is the proposer here to speak to his proposal? Is there anyone that would like to speak to Proposal 89 or offer additional information? Mr. Delaney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kevin Delaney, Kenai River Sport Fishing Association. I'd like to speak to one specific area within this proposal, and that's the language of primarily. Back in 1978, when the board adopted the Upper Cook Inlet Salmon Management Plan as regulation, there were two terms that were very important terms in that plan. However, they were never defined in the process. In the years since, they have had more clarity to their meaning simply by the regulatory construct around them. And those two terms are primarily and minimize. I'm not sure what you do with this one when you start dealing with that preamble language, because there's no overarching policy in the Upper Cook Inlet Salmon Management Plan anymore. 20 years ago, there was overarching policy there. My new information is simply that this is all interconnected and has, through the years, developed situational definitions. Whether they're valid today yet or not is really a decision for the board. But there's a wonderful and interesting history around those two terms that I could share more of with you, but I won't at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Shadura.
Thank you. So at one time, it was the plan that the previous speaker talked about, and that was a compromise to some degree from the board to make sure that users were balanced somewhat and to allow a reasonable opportunity to those fish that particular user groups felt were more important than others. So And that is actually now in the Upper Cook Inlet Salmon Management Plan, 5 AC 21363. One excerpt on that is the need to allocate the harvestable surplus among commercial, sport, guided sport, and personal use fisheries. And then there's guidelines relative to that the fisheries will be prosecuted in such a manner consistent with the historical and patterns of the returns in the fisheries and the users that have been fishing on those for several years. So in many ways, I think that was a concept to protect those that have been here for many years, that are consistent with the uses and the needs to subsist within the lands, and then to be able to have an economy that's flourishing. So that was a balanced statement. It's there for you to review. I won't speak on it anymore, except that I do want to make a comment that in Cook Inlet, there's 20 to 25% of the permit holders, in fact, are of native origins, meaning that there are series shareholders which are local native inhabitants. And so it's important to consider that when you look at historical precedents. I am an Alaska Native. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comment or information? Mr. Ma.
Thank you. For the record, just Roland Ma. Where I was back looking on a computer, but on PC 119 on pages 4 through 8, you will find what we intended to be a standalone PC, but it was mixed in. In there, this speaks specifically to what happens and what's the history when we have small returns, small being either below 2 or 2.3 million to the late run sockeyes in the Kenai. The 3 pages into that document, you will find a large table of numbers. And you may want to refer to this. It starts in 1987. It reviews what's gone on in the personal use dip net fishery and the educational fishery. Sport harvest, again, below the sonar. What the sonar count was, what the sport harvest is above the sonar, and what the commercial fish harvest has been. And in 2018, which is the last year we have complete data, out of the late run sockeyes to the Kenai, out of a run of 1.6 million, the total commercial harvest, both gear types, Northern District, whatever harvest they may have of these fish, was about 350,000 fish. You take 50,000, subtract it. You take 100,000, if this is going to repeat itself, at 300,000, there is no harvest left for us. There are real consequences to these decisions, and we ask that you please refer to this table, and it lays it all out. Anyway, thank you.
Mr. Crouch.
Yeah, Andy Couch, Matanuska Valley AC. We're trying to look for the opportunity for all user groups. I think when we saw this proposal, we originally voted in favor of this, the preamble portion of this. But there's preamble in other plans too. And, you know, the preamble there should be some thought. Certainly on the Kenai, we recognize that all users, the Kenai is the most important sockeye, biggest in the inlet. And so we kind of recognize all users there. later on in some other proposals, some user groups are going to say we should take this out, but then they advocate for leaving some of this type language in this case. So it's really a most important part of the preamble is how do we, I shouldn't be saying a question, most important part to the preamble is that we provide for all users. Thank you.
And hand in the back there. Can't see you. There you go.
Travis Every, East Side Sentinel. Proposal 89, the issue I've got with it is right now, Coho are managed primarily for sport, Chinook are managed primarily for sport. This seeks to make sockeye a priority for personal use and sport. What does the commercial fleet have left? I'd have to ask, reach out to the department to see when the last time we were even able to get a pink opener was. If we want a commercial fishery at all in Upper Cook Inlet, we've got to have some sort of priority in a case where we can get in the water. Thank you.
Additional information to add. Right there in the back.
Ken Coleman, longtime set netter. As in my public testimony, I mentioned that I was one of the few folks that are around in 1978 at the Upper Cook Inlet Management Plan meeting where we developed the preamble and the overarching plan. As Mr. Delaney mentioned, that minimizing and such language in the preamble have changed over the years and mean different things to different people. I think that what you struggle with right now is trying to provide allocative directions so that every user group gets some part of the pie, if you will. My suggestion would be, or my comment would be, if we were seriously to consider changing priorities, as is this suggestion, that this board hearing would take it on a completely different tenor. Don't know how you would try to adjudicate something akin to that. As the last testifier said, at what point after you change something akin to this would there be any opportunity for the commercial fishing fleet? So my suggestion is we're going to deal with all these numbers about increased allocations, increased escapement levels, but the language, perhaps as vague as it is and historical as it is best left alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional information? Are there any board comments or questions? Seeing none, let's go ahead and move on to proposal number 100.
Proposal 100, this proposal would amend the Kenai River Lake Run Sockeye Salmon Management Plan to open commercial fishing periods to stay within 10% of daily in-season run projections. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is the proposer here to speak to the proposal? Is there anybody who would like to speak to proposal number 100? Any board questions or comments? Seeing and hearing none, let's move on, please, to proposal number 97. I believe we've had some discussion on proposal 97 already. Is there any additional information to offer on proposal number 97? Seeing and hearing none, proposal number 101, please.
Proposal 101, this would amend the preamble of the Kenai River Lake Run Sockeye Salmon Management Plan by removing language that says to manage commercial fisheries to minimize the harvest of Northern District coho, the Lake Run Kenai River king and Kenai River coho salmon stocks, and replace it with the language that states the department shall also manage the common property fisheries with a reasonable opportunity to harvest salmon resources. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Would the proposer like to speak to their proposal? Mr. Martin.
Yeah, thank you. David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. Our advisory committee submitted this proposal. We have addressed the minimized language that was put into the preamble years and years ago and defined the reasonable opportunity. And I'd like to read our justification. We want to delete the unnecessary language in the cooking and salmon management plans that restricts the flexibility of the managers to manage on a real-time basis on an in-season abundance to harvest the surplus. This language has resulted in tens of millions of harvestable surplus salmon going unharvested and negatively affects the commercial fishing industry, communities, national food source, economies, and also decreases future salmon production resulting from the effects of overescapement. The sports fishery has a reasonable opportunity for the fact that the salmon run in the thousands of streams in the Cook Inlet drainage from May to October, and most all are open to sports fishing. If one system is not open for escapement reasons, a sports fisherman has many other systems they can fish. In comparison, the commercial fisherman, when restricted or closed down, has no other area to fish because they are restricted to the area and their gear type by their limited entry permit they own. This is unfair and has no parity and reasonable opportunity between commercial and recreational fisheries under the current management plans. This word minimize has, to some people, means zero harvest. You look in the department's data, you'll see from about 95 when the restrictions started going on the commercial fisheries, the commercial harvest of coho is down, like I think it was 59%. Chums, the same thing. Pinks, now we're harvesting pinks and chums at less than 2% of the exploitation on the whole run. Sockeye, the same thing. You have coho in 1,000 streams in Cook Inlet. There's reasonable opportunity in that. I did, to follow up on our proposal, just pull up the sports regs for South Central. You can go through this book. There's hundreds and hundreds of streams in the Susitna drainage on the Kenai Peninsula, Resurrection Bay, in salt waters that is open year-round to salmon. Or they have liberal dates. You've got some systems that are closed. You got some systems that are open certain times, different bag limits, but there's multiple areas every single day on varying bag limits that a recreational angler can go to. And that's just on salmon. You also have the freshwater species in these various streams. So this whole minimized language was for opportunity. That's what it was put in for. You go to table 12 on the catch and percent of fish released by recreational anglers in the northern Cook Inlet management area. And the latest data I have is from 2002 to 2015. You look through these and the various species, Chinook, they're basically released at about 80% to 30%. Of course, some of those are catch and release only. Your coho, your release is 38 to 50 some percent. Your sockeye about the same, 50 to 60%. Your pinks are released at around 95%. Your chums are released at around 95%. And then you get into your other species of freshwater. A lot of those are released at 70, 80, 90%. Hopefully pike are not released at all. But this just goes to show there is a reasonable opportunity. If there wasn't a reasonable opportunity to fish and fill your freezer, you wouldn't be releasing fish at these numbers. So you need to take that in consideration when you're seeing minimized language that is directed a lot of these management plans that restricts commercial fisheries, which leads to some of these issues in the Kenai River, the overescapement, is because of some of these plans to minimize, which to some people means none, you shouldn't catch any, that it forgoes the harvest to the commercial fishing industry and the 600,000 people in Alaska that don't have sports fishing license. They want to buy their fish, not count the nation. They need to also have the opportunity. So this minimized language is something that should be replaced so that everybody has a reasonable opportunity as a commercial sports fisherman and the consumer that wants to buy fish. Thank you.
Additional comments? Board questions? Seeing and hearing none, let's move on to proposal number 95, please.
Proposal 95, this would amend the preamble to the Kenai River Lake Run Sockeye Salmon Management Plan to remove and replace the provision to manage primarily for commercial uses based on abundance with a statement to manage commercial, sport, and personal use groups as a viable management method. The proposal seeks to increase the harvest of Kenai River sockeye salmon by sport and personal use groups. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is the proposer here to speak to number 95? Is there anyone that would like to speak to proposal number 95? Are there any board questions or comments on proposal number 95? Seeing none, let's move on to proposal number 99, please.
Proposal 99 would establish mandatory closed in-river fishing windows for sockeye salmon.
Thank you, Mr. McCombs. Would you like to speak to your proposal?
Sure. Thank you, Chairman. I wrote this proposal just to show the inequities of paired restrictions. One is absolutely pointed at closing the set net fishery and the in-river fishery stays open. I would just remind you to put it in the bumper sticker speak that there's no parity in paired restrictions. Thank you.
Additional comments on proposal number 99?
Monty Roberts, from the perspective that there's a lot of crowding issues at times on the Kenai River, and limiting the amount of time that people can be out there just concentrates the effort. And so that's just the only thing I'd caution on this one.
Additional comments? Mr. Stura.
Thank you. In general, I would personally support this in a sense that static windows aren't good in-season management tools, and they don't allow the department to react. And the fish, they don't know when Friday is, and they don't know where Monday or Tuesday or any day. They travel time of tide, wind, temperature, all the other variables, and the mystery that makes them move in the first place that we don't understand. So if there's a 36-hour window in place, then managers are considering that they can't do an orderly harvest and harvest throughout the time and the range, meaning the spawners will be more targeted on one set of spawners who may be traveling to one particular area, and others will be more abundant. So you're trying to have a consistent harvest along the different species or subspecies within the river itself, wherever they're going to travel to. So, you know, mandatory windows are difficult to deal with. But having said that, the 36 window that's in place now does afford a user group a reasonable opportunity to harvest. And in that aspect, then I consider as a commercial fisherman, well, what did we get in place of that? So what was the compensation for our user group to make up for that time that we cannot possibly ever fish in? And that's the disruption, and that's the discussion I would like to have. Thank you.
Thank you. Right over there, the hand up.
Gary Diamond, Setnetter. I'm opposed to all these windows because we're limited to a very few hours of fishing time. And it's basically wiping us out. Let's give the biologists their jobs back and have openings when the fish are there, so we can have a chance to make a living. These hard and fast closures, you're going to be closed Tuesday, the fish show up on Tuesday, it's basically wiping out the beach. And give the biologists their jobs back.
Mr. Anderson?
Yes, thank you. Dan Anderson, speaking on behalf of myself, but I think I shadow some of the individual AC members on this one also. I keep seeing this amend, and this and that, blah, 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 adapt, extra, all these little sub-characters in our regulations and stuff. They're getting pretty darn complex. They're getting so complex that these gentlemen, run down here, the support staff that collects the data, makes recommendations, tries to educate us, they can't do their job. I look at the table. Some of them look as old as me or maybe a little older. There's not that many young faces. What biologist in their right mind would want to come to this environment when you make these things so complex and to the point where they can't do what they paid to go to school to learn, and some of them maybe even have student debt, which we hear about all the time in the news. So with all that, maybe something a little more loose to allow the supposed experts in the field to do their job the way they went to school for. It's a kind of overreaching thing on all these proposals, rather than these hard dates. I mean, if there's more fish, well, it makes sense to allow more access, whatever user group. If there's less fish, okay, let's pull them back. Versus putting these hard timelines and hard numbers in there. It just don't make sense to me. Thank you.
Additional comments? Board questions, comments? Seeing and hearing none, let's go ahead. Move on to proposal number 94, please.
Proposal 94. This would implement an additional 24-hour closure in the upper sub-district set gillnet fishery at run strength greater than 4.6 million Kenai River sockeye salmon. Madam Chair.
Is the proposer here to speak to number 94? Would anyone like to offer comments or additional information on 94? Mr. McCombs.
Thank you, Chairman. A mandatory closure when fish are present is poor biological management. I'd have to go against this, and I consider it a backdoor reallocation. Thank you.
Additional comments? Mr. Stura.
Thank you. So this proposal directly targets the Tier 3 for the Kenai River Management, Sockeye Management Plan, and that's when there's runs over 4.6 million. We should all be so fortunate to be dealing with a 4.6 million run. And considering that the sport fishery at best is 26% efficient, the dip netters are much less than that, and the current figure shows about 20%. And it does based on the abundance of the run and the concentrations of fish coming in at 4.6 above. There is opportunity for everybody, and we should share the abundance. Thank you.
Mr. Couch.
Matanuska Valley AC, certainly when we get these big runs and there's, the effort right now, the management strategy is to maximize commercial fishing, it seems like, in the inlet. There's some restrictions, but when you go over 4.6 million and you allow more and more periods, and the fish have to swim 60 miles through the central district to even get to the northern area, we don't get much. Thank you.
I believe I saw a hand up back here earlier. Is there still a...
to, oh, yeah. I'll speak to the element that,
Could you put your name on the record,
I'm
please?
sorry.
Thank
I'm
you.
Greg Johnson, and I'm I set net in the first site north of the Blanchard line. And so any prescriptive window that doesn't allow to fly, well, first of all, I'm opposed to this for the same reasoning that Mr. Shadura mentioned. But additionally, and this will come up later, as somebody who is adversely affected at times by fishing next to this line, I'm opposed to any prescriptive time in it that states when. In other words, what can occur on something like this is that if you're closed on Tuesday, then it states that you have to, in additional time, has to fish on Wednesday. And we went through this in past Board of Fish meetings where the preference is for it to float as to not be affected, users, well, anyway, this can potentially have a negative effect as you fish north. Thank you.
Additional information, Mr. Ma. In front.
Thank you, Roland Ma. Just maybe a closing comment about this general suite of proposals. When we send the drift lead out, or staff send the drift lead out, how effective are we? The last time that was assessed, we were around 40% of what was there. Meant that 60% we weren't touching. Since that time, we've gone through the double D permit program. We've taken, so you get an extra permit, but you give up 2 shackles of gear. We've done that about 125 times. We've taken about 500 shackles of gear out of the water. Didn't cost the state a thing. We financed that of our own free will. It was business decisions that we've made. But how does that affect then the 40% harvest rate when they send us out? It's got to be below 40% when you take that much gear out of the water. So there's a perception that, we have this huge high harvest rate. It's not true at all. It's probably in the range of 30% if I had to make a guess. And so that means 70% of the fish aren't touched. Same kind of thing has gone on with the set nets. There's been a D program there. There's been a lot of gear come out of the water or reorganized. And so just want to put that on the record. We have done that. And to sit here and to make some kind of a claim that we're laying waste, this massive harvest, the numbers might be up, but they're not in the last few years. But just want to get that on the record. As an industry, we have implemented conservation measures. Thank you.
Mr. Martin.
Thank you, David Martin. Just go along with that, also this suite of proposals is that the fact the last few years, besides the 40%, it is less than that. We've had multiple restrictions, so it's not, you don't catch 40% when you're restricted in a smaller area. And the other issue, as we all know, we got the water temperature is risen from climate conditions, and the fish run deeper. So 40% might have been an accurate number years ago, but it's a lot less than that from what Mr. Mall mentioned and those 2 factors that I just mentioned. Thank you. So I guess the bottom line is the commercial fisheries is minimized dramatically, 50, 60% in a lot of the species. So thank you.
I'm going to go over here.
Joel Domer, Anchorage AC. I thought I'd fill you in on a little bit more of the Anchorage comments on this proposal, and I'll quote, "Wait, what? This proposal wants to close the set netters when there's more fish?" So, anyway.
Mr. Delaney?
Madam Chair, thank you. Kevin Delaney, Kenai River Sport Fishing Association. The new information that I have to offer at this time is shown in RC 78. Arguably, the late run Kenai River sockeye salmon are the most important fish that swim in Upper Cook Inlet. Certainly, the management of that species drives not only the management of that species, the opportunity to sport fish above the sonar, below the sonar, the dip net fishery, and the largest ex-vessel value for the commercial fleet, but it also has an effect on exploitation rate of other salmon that swim along with it. The department has recommended a new spawning escapement goal, a new SEG, that obligates the board to integrate that into the management plan. Proposal 88 is a comprehensive approach to doing just that. What RC 78 shows graphically is just how little change that proposal seeks in the lower end of the in-river goals. It shows it by showing the old SEG range across the abundance tiers, the existing sport harvest, the new SEG increment that needs to be added, and then the new sport fish opportunity that we are seeking. I would ask everyone to spend a little time with 78, and I'll be available to help explain it. And I thank you very much for your time.
See a hand up over here, please.
Brent Johnson, Eastside Set Netter. A number was given out here a minute ago about reduction in gear, and I just wanted to mention that the folks that have reduced to 29 mesh deep nets have reduced. If you go from 45 to 29, then I think that's 36%, I think is what that reduction is. And if you go from 36 to 29, then that's about a 20% reduction. Of course, that reduction isn't as effective because there's not as many fish swimming deep, but it is a reduction. Thanks.
Additional information. Mr. Shadura.
Just for clarification for board members, that tier 3, there is no 24-hour window in that range. So the proposal back to it simply wants to add that to that range that currently does not have that restriction in place. Just clarification.
Mr. Roberts.
Monty Roberts, for the record. Just being an in-river fisherman, I can testify that windows do work to get fish back in the river. The numbers don't necessarily always track with the sonar counters, but if we get 3 tides after there's heavy fishing pressure, we can expect to see fish moving back in. 24 is not enough, but windows do work.
Are there any board questions or comments on proposal number 94? Seeing none, as the chairman indicated before we adjourned yesterday that we would take up proposal number 196 in group 1, formerly in group 4, because it also dealt with Kenai River late run sockeye salmon management. So at this time, we'll take up proposal number 196.
Proposal 196, this proposal would remove mandatory closed fishing periods or windows in the upper subdistrict set gill net fisheries. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Would the proposer like to speak to this one? And that would be Central Peninsula AC.
Gary Dime, I am a member of this. Are you going to talk, Dave? Yeah. Okay, go give it to him.
Let's go ahead and let the proposer go. Thank you.
Thank you. I apologize for getting caught off guard here. My name is David Martin. I am chairman of the Central Peninsula Advisory Committee on the Inlet. We also put this proposal in to eliminate windows in all management plans. The mandatory windows, they don't work. They might put some fish in the river, but they don't work for the biologists to be able to manage it under the abundance-based management plan. It is an unreasonable allocation. They prevent the managers from harvesting the surplus salmon and create over-escapements. We've seen that time and time again in both the beach and the set net, or the drift fishery, where the windows close, even though you got escapement goals, or they're projected to get escapement goals. If you got 1.3 million in the Kenai River, and you're still under the windows, you might put more fish in the river, which it will do if all you're doing is to add an over-escapement, because the number of fish that are in there, as one of the in-river fishermen mentioned, it does put more fish in the river. Well, you've already got 1.3 million or whatever in there. Every year varies. Those fish haven't gone anyplace. You got some harvest on them, but they're still in there, and you're putting more and more in there. The windows is just an avenue to allocate more fish in the river, to go over the escapement, and they should be eliminated. I don't know where they're any other place in the state where you have windows when you still meet escapement goals, where you still have minimized language when you still meet escapement goals, except for Cook Inlet. So these should all be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Diamondback.
The whole thing about the windows is...
Please put your name on the record. Thank you.
Gary Diamond, Eastside Set Netter. What I don't like is the word mandatory. You know, the past few years, we have windows all week long. You know, we got a certain amount of hours to fish, and I don't like that word mandatory. The fish may be here today or gone tomorrow, but you look at how many hours we've been fishing, there's closures all week long. There's a window every day. We used to fish 24 hours a day when the runs were big. We haven't fished that for years and years. And that word mandatory, you know, if the biologists, we got windows all week long. The sport fishery are hammering on them all the time. We have windows all week long. That's all I can say.
Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. I'm Dan Anderson. I'll be speaking on my own behalf here. Just a little historical thing with what I've experienced personally in my life. When I first came to Alaska in the mid-'80s, you know, and I got a deckhand job, blah, 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 I bought in, blah, blah, blah. Exxon Valdez happened. I still didn't understand the complexity of the fishery regulations, sport or commercial. But, you know, as they shut our drift fleet down, then they let the Setonate fleet go, pretty well wide open, I mean, and they still couldn't stop the herd of fish. But then then the sports fishery went from a 3-fish bag limit, if I remember right, to 6 in the Kenai. Then I think they went to 9 per day. And that, I tried to wrap my head around it, and it made all perfect sense, because they were adapting to what was available, the biologists. And to do anything different than allow for that adaptability when you're harvesting a non-static number of fish seems to make sense to me. And these windows concepts, all these things that are trying to get plunked in place, I mean, just consider all that. And it just seems to make sense to me and there's more, you do more. And that's it. That's all I got to say.
I think the gentleman in the orange had his hand up first.
Hi, Ray DeBartoleben, Kenai River Professional Guide Association. people lose focus that the windows were put in not only to get sockeye in the river, but also to get kings in the river. So they focus on sockeyes only, but the windows do work, and it is to allow king salmon to enter the river also. Thank you.
Mr. McCombs.
Thank you again. My name's John McCombs. I would say that windows were created in the past to create a pass-through fishery in the river, so apply it in the river. If you want to have a pass-through fishery, apply windows in the river, although I'm totally against the concept of windows. But if they were justifying windows as a pass-through fishery, let some fish pass through to the counters. I still think that windows aren't a good biological management tool, and I don't think you should have mandatory closures when fish are present, but as a pass-through measure, it's just applied to one user group. Thank you.
Gentleman here in the cap, and then we'll go to the...
Mark Mahan. Just one thing I'd like to say is let these guys do their job, and take the commissioner and people that are trying to make decisions out of that. Last season, we had our biggest index points from the test fish boat, and we were all excited to get out there. We were supposed to have a period. We had already given up a period before, and we were supposed to be out there that period. The commissioner made the decision to shut us down and put us on the east side and not let us go fish. We fished on that Thursday. I think I might have got 100 fish, maybe, which could have been a 2,000 fish day. Should have been a big day, and it wasn't. And then I talked to Pat about that. I've got the text.
Okay, sir, no names, please.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
But that decision was made by the commissioner to shut us down, and it shouldn't be. These guys should make their decisions, not a political decision.
I think I saw a hand up there.
Thanks. Brent Johnson, Eastside Set Netter. We're talking about windows, and I don't have any doubt that if commercial fishermen don't fish, then more fish get to the river because everyone they catch is eventually going to the river. I want to relate something that happened. People assume that if I catch a fish, that is, if I didn't catch that, it would just simply go to my neighbor and he would catch that fish. But I don't think that's 100% true. I tagged king salmon in 2016. And I just was in my own little skiff, and I only tagged the ones that were alive that I released, and so it turned out to be 10 or 12 king salmon that I tagged. And I did that because my neighbors were laughing at me and saying that they were catching the kings I was releasing, and I wanted to find out if it was true or not. So I tagged them with what they call a dart tag. And later on, Fish and Game recovered 4 of my tags, and none of them were in the Eastside Set Net fishery. One was at Eagle Rock on the Kenai River in a 46-pound king. 2 of them were in Prince William Sound in a 30-pound king and a 31-pound king, and one of them was in at the Susitna River. So fish don't just automatically go right up to the east side beach when they are on the east side beach. Thanks.
Okay, and over here. New information, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the board, Mac Menard, Matt Suburo. So the window issue in a perfect world, single species, single user group, on and off fishing, no problem. EOs, great work. Windows are created to accommodate not just passage of fish throughout the run so that we distribute it, but it's also created to create some stability and some certainty in the fishery for the other user groups. There are people who need some predictability in their ability to decide to come down from Anchorage or wherever and do their fishing, and that in-river abundance the windows were created as an accommodation for that. I'd also speak to it as a former manager. You ask an awful lot of a manager to decide when to open and close, and in the simplest of fisheries, and I'd look at Bristol Bay, quite frankly, as being some of the most simple, because the primary user is a commercial fishery, and it's pretty easy to open and close based upon escapement goals. It is far more difficult in a complex fishery, particularly when the resources are fully allocated and fully utilized, to ask a manager to make those types of decisions, which in fact have very much an allocative basis. In fact, it's almost an impossible, untenable situation to place your staff in. And so consequently, the compromise is, as difficult as it may be at times, and maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, it was intended to provide some predictability to the fishery, place that burden of responsibility and regulation with you, and accommodate those needs. So thank you very much for your indulgence.
Additional new information to offer on Proposal 196. Are there any board comments or questions? Seeing and hearing none, Mr. Chairman, that concludes the Group 1 work of Committee of the Whole.
Thank you. Great job, Chair Carlson Van Dort. Thank you very much. We still have a little bit of time left and would like to start Committee of the Whole Group 2, and we show that for the first item there would be Susitna Sockeye Stock of Concern discussion. Chair of that committee is Mr. Wood. Is the department prepared to, with staff up front there, to
Yes, Mr. Chair.
have a committee of the whole discussion on Susitna Sockeye Stock of Concern before lunch here, if we could? Okay. Mr. Wood, are you ready?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just some preliminary matters. I have encountered the Bell's palsy twice, which is quite uncommon, but it's affected the speech muscles. The brain still goes 100 miles an hour. The talk goes about 40 miles an hour. My wife loves it, but it gives me some trouble here and there. But if you don't understand something, believe me, I have a thick skin. Just ask me to repeat it, and I'll be happy to do so. I'm going to follow much the same format as was done in Group 1 with just a few alterations. I will give the proposer the first opportunity to address any new information, followed by those in the audience that wish to add to that. And I'll also give the proposer the closing opportunity to address what may have been raised during the discussions. The only deviation from that's going to be with the Susitna Sockeye Stock of Concern, because it is not a proposal necessarily. It's an open discussion, and it'll be treated a little differently. And then I'm going to consolidate for purposes of hearing new comments, all of the, what I call the 1% rule, which would be the proposals that deal with that issue, which would be 187 through and including 195, so that you can address, that's basically 2, maybe 3 issues, and they throughout all those proposals, and that's either the amount of the 1% versus 2% versus no versus 3, and the timing, whether it's August 7th or July 31st. So with that, we'll start with a discussion on the Sockeye Stock of Concern. Those of you who have been in attendance here during the department's presentation probably heard what their intentions were in that regard, and I'm just going to open it on up to any information you may wish to share with us. Does anyone wish to comment on the Susitna Sockeye Stock of Concern? Over here. And one other thing, when I recognize you, if you stand up so they can see you to get the mic to you a little quicker, I would appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Larry Engel. I'm representing the Susitna Borough as a member of their Fish and Wildlife Commission. We've had a great deal of discussion about the listing of the Susitna Stock of Concern, and we support the department's position on this. But we have certain reservations, and that is that although it may be time to delist it, we're certainly not talking about an overly healthy population of sockeye in our minds. We come to this conclusion to supporting the department's position primarily because their advice to you, their recommendation to you, the board, was that we don't want to have reduction in regulations that now control the harvest of that fish, which brought these fish back to health. And also, we have certain concerns that we heard at this meeting, that the budget may be such that we're going to have a real problem in measuring the escapement of this former stock of concern. You heard from the commissioner that we, instead of 3 systems weir sites, we may be down to 1. For those reasons, we feel that you should follow some of the policies in the sustainable salmon fishery. Move forward on this delisting with great precautionary approach. Don't risk it going back to what we've seen. It's been in this classification for 11 years, 2 life cycles. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address this issue? Stand up if you would, Mr. Martin.
Yeah, thank you, David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. The reports that the department gave the other day help solidify a lot of what I'm going to say. When the stock of yield concern was put in, some of it was because the commercial fisheries were restricted. When you're restricted, you don't catch as many, so your harvest is down. It was also based on faulty counting system in the Susitna drainage. We all know the sonar was counting faulty for about 30 years, anywhere from 100 to 300% under counting. And stock of yield concern was put in. Personally, I think it was put in as a method to restrict the Northern District set netters and the drifters in the inlet to put the corridors through to get more fish up the Susitna drainage. But since then, we've had the weirs put in the indicator systems, Judd, Larson, Chilatna. You look at those escapements, the old escapement goals, it just barely ticked into the yield concern. But you take the new escapement goals that are presented, put those on those same charts, it doesn't meet the criteria for a stock of yield concern. The escapement goals are being met and they exceeded in every year, just about. So it doesn't qualify. So it should be taken off as stock of yield concern. If some people, I understand, some people want to understand it and have it on the books just to keep it as an excuse to allocate and put in the restricted management plan, just like the minimized language is the same thing. It's a gimmick, and hopefully the board uses the data for setting escapement goals and management plans for maximum sustained yield. So, and looking at the harvest in the report I mentioned earlier, and this is in the drainage, the sports harvest on sockeye in the Susitna drainage is pretty consistent. It hadn't fluctuated much, and the catch release on those fish is around the 50% range. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to comment? Back here off to the left. Stand up, sir, so she can see you. Yes, you. Okay.
Yeah, I'm Judd Walker, and I'm representing myself here as a landowner up in the northern area. I have a large subdivision up there that's about 580 acres that has Bodenberg Creek on it, and also tributaries of Jim Creek with McRoberts running about a mile through my property. The point I want to make is with the growth in the valley right now, you know, we're seeing some really, really bad degradation of our stream banks, of our stream beds. You know, I have the problem of people running four-wheelers and everything through these things. You can't stop them. They think it's theirs. We really got to start addressing the ecology of all of this. You know, we're destroying these rivers. We're taking down the trees. We wonder why our stream temperatures are 70 degrees. Well, there's no shade. Hell, if you're a fish, what are you going to do? You got no place to go. So anyway, I just want to make sure that the board's aware of this, that this isn't strictly a commercial problem. This is a problem with the environment, the habitat, and the way we treat our habitat. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. And the gentleman to your right, I believe, had his hand up. There you go.
Well, I think it needs to be taken off, but we've heard a lot of discussion of the implications of that. Concern is all the proposals that are put in by the Matsu people. We heard tons of discussion about opening up a dip net fishery, and if it's under stocks of concern, I can't see how any of that stuff could ever happen. You know, and it's not just the stocks of concern and the drifters, it's the stocks of concern for everything those guys want to do up there. We heard proposal after proposal after proposal for those folks up there. I can't see how you could make any decision until you address that one first, because everything else is a moot point. How could these people have a dip net fishery if it's under a stock of concern? Can't be done. I mean, and it needs to be a decision made before you address all those proposals, because, like I say, it's a moot point. If it's under a stock of concern, you can't do any of those things they want to do.
Anyone else wish to address the issue? Front row up here, Mr. Menard.
Yeah, Mac Menard, the Matsu Bureau, so I appreciate that, and I acknowledge that decision flow, and it's right. So 11 years, stock of concern designation. There's a whole suite of regulatory actions that have been taken to ensure that this thing recovers. And if indeed we've had some recovery, and the department recognizes that, and we've got assurances from the department that the monitoring systems will prevent us from going backwards. I mean, it's a little bit like the extreme case in ESA, and certainly if management success warrants the removal of that, we just want to make sure we don't do something that's going to cause it to slide backwards. So consequently, this action could be taken. It could allow some opportunities, particularly on dip net fisheries that are targeting largely something other than sockeye. But it would also mandate that we maintain some protective measures that got us to the point we could even have this discussion 11 years later. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a hand up in the back. Mr. Wood, he'll bring it to you.
Hello, my name is Mike Wood. I'm with the Matsu Fish and Wildlife Commission, and this is one thing I can comment on because it's pretty much, I'm in my home. I'm on that river every day of the year, and have spent a lot of time with scientists looking for fish on that river. I just want to say, I think that the removing it from the stock of concern, it needs to be done with a huge amount of caution. And that being said, I feel like what I've seen is the Susitna, obviously, it's not that it's the fish have a harder time and they're weaker. They're actually a heck of a lot stronger. Because of the environment they have to rear in, there's a huge amount of side channel habitat from the Willow all the way up to Devil's Canyon that these fish are spawning in gray water. So these are not lake spawners. This is not the Kenai where you're fortunate enough to have two huge lakes for these fish to go to. And just like up in Bristol Bay, you have your lake spawners and you have your in-river spawners. And that's what makes this environment so healthy, but because they're in this river system, they have a lot harder time getting through. And now, you know, they don't just hang out really easily in the bottom of the lake waiting to grow up, you know what I'm saying? So, I would say that the sockeye have been returning well in the last 5 years in my set net. And when a manager was asked, what do you attribute that to here? He said, how we've managed the inlet lower down in the central district. So more fish have made it through to the Susitna. And then once they were there, that's why we have more there, we were able to get more yield out of that. Why are there more fish up there? Because they spawned and came back, as the manager said as well. I think I really would like to, I've always come at this from the health of the river. And the more that we allow these fish to make it back in this river and spawn in these areas that we cannot see, the better off this river is and our fishery. However, that being said, extreme caution needs to be taken with how we manage, just because anyhow, we will just go right back down that rabbit hole really fast. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else has to comment? Mr. Maw in the front.
For the record, Roland Maw. I was at the board meeting when this first came about several years ago, as many of my other colleagues in the room and fellow stakeholders. First, a technical issue. In the sonar, in the Yentna River, we had a sonar that gave us numbers of fish. They didn't know what they were, so behind that they had a fish wheel, and that's what they used to apportion. Then, and they did that for several years, and that's how they came up with an assessment of the various species counts and timing up the Yentna River. Toward the end of that process, they happened to put a weir in on Chalatenna Lake. And lo and behold, the weir count at Chalatenna Lake was bigger than the apportionment count in the lower Yentna. So we had more fish as per the apportionment formulas, and that's a hard system to work in, and there's a very definite bias of these pink salmon to be closer to the shore, and they kind of stagger themselves. So it makes a big difference on the apportionment how you place that weir, or excuse me, that fish wheel in the river, how far from the bank. And so and that got to be a real problem. So what do those historic counts really mean? You simply don't know. So we had to move forward. We had discussions with staff and board members at that time about this. We recognized there was a problem. Certainly with the counting, we didn't know where we're at. Staff didn't know where they were at really. But then this stock of yield concern came right on top of that transition about how we're going to count fish. But I very distinctly remember senior member of the department staff come in and I asked him, I thought, a fairly reasonable question. So how are we going to go forward? And there were a number of things that were stated, and a number of other undertakings about studies and some habitat issues. And how much is that going to cost? We'll commit $10 million to that. Well, that never happened. We felt just a little bit, we relied on that undertaking, but the individual making it didn't have the juice to make that happen. Shouldn't have done it. So here we are, 11 years later. We have a much better counting system, enumeration system with the weirs and what's gone on. I think we have a much better handle on that. So what does it mean to delist this thing? I think it's very difficult to do that in an historic context. Former comments. The other comment I would make is, in the main stem of the Susitna, there are a great number of side channels where these sockeye are spawning. That was discovered in the Susitna River dam studies and now in the Watina Dam. And the same people that did some of those prior studies did the one a few years ago, and guess what? The fish are right where they used to be, and about the same numbers they used to be. So anyway, as we move forward, yes, maybe a precaution is the way to go. But to tilt that precaution directed at one user group, I'm just not sure that's fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the issue? My far left. Stand up, sir, so she can see you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman and board members. I'm Stephen Braun, the Northern District Set Netters, and I was also present when this was at the stock of yield concern, I think in 2007. And I would caution you, I've fished in Fire Island for nearly 40 years, and the decrease of abundance of Susitna sockeye was not an accounting problem entirely at all. They went down. They are coming back. The last 3 years for me was in sockeye harvest at my site were 3 of the top 5 in the last 20 years. Not a huge finite number, but it is a huge improvement. I'd also caution you, what are the implications of delisting this? Does that open up a new personal use fishery that's going to be added to the harvest? I would suggest one of the implications could be you could remove the regulation that came with that stock of yield concern to the Northern District that limited us to 1 net from July 20 to August 6. If it's delisted, I would suggest you remove that regulation and put it back where we used to be, and not just 1 net from July 20 to August 6. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to comment? Mr. Sykes in the back of the room.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Jim Sykes. I'm a personal use fisherman from Palmer, and I have served on the Mat-Su Fish and Wildlife Board. I think that caution would be urged on the delisting. We hear about the allocation issues, about how wide the margin should be for what is considered by some over-escapement, and we're just barely meeting the minimums, if we're lucky, on the west side. It's true, it's a complex river system, and it's shallow, and it's long, unlike Kenai. But this system was a mega producer, sometimes outperforming Kenai, and maybe 30 years ago. But it's a system that is sustainable, and it's still in the process of restoration. What we hear, budget-wise, is that what few weirs we have are at risk of not being there next season. We don't have real-time measurement, other than the occasional weir, like they do in Kenai, and our data doesn't get crunched until after the fishing season. And so I think it's a little early to go there. In regards to personal use fishery, yeah, I totally agree. You have to have fish there to make sure that you've got a fishery, but I don't think what has been contemplated is having red salmon be the target species. As I understand the proposals, it's pinks and chum, and right now it's true. We don't have an idea of what those numbers are, and until we do, I think that it would be the goal here is preservation and restoration of the resource, and we're not there yet. And I would be happy to see these delisted, but only if we really are comfortable with the fact that we've made enough progress that delisting it isn't going to result in something that we've already experienced, which has been a huge downturn over the past 35 years. Thank you.
Thank you. We're getting very close to noon. Does anyone else wish to wrap up? Mr. Martin? Do you want to just stop it after this witness for lunch or what? Okay.
Thank you. My name is David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. The couple new factors that has been brought out On?
Yes, it is.
Okay, sorry.
I never had problems hearing you. Go ahead.
With or without the mic, huh? Okay, I got you. The Susitna drainage, I read a report there that basically the northern pike that's come along, you've got 20% less sockeye production than what you had prior to the pike. There's, I don't know, half a dozen or about a dozen lakes that have been extirpated from sockeye production. I know that through the Cook Inlet Aquaculture Association, which is funded by a 2% self-assessment of the commercial fishermen, has done a lot of work in the Susitna drainage on Shell Lake that used to be a pretty good producer, up to 60, 80,000 sockeye in it. It is full of pike. It also got some parasitic problems in it. And actually, I was the one that brought up at the Aquaculture Board, which I also sit on, to put some money in that to take some of those sockeye and put them in the hatchery to try to rehabilitate that system. And we actually had to convince the department to do it. They said, "What do you want to do it for?" He said, "Well, we got to try to save the gene pool." You know, they're ready to write it off. That's a work in progress, whether it's going to work or not. I mean, we've tried. Also, Aquaculture Association is every year goes around and does the beaver dam openings up in the Susitna drains. A lot of times the department doesn't have the money. They'll get calls. They'll call Aquaculture Association and say, "Can you go open this dam up here or there?" That happens all the time, pretty much exclusively. Aquaculture is also putting money into flying the system to look for lakes that might have elodia in it, because we got the invasive species elodia.
Yeah, if you could bring your comments back to the stock of concern.
Yeah, I will, and it's all getting to, when you're talking about this sockeye yield concern, you've got to take into consideration you're going to have 20% less salmon production out of that system. And that brings us to, it might be some management issues, because last year, like in Larson Lake, the creek was 80 degrees. Our AC put a proposal in last cycle to close the mouth of Larson Creek to sports fishing because it's a pothole there, and they catching them, snagging them. It's my understanding this year there was a substantial number of fish dead, over 3,600. You might want to ask the department how many were harvested there and how many were dead from either catch and release mortality or the results of the warmer water, which is lethal. So we need to take care of the systems that we have in here, because this warm water issue is a big one up there, and it's not a yield concern so much as maybe a management issue, but in any respect, it doesn't qualify for maintaining the yield concern on it. Thank you.
Would you hand the mic to your friend, Mr. Delo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name's Howard Delo. I'm on the the Mat-Su Borough Fish and Wildlife Commission. And when we met and discussed this topic of removing the stock of concern for the Susitna, Yet, and the sockeye, I was probably the loudest voice saying, no, don't do it. We're not back safe enough yet, in my opinion. We had a lot of discussions. The department gave us assurances that no regulatory changes would occur. Even if it was delisted, it would be managed the same way. Being a retired fish and gamer, I do have to admit to a little trepidation in taking everything at face value, but I was okay, they're not going to change any of the management, so that things are looking at least status quo, more a semantic argument about is it or isn't it. And then we started hearing that of the 3 weirs that are currently used in the assessment after the season is closed of what the run strengths were, there's a good possibility 2 of them are going to go away. So we're going to look at a drainage that's 350 miles long and probably almost as wide, that's going to be assessed on whether it made its proper escapements with one weir on one lake. That causes me a little concern too. And to further add to it, at the workshop down in Kenai a couple of years ago, I raised the point that we have a very precise formula on how a stock can get into stock of concern, but we don't have a specified formula on how to get it out. And I have heard two different versions from the department. I don't think anything's been formally adopted. I don't know which version they used this time around. The other concern I had was in looking at the data, and they presented this information to us, and please correct me if I give the wrong number, but in the last 11 years since they shifted to the weir evaluation, I think there's only a couple years where all three weirs made their escapements.
Yeah.
And that has caused me a little concern, because most of the residents in the valley say, okay, this is how they're evaluating it, but they didn't make a statement on this lake or that lake or these two lakes or whatever. So people are kind of wondering exactly how they are evaluating it. Now, having said all of that, and talking within our commission, I do support the idea of them delisting, with the caveat that there will be no regulatory changes in how that fishery is managed. And I'll leave it go at that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We're running up against the noon hour. I'll entertain one or two more, and then we're going to shut down the discussion. Way over on my left, the only thing I can see is a hand in the air.
Thank you. My name is Trevor Rollman, Northern District Set Netter. Just a few comments. Just to distinguish between what's going on in the Sioux and the Kenai, the arguments that the Kenai is over-escaped or not is interesting, you know, too many fish, whatever. The Sioux is absolutely, I mean, not over-escaped. We could use more fish up there. It is making a slow recovery, absolutely, from just measurements we've seen in catches. I agree with Mr. Brond. My catches have been better the past few years. You know, why, for sure, who knows, but it's nice to see there is a recovery happening. You know, there's been the escapement goals that have been lowered recently, so just because escapement goals are lowered and we're starting to meet those doesn't mean that the system is back to its original health. As my dad testified yesterday, you know, in the 70s, the runs were terrible coming off of federal management. The department did a great job of getting those runs back up to a great strength, but then in the last, you know, decade or more, we've seen declines. So we've got pike, you know, all the reasons. We don't know what they are, and that's part of the problem is we don't have great assessment going on. You know, 2 or 3 weirs is not a great way to measure what's going on up in those rivers, and I understand budgets and all that kind of stuff, but this is a difficult decision to make. You know, getting into this in the first place, the stock of yield concern, and now getting out of it, if that's what we're going to do, man, caution, I think, has been the theme, and I agree. Another thing that's written into the Northern District management plan is that there should be assessments made every 3 years when the board cycles come up to go and assess riparian habitat. I mean, I don't know. I'd be interested to ask the department. I don't know. I don't know when the last time that's been done and if that's was done prior to this meeting cycle so that we could have some idea. I heard the other gentleman talk about habitat, and that's a huge concern. So many things. But my concern is I don't think that we, if we delist this and accept this as the new normal, how will we ever know if this system is operating at optimum efficiency? I think we have a system that is incredibly robust and diverse, as Mr. Wood pointed out a minute ago, that, you know, we've got tons of estuaries, different places. We have lakes, streams, spawners going all over the place. I mean, I think that's what makes this system robust and has allowed it to survive despite all of the things that the pressures on it. I don't think it's operating at optimum efficiency, and we can see that from historical numbers that used to be there. So I'd like to see this system continue to make efforts to pass more fish through, get more spawners up there, and hopefully not settle for the new normal of escapement goals that we have now, but see those increase even more. So I think that my personal is that adopting, if we move to delist this, then we're settling for a new normal. I don't think that's a great idea. So do what's best for the fish. Don't jump the gun to appease user groups. You know, if that's what this is about. Don't do what's best for me. Don't do what's best for the sports fishermen. Do what's best for the fish. And another, just a philosophical question. If no regulations are going to change, why make the delisting? I mean, I don't get it. You know, that doesn't make sense. And yeah, why add another user group if we're going to delist as far as the PU fishery goes?
If you could wrap
Anyway,
up.
yeah, that's what I got.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is anyone that has not testified that wants to be the last one on the subject? Hearing, seeing no one, that ends the discussion on the sockeye stock of concern with Susitna. It is on your agenda as both a discussion of potential board action. Obviously, we cannot take board action during this committee of the whole, so I'll leave that up to the chair to determine where that fits into the schedule later on, but I have to agree with one of the testifiers that should be first up because it'll most likely impact either way the decision is reached.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Our intention is to take up the Susitna stock of concern, any board action, potential vote, right during deliberation, right before committee of the whole Group 2 deliberation. At this time, we're going to take a lunch break and be back at 1:15 sharp. We have 34 more proposals in this group, and we'll see everyone at 1:15. Thank you.
We haven't met. I'm
Yeah, I don't know. Welcome back, everyone. We have 6 of 7 board members present. It is 1:19 p.m. Before we get started, I have an announcement about after the meeting tonight. Suzanne Steiner is the founder and president of Alaska-based Beluga Whale Alliance. Ms. Steiner will be hosting a presentation immediately following the end of the meeting today here in the meeting hall. She will introduce the Alliance to the fishing community and share in a dialogue about how the fishing community can participate in beluga monitoring. Again, that will be today at the end of our meeting. We're on Committee of the Whole, Group 2, 34 proposals with Chair Board Member Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We now go with proposals number 133, and it was proposed by the Mat-Su Borough Fish and Wildlife staff.
Proposal 133. This proposal would amend the Central District Drift Gillnet Fishery Management Plan by removing the option to expand one drift gillnet fishing period from Drift Gillnet Area 1 to a district-wide period from July 16 to 31 for Kenai River run sizes of 2.3 to 4.6 million fish. It would also amend languages that state there are no mandatory restrictions to drift gillnetting from August 1 to 15, to stating that drift gillnetting on regular Monday and Thursday fishing periods from August 1 to 15 will be restricted to one or more of the expanded Kenai section, expanded Sealoft section, Anchor Point section, and Drift Gillnet Area 1. Finally, all additional fishing time from August 1 to 15 on days other than regular fishing periods would be limited to one or more of the expanded Kenai, expanded Sealoft, and Anchor Point sections. Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Does the organization have a spokesman on this issue?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Larry Engel. I'm representing the Matanuska-Susitna Borough as a member of their Fish and Wildlife Commission. Before I get started, I'd say one of the issues associated with this next 12 proposals, there's a lot of information in PC 83. I encourage you to review those if you haven't already. Mr. Chairman, before I start providing new information, I'd like to have your approval of looking briefly at the history that brought us to the current drift management plan, a plan that reduces fishing in the mixed stocked area and provides additional fishing time in more terminal areas. You concur with that? Thank you. When you look back at the historical way the drift fishery was managed in Cook Inlet, you'll find that it was basically 2 regular periods a week, and they fished district-wide. And the time was either adjusted, more fishing time or less, according to the abundance, primarily, almost totally, of the Kenai River sockeye, where we had sonar counters in the lower extremities of the river. And that form of fishing allowed the fishermen to fish wherever they wanted to, of course, and they fished where the fish were most abundant. And that happened to be in areas where the stocks were almost totally mixed. What do I mean by mixed? I mean that there was pink salmon, chum salmon, coho salmon, and sockeye salmon, and all different stocks of those mixed together. You throw a net out, and you're likely to catch one or more of all of them, but you'd mostly catch sockeye salmon bound for the Kenai River. That form of management, where the Kenai made the decisions of whether you added time or reduced time, didn't always match with the abundance or productivity of other species and other stocks. And that, through the years, began to get us into trouble. And that trouble was brought before the boards starting in the late 1990s. Virtually every year the board met, they dealt to some extent with the drift fishery modifications. And by the way, I was 9 years of that, I was dealing with that issue, so I'm quite familiar with the changes and adjustments that came about. But to give you an idea, You talked a lot about this earlier, about return per spawner and all that in the Kenai River. Well, when you look at the mixed stock mixture, let me just give you one example. The Kenai is a very robust, productive stock, and we heard that it produces 4 to 4.5, used to, returns per spawner. You look at the Susitna, totally different environment there. Those sockeye returned about less than 2, 1.8. So if these buddies are swimming side by side and you adjust your fishing time for the Kenai, what's it going to do to the less productive stock or the less numerous stock? And that's, of course, one of the reasons why we saw stocks like Susitna sockeye go into a stock of concern. So, okay, that's basically the problem that was facing the board, and the board attempted to deal with that. And in 2014, the board made a major change in the way we manage the Cook Inlet. And basically, that's the structure that's before us today. What was that structural change? Well, they made almost no changes to the fishing management scheme prior to July 9th or after July 31st. But in the time in between the 9th and the 31st of July, there was substantial changes to the way we managed the drift fishery. And basically, it was to provide for substantially wider than we had previously inshore harvest areas. You've heard all about expanded Kenai, expanded Kasilof, and then they added the anchor point section. And the management of the drift fishery at that time then became dependent upon 3 tiers of abundance of Kenai sockeye, the forecast. Runs less than 2.3, you are allowed to do certain things as a manager for Cook Inlet. So, and between 2.3, different things were allowed, and above 4.6. Basically, it was when there was a small run of Kenai sockeye forecasted, you were fishing inshore almost exclusively. When it was between 2.3 and 4.6, a more average run. Then there was fishing out in Area 1, which is that area south of Calgon Island, and in the inshore terminal area. So when it got over 4.6, a large run was relaxed even further. And basically that was the what was done, major changes to the drift management plan. The last Board of Fish meeting in 2017, the board made some adjustments to that. And essentially what they did is, the major adjustments was they provided the opportunity when the run was between 2.3 and 4.6, a very average and common abundance, to provide an additional option for an additional district-wide opening for the drift fishery. And they made a minor change to impact on the drift fishery, but more on the set net fishery when you heard all about the 1% rule going from July 1 to July 7th in the set net fishery. Okay, now what's the new information and what's the purpose of this proposal that we have before us? Why did we put it forth? Well, basically what the proposal does is ask to have that district-wide opening that was added to the last board meeting eliminated. Go back to what we had before that. And it also asks for the concept, the regulations essentially that are in place through July 9th through the 31st in the district, was to have that continued into August, add another 2 weeks to the concept and the regulations that were already in place. So that's basically what the proposal is asking for. New information I would tell you is this: when the first year, 2017, when the district-wide opening was put forth, there was 39,000, just a few hundred less than 40,000 coho caught. That was well above what the sport fishery in my neighborhood, the Matanuska, Susitna Borough, caught that year was about 34. So that one new period that was added, they're catching more fish than the sport fishery caught in the entire year there. The next period, which was the first one in August, this is another district-wide, was 45,000. So those two fishing periods, they caught 85,000 coho. Now keep in mind, the purpose of this management plan, when you read the preamble, and I'm not going to sit down and read it to you, but essentially it was to achieve escapements of all salmon to the northern district and to minimize the harvest of coho and provide reasonable opportunity to the sport fishery. And some of these new additions to this management plan seem very contradictory to that sort of scheme. So basically that's the purpose, the reason for the plan, and some information that led us to putting it forth. And I'll stop at that point, Mr. Chairman. I've talked long enough.
Thank you. Any questions? There's
We
one.
have 7 of 7 board members present. Thank you, Mr. Wood.
Oh, never mind. Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to address this issue? Off to my left.
Mr. Chair, members of the public, my name is Paige Herring, for the record.
Could you speak up a little with the mic, please?
Yes, absolutely. I do have a question. I have a little heartburn with this proposal because it doesn't say what the objective is. Is the objective to get fish in the Northern District, or is the objective to get fish in river? So in other words, is this an allocative question, or is this a conservation measure? Now, the board has already taken action in Kodiak to protect Susitna-bound stocks. Potentially, you could take this drift action. The next logical step would be to take something out of the Northern District. I am a Northern District set netter. I have a long history of watching actions taken by management to fulfill this kind of regulation, and they have to go after the Northern District. So I would really encourage you thinking down the line here where this is actually going. At the same time, if you're going to put more fish in the river and restrict commercial fisheries and open a personal use, which is another proposal coming out of the Matsu Commission, I think that we're kind of working at cross aims here. I just would like a definition of where this is going. Is it a conservation thing, or is it just sheer allocation?
This would not be the forum for asking questions. If you have more information you want to share with us anew, that's fine. We welcome that. Mr. Martin in the front row.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. The author of this addresses the history of the fishery. He selected to only go back so far. When I first got a job in Alaska, it was with the old-timer that came up after the war, and it was drifting, and they drifted in the Northern District. They had 5-day-a-week fishery, 7-day-a-week before that, so the history goes back a long ways, not just into the 90s. This addresses some of the issues that RAC brought up in some of our proposals, the minimized language, the stock of yield concern on the sockeye was the avenue to put these restrictions on the drift fishery in the Northern District set net fishery, and this is just to elaborate on those and even cause more closures in the drift fishery. This is the heart of the drift fishery and the Northern District set net fishery. This would be kind of the death knell in the whole industry, and right during the peak of the period. Everybody's got a Cook Inlet Area H drift permit that allows a harvest of all stocks in the Cook Inlet drainage, not just Kenai River or just the Kasilof River, includes Susitna River too. The purpose stated in here was to minimize the commercial harvest. Again, you look at the data from 95, the commercial harvest of coho has, from the drift feed has gone from an average of 6, 7 to 800,000 down to 150, 200,000. And that's of stocks that are going to 1,000 coho streams, not just the Northern District. This time frame that's addressed in here, data showed that the Northern District bound stocks are pretty much through the Central District by the end of July. This would put restrictions on there for sockeye. They're not even going, or salmon that are not even going through the Central District during this August time frame. It would totally eliminate the harvest of abundant pink salmon, especially on even years. Again, sometimes those runs are from 5 million to 40 million pink. So this is strictly an allocative proposal and it shouldn't be voted on. We opposed it unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. In the back of the room, the gentleman standing up with his hand.
Yeah, hello, Mike Wood with the Mat-Su Fish and Wildlife Commission. I mean, I'd come out and answer your question. It is allocative. It gets fish from the Central District into the Northern District, and how it could be the death knell of the Northern District set netters is beyond me, because of the fishing we've seen up there at the mouth of the Susitna River on the very first net before you can't fish. We've had experienced way higher catches ever since the implementation of this quote-unquote conservation corridor. I'm going to speak, that's totally speaking from the mouth of a set netter, okay? And then I'll echo what my friends the Thistles would say, that they've seen their catches increase considerably since 2014. Now, the whole time I do this, I try to speak on behalf of the river and where I live upriver, and that's where I try to keep my wheelhouse, not with rod and reel and not with net, but absolutely it helps to get fish through that Central District and up into the Northern District and into the rivers in front of my house. And as far as I'm concerned, if you never fished in the center of the inlet again, you'd be doing the Susitna River a favor. And that comes all the way through Shelikoff Strait, all the way up through Cook Inlet. So, yeah, it's allocative. It's going to put fish back in the Susitna River where they belong. I'll be quiet now.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Up in the front, Dan Anderson. Stand up, Dan, so you can see. There you go.
Yeah, Dan Anderson, speaking on behalf of myself. You know, every single person in this room is a business person of one form or another, varying degrees. The closer you harvest them fish to the river mouth, their quality definitely changes, which affects the processor's ability for profitability, and then it trickles down, and you guys all know about trickle down on economies into wherever. But so the more of them type of restrictions you put us in, I think I mentioned in my personal testimony, I think, when you put us in that corridor, you know, I mean, you just told that net, you told that net, they told that net. That fish is nowhere near as pretty when it comes on board versus being in like Area 1, the South End Inlet, or when we used to be able to go to Area 2. It's nowhere near as pretty. So keep that in mind, the economical consequences of all these things, not just to people's recreation interests or the hypothetically of trying to feed the animals in the Alaska Zoo. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have new information?
Mr. Chairman,
Hand up. I'm sorry, is there a question?
Could I ask Mr. Anderson a question?
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
I'm curious when you talk about the, lowered quality, fishing in closer, it sounds like most of that impact is from towing and physical damage as opposed to the fact that the fish is changing and, getting ready to make its spawning run.
And to answer that question, there's two layers of diminished returns or quality to that fish. One, of course, is the natural cycle as the fish gets closer towards the river. The second is the towing. In order to fish the corridors, the way them lines are construed, I mean, the fish, they come, you're familiar with lines, you know what that works. The fish come over the line, the idea is to be first in line to catch the fish. So you have to keep towing, the way the corridor lines are set up currently, you're towing almost just to maintain the line, and you drift along the line. Sometimes you fall back a little bit away, you tow a little harder. Sometimes it wants to throw you outside the line, you tow harder inside. But the longer your net's on the line, the more likely you're going to have a successful set. And then there's some places in that corridor you can tow the bejesus out of the net, and you can't keep it away from being thrown over the line. So there's all kinds of issues there. And I mean, I normally set my net when we got, let's say, an Area 1 opening, and the fish concentration isn't overly heavy. Half hour at the most, I'll leave it set before I retrieve the gear. So maybe 45 minutes if it's really slow and there's a tide change or something happening. But in the corridor, it's not unheard of for somebody for 2.5, 3 hours towing on that net, because once you pick that net up, then you got to go find a place to wiggle it in, sometimes with pretty minimal space and annoying people, and it's just really frustrating. And I don't think it just completely, and maybe a processor could speak to it some too, but it's certainly, the fish certainly look more tired. And I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, you did. I was just trying to get a picture of it. Apparently the physiological changes that a fish goes through when it's going into fresh water doesn't affect the set net harvest, but I'm thinking, we have restrictions in one of the special harvest areas in the bay where towing to stay within the district under those circumstances is against the law. So anyway, I'm just trying to find out more about how your fishery works, but thank you for that.
Yeah, no, I mean, it really, I mean, and I'm a really quality conscious guy but you have to keep towing. Because if you don't, as soon as you pull the gear, and then you got to sometimes look for 20 minutes, a half hour to find a little wiggle room somewhere to get it back into line where you might have some success. It's a really troubling thing to do. It's very frustrating to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Any other questions? I believe Hannah had a hand up back. Nope, I guess not. Okay. There.
For the record, my name is Georgie Heverly. I'm a permit holder in the Central Drift gillnet fishery. So as hard as it is to list these numbers, I'm going to give you my catch records for the end of July and beginning of August 2019 as they relate to coho stocks. I think this paints a really good picture. My father and I operate a dual permit vessel. So we do have 50 fathoms of additional gear on board. On July 25th, we caught 8 coho salmon to yield 43 pounds. On July 28th, we caught 0 coho. On July 29th, we caught 35 coho salmon to yield 177 pounds. On July 31st, we caught 2 coho salmon to yield 10 pounds. And on August 1st, we caught 9 coho salmon to yield 46 pounds. These extremely small numbers reflect the fact that conditions are changing, and there is not always reasonable coho harvest opportunity for the drift fleet. And, examples of changing conditions include, rising temperatures, fish behavior patterns are changing. And this means that the drift fleet has become less efficient in recent years in the harvest of coho stocks. And we are severely restricted already. So I encourage the board to review the data in the 2019 Cook Inlet Fishery Management Report. It lists specific fleet catch data in the coho fishery. And when later proposals come up, I'm going to speak more to allowing additional drift fleet harvest opportunity in the month of August in different fishing areas of Cook Inlet. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have new information for us? Up in the front, Mr. Menard.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mac Menard with Matt Suburo. I just want to touch on a couple of key pieces of information that'll help you build your record as you move forward on this. Cook Inlet's been historically a mixed stock fishery, and we've ended up with all kinds of issues with that. The decision in 14 and then revisited in 17 was to consider more of a terminal stock fisheries management program. It's not unlike what Mr. Johnson's familiar with in the Bay. And in terms of that quality, obviously, the Bristol Bay terminal stock fisheries are producing some pretty decent fish. But I do want to point to a couple of consequences that are important. And the Little Susitna fishery for coho was once the second largest coho sport fishery in the state. And now it's fallen to levels to where it's been restricted or closed in the last recent years. And that's of significant consequence. It's failed to meet its objectives in 2 of the last years since 2017. So we've got some pretty serious problems, and sport fishing effort has plummeted since 2010. It's less than half the previous 10 years and less than 1/3 of its historical levels. Think of the consequences of that economically. So a couple of key pieces that I'd encourage you to look at are RC 71, and hopefully you've got these in your packets. They were submitted early enough that that should have been the case. But I think you can see pretty clearly that on a fishery level, the drift fishery harvested 111,000, nearly 300 Northern District coho compared to 53,000. That's 2 times the sport fishery. And in PC 83, page 6, that graphic demonstrates the benefits of restricting harvest in the terminal areas. And I'd encourage you to study that. PC 83, page 11, shows that the drifters harvested an average of 53 coho per delivery in the corridor versus 10 coho in the expanded harvest area. So the terminology I'm using, so we're clear, our lexicon is important. Terminal harvest area, often referred to as the expanded harvest corridor. I'm using the terminology of a conservation corridor up the center of the inlet and referring to the terminal harvest areas in reference to terminal stock fisheries management. RC 33 illustrated that 73% of the Susitna sockeye are harvested in the Central District by the drift fleet. And that's for the period of 2005 to 18. And only 10% were harvested in the Northern District setnet fishery, and 4% were harvested in the sport fishery. That's exactly opposite of the goal of terminal stock fisheries management. It's completely inverse. I'd invite you to take a look at that one. Mr. Chairman, we may have other material depending on how public testimony goes, but I wanted to just simply point to a few resources that may be of value to you as you study it. Thank you.
Thank you, and I believe Mr. Malloy had his hand up right before. Oh, Mr. Payton has a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mac. I'd like your perspective as an ex-manager on maybe explaining to the board. So I hear a lot of times like, oh, well, you made the escapement goal up in XYZ drainage, right? Like say Little Sioux Coho. Well, you know, you met the goal, so it was a win, whether you had restrictions or not, but you just barely made the goal. Can you explain to the board how that's not, in my view, that's not necessarily a win for a sport fishery, making the minimum end of the goal? Can you kind of explain sport fishing objectives and goals around those?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman and Board Member Payton. You know, it really is a fundamental difference between successful sport fish management and commercial fish management. There is a fundamental difference. And if you ask yourself for just a moment, ask yourself that question right now and articulate it to yourself. What is the fundamental difference? In one hand, we measure success and failure in a commercial fishery by our ability to harvest the surplus fish and put them on, into the market. And quite honestly, we do a pretty darn good job of that. In sport fish management, your success and failure is not measured simply by dead fish. It's measured by a consistent opportunity to participate with a reasonable expectation that you can catch a fish. Those two objectives, those two outcomes are fundamentally different. It doesn't make one better than another, but it makes the case that you just explained of minimally meeting a goal and knowing that you had to restrict the fishery to do it. That can work in a commercial fishery, and you've taken the available surplus and you met your goal. In a sport fishery, it means that you've upset any kind of reasonable opportunity or expectation to participate. And so we've developed additional tools, but as we go through this, it doesn't make one management scenario better than the other, but it is entirely different, and success and failure is measured differently. So I hope I was able to address your question.
Any other questions, Mr. Payton? Mr. Godfrey?
I appreciate the contrast you just illuminated there between how you measure success, sport being defined differently than just dead fish. So I'm going to ask you probably a rather elusive question, but you can give it a go, and we'll do the reasonable person standard. What defines a reasonable expectation of catching a fish in the sporting industry? Is that 50-50 chance? 75-25? Better than 50%?
So, Mr. Chairman and board member, that's a really neat question, and there is no way for me to give you a percentage, but I will tell you this. In your own life, you have places you have gone, and you have a historical reference. So if you look at sport fish management plans, historical size and age composition is often referred to. Historical catch rates are often referred to. So I would answer your question by saying we would meet that expectation based upon our historical experiences there. And in some places that means we get to go to a place like Lower Tulare Creek with the expectation that you might land one 10-pound rainbow in an entire day. But if you go and you fish the New Halen River, you may expect to catch 60 fish, but none of them are going to be much more than 1.5 pounds. So you can answer your own question by just simply saying it's based principally on what your historical experiences have been. It's not going to be an empirical answer for one river to another river to another river. It would depend on what the expectation has been historically.
Well, I appreciate your answer, but I can assure you, you do not want me to use myself as a reference on that. Because if I catch something 1 out of every 10 times I drop a line in the water wherever I'm at, that's reasonable to me because I'm a lousy angler.
Well, there's your level.
I don't think you want to adopt that. Thank you.
Well, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions, Mr. Godfrey?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Mr. Couch.
In answer to Mr. Godfrey's question, in addition to being a Mat-Su Borough Fish and Wildlife Commission person and an advisory committee person, I am also a sport fishing guide for the Little Susitna River. And as mentioned earlier, the Little Susitna River is the largest sport fishery on an annual basis for coho salmon in northern Cook Inlet. And I run guided trips out there, and the expectation is that we're going to catch some salmon. If you look at harvest and participation data from the department, you have to have, especially on a guided trip, you have to have something like an opportunity to catch a fish, each person on about a trip, one per trip. If you don't catch fish per trip, the people that are taking the trip are likely not to come back, if they don't have some kind of average like that, I'm not saying you couldn't have some days where you don't catch them, and they'll kind of understand that, but
Mr. Scotch, let me ask you to bring your comments back to the proposal 133. I don't think you can ever get him to catch fish.
Yeah, and so that's, just wrapping it up, people do expect to catch some fish, and some people catch more than others, but they certainly expect the best fishery in the Mat-Su Valley, Alaska salmon fishing, they expect to catch fish. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin in the front row.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. That brought up my recollection back in, I don't know if it was the 90s, in the Kenai River. There's a publication put out, Loving the River to Death. They did surveys on there on what people's expectations were, why they came to the river, why they fished. And if my recollection's right, and that's what we got all these department people for here, maybe they can pull up that study, but it was like 70% of the people objective was just to get out and have a good time with their family. Catching a fish was not top of the priority. And you also go through the other data that shows that a small percentage of the people catch the bulk of the fish, as you relayed yourself, Mr. Godfrey. So, and the other aspect that was mentioned on the expectation of catching a salmon, I know for a fact in the Little Sioux a couple of years ago, there was in excess of 60,000 chum salmon that went up there that the guiding industry was fishing on, along with the cohos. Another part with the cohos in the Little Sioux, back in the, I believe it was the 90s, the department would release 500,000 coho smolt into that system. I think they did it for a period of 5 years. I might be off a year or two. Then they stopped that project, but they also kept the escapement goals of the return off of that enhanced stock up there. So those kind of goals are inflated. And then you go with the weir on the Little Sioux is up the riverways. You got an extensive fishery below that weir, especially in these warmer years where they're, like last year, they stayed down in the confluence for 2, 3, 4 weeks because of the warmer weather, catch and release pressure, and a lot of mortality up there that they don't make it up to the weir. So combination of a whole lot of factors, but myself, I'm not that great a sports fisherman either. Thank you.
Anybody that has not testified yet that wishes to testify? A gentleman in the back to your left. There you go.
Thank you, Brent Johnson, Eastside Senator. I testified at the beginning of historically how the fishery developed along the Kasilof, Kenai Rivers first, and of course there's a specific reason that happened, and that's because sockeye salmon like lakes, and that area has abundant lakes. Tustamina Lake is 73,000 acres, Skilak Lake is 24,000 acres, Kenai Lake is 12,000 acres. We've got Chakachamna Lake and Blue Lake. They're over 10, 14,000 acres. They're all in the Kenai Peninsula Borough. There's Crescent Lake on the west side. It's another 4,000 acres, I think. By the time you get to a lake that produces salmon in the northern district, you're all the way down to Chalatenna Lake, which is 3,000 acres. So you can see there's quite a difference in the water bodies that are producing salmon in the two different areas. And so the people that live on the Kenai Peninsula, we don't own those fish. And the people that live in the northern district don't own the fish up there. But we do have a department, and it's their job to make sure each of these streams, each of these lakes get escapement so that they can continue to have fish. And so I think that's where the direction should be, is on the department to set these various escapement goals.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else that has not yet testified? You haven't testified yet, Mr. Moore? Okay.
For the record, Roland Maw. May seem that way. Wanted to respond to a couple of issues. One of them is the determining, stock origins of these coho in the drift fleet. It's not a pleasant thing, but I think there's a huge disconnect going on here. In some of the genetic work that has gone on, they try to assign these coho to various reporting groups. There's 11, maybe 12 of them. One of which that I'd like to point out is the Southwest, and that's the west side over on the mainland below the Farlands. You also can call it Area 3, Area 4. And when you look at that reporting group, there's very small numbers there in terms of harvest. But then, what I did then was go and look at how our drift fleet harvests are coded for landing purposes. And we have a map for you if you'd like, 24460, and the little note up in the corner says, that is all Central District other than Corridor or Chinitna Bay. What that means is that all Area 3 and Area 4 harvests of coho are coded to the Central District. There is not that level of specificity in the harvest, where we code these fish as to where they're being caught. So the third thing I did was go and look at the drift gill net commercial coho harvest by date, stat area, and defined areas. And lo and behold, a whole different story unfolds. In 2017, out of the total harvest of cohos by the drift fleet, 25% of them were caught over on the west side. But because of a coding situation, they're accounted to the Central District. But yet when you look at the genetic profile in the reporting groups, it's only 1 or 2% is being recorded over there. There's a huge disconnect, and I would be more than happy to sit down and talk with whomever. I think it's an honest mistake simply because of the way the fish tickets are filled out. We do not report on our fish tickets a different statistical area for when we're in the center of the inlet as compared to when we're over on the west side, Area 3 and 4. It goes into the system. The genetics should have picked that up, but it didn't. And that's the disconnect.
Okay, thank you. I saw some hands up over here. There's a gentleman off to my left. Stand up, sir, so she can see you. Yeah. You have a question? One moment, please. They have a question from Mr. Maher.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Roland, you say they're all lumped together, but when you deliver your fish, aren't they marked separate on the fish tickets? Isn't there different sub-areas wherever you sell your fish?
No.
Okay, that's all I need. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes. Mr. Ma, could you please, you were talking about the 25% of this coho catch that came from the west side and the genetics, 1% of what were you referring to?
Of the total catch.
Total catch there comprised 1% of the total catch?
It's about 1.2%. When they did the genetic work, actually typed to a reporting group on the west side, But when you look at the catch statistics, because of that accounting issue, it comes out around 22, 23, 24%. That's the disconnect.
Are we talking about that big catch in 2017, or of something like 80,000 coho? I guess you lost me with the statistics, I'm sorry.
Well, that's why I suggest we, might want to have a look at this. There's got to be some answers here. I'm just noting the disconnect between what the genetic said versus what the catch records actually are.
Okay, well, I'll explore that with you maybe. Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Gentleman that's sitting off to the left.
Thank you. Steve Braun from the Northern District. I wasn't going to comment because I didn't have new information until I heard some other comments, so I will give some information. But
Put the mic a little closer, would you please?
I will give some new information, but first I'd just say, from the Northern District's perspective, anything that gets more fish, and we fought for this for 3 decades into the Northern District, we're all in favor of. Here, but we're all in this together. We're all in the inlet together. We're all in this room together. I would just caution that with making sure that it's equitably distributed among all of us. I mean, we're not out to put anybody out of business. My new information is that I heard a definition of a sport fisherman was a consistent opportunity to participate with a reasonable objective, you catch a fish. Well, I think that defines my commercial fishery for my entire career, because I never measure it by, I can't tell you how many times it said, well, we didn't get skunk today, did we? We got a fish. Sometimes we got a chum, one fish, a chum. But I think we might have more in common with the sports fishermen than I thought, because that defines our fishery. It is not defined by how much money I made necessarily every day, how many fish I caught. It really is a consistent opportunity to participate, which is why we went down to one net, keep us in the water, that whole thing. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that's not yet testified in the back of the room? Way back there, by the maps. Raise your hands there, stand up so she can see you. Well, the hand went back down again. Oh, there they are.
Ted Eichheid, Matsu Borough. I have some new information. I heard a 1990 study was referenced about why people fish, sport fish. ICER published a study in 1999 for the state of Alaska, and they looked at motivations why people sport fish, both resident anglers and non-residents. For the visiting anglers, non-residents, the main criteria visitors use in deciding where to fish is the chance to catch a lot of fish. So this economic research has been documented, and as I testified on Saturday, in the Matsu Borough from 2007 to 2017, angler participation has declined 50%. So it looks like people are not coming to the Matsu Borough because their reasonable expectation is not reasonably being fulfilled. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person will be Mr. Delo up here in the front.
Mr. Chair and board members, if I can remember them, I'm getting old. I just wanted to kind of summarize some points. One of them was semantics, and my esteemed aged colleague sitting next to me explained it pretty well. We use the terminology corridor only in relation to the conservation corridor in the center of the inlet. Everything over on the east side is expanded harvest zones is what we tend to call them, just so you don't get confused as you hear that word corridor. Secondly, I've heard several Northern District setnet people testify or react to over the last couple of days and make the comments that the last few years have been some of their better years in recent history. That tells me there's more fish coming up, and that has a direct bearing on the new management scheme involving the conservation corridor and the expanded harvest zones. The fish are getting through, but if we want to continue that improvement, that's part of what 133 is all about, is to try and revert things back to what they were prior to 2017. And then a further step is the segment on the August stuff. That's just to try and keep things moving along a little better. And that's two of them, and I had three, so I may have to just sit down and think about what the third one would have been.
Okay. Anyone else that has not testified wishes to present new information? And I want to stress new. Seeing no one, the proposer has the last word on anything that's been raised here that they wish to respond to, but it has to be new information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess the new information I have is that if we go back to the totally mixed stock fishery that we had prior to this corridor concept or the new management with more directed towards terminal fishery, it's going to be virtually impossible to achieve maximum sustained yield from a dominant stock, very productive stock, such as a Kenai sockeye. I don't think anywhere in the world, when you have a strong mixed stock fishery and you try to achieve maximum sustained yield out of the dominant productive stock, that doesn't come at some cost, significant cost, to the less dominant stocks that are harvested. And in turn, that could endanger their stability if you continue this year after year after year. And certainly it impacts the users of some of these non-dominant species or stocks. So I don't see how in Cook Inlet we're going to get away from this debate and argument of over-escapement or this or that pertaining to the Kenai River and other stocks formulation unless we go to a more terminal harvest situation where you have a better chance at achieving maximum sustained benefits. That's what they did out in Bristol Bay, and you've heard that time and time again. And I want to provide additional information in that I understand that when you're moved into a tighter area, no longer can fish the areas you historically have, and you're not quite as other species are not quite as available to you, that's a hardship. Darn hard thing to accept. And I further understand that your efficiency in catching fish is not as good in some of these terminal type concepts as if you fished in the mixed stocked areas. And that's true of Cook Inlet. I've examined the delivery rates of the fishery inside the expanded areas, the terminal areas, versus those in the district-wide areas. And they're not as good, so you're fishing harder. You're not as efficient. That's a hard thing to accept. But the reason people have accepted this in places like Bristol Bay is because it's to benefit your fishery. In the long run, the health of the fishery and the abundance of the fishery is there. And so unless we understand that concept, and I know it's difficult for the drifters to do that. Some of the concepts my dad as a commercial fisherman in Washington was difficult to accept. But in the good of the resource, these common property resources, we have to move in that direction. Otherwise, we're going to be talking about over-escapement or eliminated runs or stock of concern in other areas. So thank you for allowing those final comments, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Thank you, sir. And we now move on to Proposal 123. Staff?
Proposal 123. This proposal would rename Drift Gillnet Area 2 as the Conservation and Northern District Allocation Sanctuary Area. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Ben Allen was the proposer. Is he there?
I'm Ben Allen. I'm a fishing guide in the Matsu. I'm holding in front of me RC 71, if you could refer to that. All this proposal does is rename Area 2. My understanding, the intent of the management plan in regards to Area 2 and the drift gill net fishery is to minimize northern bound coho harvest. The idea of this proposal is to call Area 2 what it is and should be according to the management plan. I think the board should consider that the streams in the valley that have escapement goals for coho have had problems making the goals, and have had emergency orders for the sport fishery. And as I also pointed out in my testimony, many of the streams in the Matsu don't even have escapement goals. And I just want to reiterate, coho fishing has been pretty tough and pretty restricted here recently. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to address this proposal with new information? Hearing and seeing no one, we move to Proposal 126. Staff?
Proposal 126, this proposal would close the Central District Drift Gillnet Fishery Corridor. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Neil DeWitt is the proposer. Is he in the room today? I have not seen him. Okay. Does anyone else wish to address this proposal? Hearing and seeing no one, we move to proposal number 135. Staff?
Proposal 135. This would modify the Central District Drift Gillnet Fishery Management Plan to provide the department with the option to open drift fishing for 2 regular 12-hour fishing periods from July 24th to 31 in the Kenai River sockeye salmon runs of 2.3 to 4.6 million fish in all other waters of the Central District instead of just in the Drift Gillnet Area 1. Mr. Chair.
This is proposed by UCETA. Does UCETA have a spokesperson to address? I don't see a hand. There you go. Stand up, Mr. Moore.
This was Roland Moore with UCETA. This had a dual purpose. First, I'll deal with the pink side of this issue. The current pink salmon management plan opens up just what we call the Kenai section. That's that little 3-mile strip, basically north of the Blanchard line. But it doesn't, so far, it doesn't really relate in August. However, when we look at the sonars in the rivers, in the Kenai River particularly, these pinks start showing up there around the 25th, such that in some years, if the run is strong, they have trouble doing stock separation with these. Well, the area that's opened, I'm sorry, it's a waste of our time. Pinks aren't there. Pinks are going to be sort of southwest, down by the Kasilof River. We have a prominent piece of land that sticks out into the inlet, or vice versa, called Humpy Point, aptly named because of the historic pattern of how these fish move through there. So this was an attempt to address some of the pink issues. At least if you're going to let us fish pinks, let us fish where they're at and during the time they're there. The other issue that is touching in here, I don't know if you've read it in the issues paper, PC 119. Our sockeye stocks are showing up as entry pattern into the Kenai River later and later. In the last few years, 40+% of the entry into the Kenai River has occurred in August. And this was picked during a time and a place where we could harvest pinks as an industry and at the same time try to take the nose off of that August entry pattern on the sockeyes. Thank you.
Any questions? I have a question, Mr. Moore. How much later are you talking about now?
I'm sorry.
The sockeyes are running later, you were saying? How much later? When into August are you seeing them now where you hadn't been seeing them previously?
That's in the issues paper. I can get the page for you. But I think in the last 3 or 4 years, it's been up to 43, 46% of the entry of sockeyes into the Kenai River has occurred in August.
Okay.
The presumption is that some of those fish are out in the inlet. And maybe we can
Okay. Yeah, I'll look at the issue paper then if that's where it's at.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anyone else wish to address this proposal? I see no hands. Wave them vigorously if you want to say something. Then we move on to proposal number 134.
Proposal 134, this proposal would add Drift Gillnet Area 1 to the list of area options that can be fished for all additional fishing time from July 16 to 31 in the Central District Drift Gillnet Fishery Management Plan. Mr. Chair.
This was also proposed by UCETA. Someone here to address?
much of the previous comments also apply here, that these fish are entering clear down at the anchor point line. That's the area 1, and that would simply provide an opportunity to harvest some of these stocks before they get right up in the river.
Does that conclude your remarks?
Pardon?
Does that conclude your remarks?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anyone else wish to address this issue? Mr. Martin, sitting right to your right, just hand him the mic. There you go.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. We support this slate of proposals to have additional drift time out in the inlet. It's not unprecedented. It was a norm. Having the regular periods out in the middle and actually extra time when we had harvest in the fishery of 4 to 6 million sockeye. And right now, under the current management plans, we have 2 million. So what we're doing now isn't working, and this is one way to get back to have a viable fishery toward MSY, toward what the legal specifications of management of fishery is supposed to be. So we also have a proposal in later to do the same thing, have irregular 12-hour periods. It's also an indicator to the department of what's out there in the inlet. Without any commercial harvest out there, there's no calibration of what the test boat's catching or what species breakup there is. And with the warmer waters, as mentioned below, the fish are running deeper, so your catching power is less, and that's kind of right near in the peak of the fisheries, and we're supposed to be harvesting the resource throughout the run. When we're out of the inlet, middle of the inlet for 2 weeks during the peak, that's not meeting the objective of harvesting throughout the run, and affects the processors, the marketing, and all down the line, and quality too. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson in front row.
Thank you. And Mr. Martin addressed what I was going to partially address. My comment was the test boat is an indicator to the biologist and what's coming. The test boat doesn't always capture that. In my experience in my other fisheries in the Midwest, part of their biological equation was CPU It's catch per unit effort on the fleet. That kind of gives an indication of what's coming. I believe the local biologists use that also when they make their decisions on openings and closures. So that gives them just another tool in the box to assess maybe that tail end of the run. Oh my, there's more coming than what we thought, and maybe more fishing time is warranted, or maybe less even. But it's a tool. So the more data they got in the end, there's funding issues with the test boat, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so that's my comments on that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have new information for us? There's a hand in the back of the room. Oh, yes, you, sir. Stand up so she, there we go.
Yeah,
You understand, audience, the only thing I can see sometimes is a little hand, and that's it, okay?
Yeah, this is Joe Haynes, Kenai River Guide Association, and Art Silver will address shortly here. We've had conservation concerns over that we're still under restrictions from 20 years ago, and we strongly oppose any additional fishing time that puts more pressure on coho stocks in August trying to get to the river. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address with new information? Hearing, seeing no one, the proposal has, oops, Mr. Delo up in the front.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and board members. I remembered my third point from earlier, but it's relevant to this one. And that was in 2017, I was given personal communication from a Fish and Game staff member that 95%, that's a 95% of the coho that are harvested in the conservation corridor are Northern District fish. So kind of figure that out when you're looking at the idea of letting some of these fisheries back into the center of the inlet. Thank you.
Thank you. Proposer, as you seated, they have the last chance to speak to anything new that's been raised. Shaking your head no, so we move to the next proposal, 132. Staff.
Proposal 132, this proposal would allow drift gillnet fishery to be open district-wide for all Monday and Thursday regular 12-hour fishing periods throughout the season. Mr. Chair.
The proposer is John McCombs. Mr. McCombs, you wish to present?
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I wrote this, and we've heard this word historical, and what I will tell you is to refer to RC 65 I submitted, and it shows a study that was done, and it shows the historical participation of the driftnet fishery, which is exactly in the center of the inlet and is prosecuted mainly on the center rip. I'll also tell you that the first year that I had my drift permit was the first year they put a line up the east side, and they called it the Kasilof Corridor, and that was put in not as a restriction, but it was put in because there was a huge return to the Kasilof fishery, and we fished for 7 days in a row, as I recall, and that was a 3-mile corridor. However, all these corridors and lines have turned into restrictions for the drift fleet. I got to remind you that we've been restricted so much, and when we have these restrictions to small areas where no fish are present, we get called in on short notice in these Cook Inlet tides, and when we call to find the recording, they say they're going to give us an update later in the afternoon, which what I'm trying to establish here is the orderly fishery that everyone else seems to want to have, and I'd just like to know that I'm going fishing 2 days a week and where I'm going fishing, and I'm not going to be part of a cruel hoax and be sent out to where there's no fish present, and I don't think that's unreasonable. I also see these other fisheries that have been expanded, and some of them that are unlimited and unsustainable, and I think when the board considered their allocation proposal or limiting the drift fleet, that they didn't consider the cost that was associated with this. We catch, it takes us 5 openings in the corridor to catch what what we would catch in one opening in our historical area in the middle of the inlet. And that's the price. We're involved in a mixed stock fishery, but you got this blackout bingo thing going on with the inlet and cutting us out of these areas and naming these new areas silly poetic names in my mind, which are just a wholesale reallocation. So I guess I have some real problems with not being able to fish in the middle of the inlet 2/12s, which is only 1 day a week. Figure it out. I'd like to see this changed, and I'd like to say I could go on for quite a while, but I'm wholesale in favor of our opportunity and our reasonable opportunity to harvest these fish. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address this proposal in the back of the room? Please stand up. The one with a hand about 5 foot tall. There you go.
Gary Diamond, Eastside Set Netter. I'm all for those guys going out there because it says, oh, doesn't seem to mind this and that, but every time they put those guys in the corridor, everybody forgets about the Eastside Set Netter. They put all those drift boats in that corridor, and all these families that live here year-round, 85%, up and down the coast there, you put all those boats in front of them. When they can't go out in the middle, where are they at? They're on the East Side Corridor. All those families suffer all the way up and down the coast. And, you know, there are set netters there, and they say they're getting corked. All these set netters along the East Side Beach, they put all those boats out there, and the East Side set netters suffer the consequences. And they put them out there day after day, and everybody forgets about the East Side set netter.
Anyone else wish to address Proposal 132? Mr. McCombs, do you hear anything new that you want to respond to? Shake a hand. We'll now take a 10-minute break. We'll return and resume at 1:25. Proposal 125.
Georgie is wondering if she could chat with you really quick. Sure. Thank you. Yeah.
Should be another one, unless otherwise whole. Okay, so I want them more than that? Okay, that works, somebody wants to. Okay. I think that's not stated anywhere. But like at least, but I'm thinking about redoing the whatever the RC was, 50%, but it also says you're in compared to the electric.
Welcome back, everyone. We have 7 of 7 board members present. It is 2:44 p.m. Continuing through Committee of the Whole, Group 2. Chairman Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We start now with Proposal 125. Staff.
Proposal 125. This proposal would make numerous significant changes to the Central District Drift Gillnet Fishery Management Plan. The plan would include from June 19th to July 19th, 2 regular Monday-Thursday fishing periods per week. From July 6th to July 15th, 2 fishing periods during this time will be restricted to Drift Gillnet Area 1. After July 15th, the drift fishery may be closed by emergency order. From July 20th to August 1st, drift fishing would be restricted to 1 12-hour fishing period per week to Drift Gillnet Area 1 and 1 period per week in the expanded corridors. By July 22nd, if the Kenai River escapement is not within 200,000 fish of the minimum SEG, the drift fleet or commercial fish and other commercial fisheries and the Kenai River sockeye salmon sport fishery would be closed. Prior to August 1st, if the Kenai River sockeye salmon escapement goal is exceeded, Drift Gillnet Area 1 would be open for 1 period per week with at least 3 expanded corridor openings per week. From August 3rd until closed by EO, the fishery will be open every Monday in areas 3 and 4 only. Every Thursday, the fishery will be open in areas 1, 3, and 4. Mr. Chair.
Any proposals for Mark and Elbridge Walker? Are you present? Yes, sir. She's right behind you. There you go.
Hello, Board and Chairman Wood. The first thing I want to say is there's no way that the department can manage this fishery between the 16th and the 31st.
Put the mic up a little bit, please.
Between the 16th and the 31st to control the escapement levels. With the restrictions that we have in place now for the drift fishery between the 16th and the 31st, I mean, we're quite limited to what we can do to actually hamper the fish running into the river. I mean, we're talking 1 day a week, basically, we fished. If you look at 2019 as an example, it was a horrible failure. We sat in the river while basically 1 million fish went up. My proposal specifically is to help the northern coho get through. If you look, on the 19th, we start putting in some fairly serious restrictions for the drift fleet. At the last cycle, I had worked with other board members, and we had kind of worked on a 23rd date. That's kind of the 22nd, 23rd was, the date we really got to start worrying about these coho moving through. And, when you look at the Upper Cook Inlet management plan, we're supposed to conserve them. We can't completely eliminate our catch of them. That's never going to happen. But we can try to conserve them. I think many of us as drift fishermen have been trying to do that. And one of the gentlemen on the east side made a good point. When we're on the corridor, we're, kind of cutting their fish off. And the numbers really show that almost when you put us in this east side corridor that we are no more specific to sockeye than we were if we were in the middle. So, there is a slight discrepancy, but it's not a whole lot. And so what we need to do is start figuring out a way where we can all work together to get the coho through, let the drift fishermen still drift, and still manage the run to the Kenai under the current plan. But at 1 day a week, there's absolutely no way the fish can be stopped to go into that river. And then we are looking at over escapement again and lots of wasted fish. There was one mistake I had made in the middle of that paragraph, and it should be for the 3rd of August instead of the 1st. I want to stay consistent there with the 3rd. And this proposal works with the other one that I had proposed, 103. And so the two go really well, and that's RC 67, by the way. So under this, what I am trying to do is actually help get the coho to the Northern District and give the drift fleet some reasonable opportunities so that we can actually stop these fish from getting to the river. I mean, that's the number one problem we have right now, is being able to stop the fish, get into the river before there's too many in it. Thank you.
Any questions? Anyone else wish to testify on 125 with new information? Seeing and hearing no one, we go to the next proposal, which is 131. Staff?
Proposal 131, this proposal would allow the drift gillnet fishery to be open district-wide for all Monday, Thursday, regular 12-hour fishing periods throughout the season. Mr. Chair.
Teague, Vanek? He wasn't here earlier. Is Teague in the room? Mr. McCombs, you wish to testify?
I guess I know Teague, and I got to speak in favor of this proposal for the same reasons. The drift fleet has been restricted. If you look at the map that we have to operate under, it looks like blackout bingo. There again, there's so many lines drawn. I'd like to tell you that our fishery over the time has been reduced. We're actually fishing about 28% of our time in area. And so, like, some of this has already been known, but on behalf of Mr. Vanek, I'd like to speak in favor of this proposal because he's not here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to? Mr. Martin?
Yeah, real quick, David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. Some of the talk that we had at our AC, and also Mr. Vanek is on our AC in the local community there in the Nilchik, is that, by not having this on the books, you could be EO'd open, but that's never happened. But if it is on the books as a regular period, you have EO authority to close it, which has happened in past history of our management plans. There's been quite a few regular periods that used to be EO'd in time and area, but can't remember of any that was EO'd as an extra opener, so that's reflected in our minutes too. Thank you.
Thank you. To the left.
Yeah, I'm Jeff Berger. I'm Regional Manager for Pacific Star Seafoods, and I'm on the Central Peninsula Advisory Council. I just wanted to speak in favor of this sort of a proposal where we have regular openings on, 2 days a week, 12 hours a day, 1 day a week, like John McCombs was talking about. From a production side of things and a processor side of things, this would be a lot better for us to have, a fishery where we prosecuted it on a known basis, where we knew we were going to have openers, regular openers, 2 days a week, where we could plan for it. And then the other side of it is when you have corridor openers 5 days a week and you're unloading very small amounts of, 5 times a week instead of maybe more significant catches a couple times a week would be much more efficient and better for the processing sector anyway. So that might be something that nobody, has brought forward before. So.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Anderson, just hand it to him if you would think.
Yeah, Dan Anderson, speaking on behalf of myself. And again, to that business thing, we're all businessmen. As a businessman, and I've had to make my own ice in my Midwest fishery, I have seen totes and totes and totes and totes and totes of ice that were made at a quite expense to the processor. Just sit there and melt at the docks because they prep, thinking, because they got to be ready, they got to get ahead of that. And we don't get an opening, and anyway, so it comes at a cost, monetary cost, which trickles right down to all of us. Thank you. The importance of the regular stuff is really important.
Anyone else wish to address us with new information on 131? Hearing and seeing no one, we go to proposal 129.
Proposal 129, this proposal would allow the commissioner to restrict Central District drift gill nets to less than 150 or 200 fathoms in length and reduce net depth to no more than 29 meshes. Mr. Chair.
Proposer is Cursa, representative. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Kevin Delaney, Kenai River Sport Fishing Association. Number 129, which would give the department the authority to shorten and shallow drift gill nets, is offered up basically for two reasons. One, we've yet to hear a discussion of this tool for the drift fleet in areas especially like the confined areas in the corridor, and we're wondering if it would be a tool that would have merit. Secondly, selective harvest has always been extremely important for us to pursue and encourage, and I guess we offer that up. If it has no merit, it has no merit. But are there times that the drift fleet could be out more often, fish different areas? We don't know the answer to those questions. The debate over this proposal might bring some of that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wish to address the new information on 129? Mr. Couch and then Mr. Martin.
So on behalf of the Matanuska-Susitna Borough Fish and Wildlife Commission, when we looked at this, Mr. Wood, one individual said that, another possible way of looking at this, instead of changing net sizes, is possibly changing hours. That if you wanted a regular fishery, the drift fishery has a lot of harvest capacity, and if it wasn't 12-hour fisheries, maybe you could have more of a regular fishery. Thanks.
Thank you. If you could hand a mic to Mr. Martin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. We're unanimously opposed to this. This is kind of getting punitive. It's going a little bit too far. There's nothing in this proposal that addresses anything on cost. It would cost millions and millions of dollars to restructure gear to this level, 29 meshes. There's absolutely no information at all that justifies it. The fact that you say if you go to 29 meshes, maybe you can fish more. We heard the same thing 3 years ago when we were here with the set nets. Go to 29 meshes, you can fish more. They didn't. In August 1st last year, they were closed completely, and 300,000 sockeye went in the Kenai River with 29 mesh nets. They did not fish anymore. So that's just, this gets to the point of just being absurd. Some of these proposals that come in here just to keep restricting, and the data doesn't show it. And I better quit while I'm ahead, so thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have a multitude of hands. We're just going to start from left to right. Mr. McCombs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I find this proposal particularly antagonistic, and I'm not in favor of it. I will tell you that, like I've stated in previous testimony, that the drift fleet's already been reduced 28% of their time in area, if you're talking about that. Now you're talking about gear. Well, we know from last summer that the water was very warm and the fish were running deep. So my idea is to go to 60 meshes, and I'll leave it there.
If you'd hand the microphone to Mr. Anderson next to you.
Thank you. Dan Anderson for the record. I'm going to try to wrap my head around, there's a couple points here. The voluntary buyback that a steamboat participant's done by buying extra permits to take some gear out of the water. We've done that. Somebody mentioned 125 boats that operate in that configuration. I believe that to be true. I myself is one of them. And that come at a pretty considerable expense. The second thing I want to point out that I haven't heard yet completely is if this were, any form of this were to be enacted for this upcoming season, which I'm assuming is the intent, what am I going to do with the 20 shackles of gear that I already got hung? And what about, let's see, I probably got 15 bales of web. Each bale will do a shackle sitting on a pallet right now. The expense with that. And then where am I going to get the replacement gear? It's stuff, they order this stuff months and months ahead of time from the mills overseas to be manufactured to their specifications. There's stuff 29 mesh used in other fisheries, but most of that, I don't believe there's any amount of filament used there in the other fisheries that is 20-man mesh. I may be wrong, but I don't believe so. So there's a magnitude of problems with this. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman in the back with his hand up, we had it up. Stand up, please. Yeah, there we are.
Hi, my name is Tad Russell. Yeah, I was just looking through this proposal, and it says net depth of 29 to 45 inches. I don't know if that's a mistake, but 29 inches is about like that. I think he might have meant meshes. Is that correct? I'd just like to say, if you're going to take the time to put a proposal in, I would like to get the terminology correct, or so we're all on the same page here. And while we're at it, yeah, I would like to see a deeper, I would like to see 60 meshes, if the commissioner would like to see that.
Okay. Did you hand the microphone to the gentleman? There we are. Yeah.
Mark Meehan, same thing. I'd like to see deeper nets, if anything. Like Dan, I did an inventory of my gear the other day. I have 40 shackles of my gear in my shop. My son has another 20-something shackles, and my daughter has nets in there as well. So that's pretty spendy trying to rebuild all that gear.
Anyone else wish to address this proposal? Cursa has opportunity to finish. No? Okay. We move on to proposal 82. Staff?
Proposal 82, this proposal would allow 2 regular 12-hour commercial fishing periods per week for all commercial fisheries in Upper Cook Inlet. Mr. Chair.
Central Peninsula Fish Advisory. Mr. Martin?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. We put this forward to establish the regular periods. This isn't new. This is what the fisheries processed years ago when we had harvesting in the 4 to 6 million sockeye. The commercial fisheries is the only indicator and calibrator of the test boat of the run strength of salmon species on a real-time basis. Without the regular 12-hour fishing periods, the department is basically managing blind as to abundance. The fishery has numerous years of management without regular periods, and the results have been consistent over escapements of all species and lost harvest of surplus salmon, and I'd add to diminished returns on there also. So thank you. Lots been said on the 12-hour regular periods, but I guess new information. It's nothing new. It worked great when we were doing it before. And again, it could be EO'd closed and has, but has never been EO'd open. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to? Mr. Maw.
Thank you, Roland Maw with UCETA. I want to just tie a couple of these proposals together. A lot of the boats, folks that the drift fleet, I'll speak to them first, to get ready to go for a regular period. I take anywhere from a ton to a ton and a half of ice. That costs about $100. That's just to make the ice. We've got to get it up and down the coast, got to get up to the dock, get it delivered, get it in the hold, and work around the tides. This business about having an orderly fishery has huge economic consequences. The other option is the period's taken away from us. You know, at 450 boats at $100 each, that's very nominal, just the cost of the ice. That's $45,000 that's going to melt. That money doesn't come out of the sky. Set net fleet has similar kinds of issues. Now you've got to get the ice made, you've got to get it up all the way up and down the coast. This is a huge strain on these processors. And so this business of having an orderly fishery, you know, the days are long gone. If you want quality, we've got to be able to give some planning time, some time to get ready to deliver a quality product. The days are long gone when we went out there with dry holds, no ice, and brought in quite a different product than what we bring in now. So the orderly fishery, it has some consequences for us all, how these fish are in the marketplace and how we capture or not capture a market share. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to address Proposal 82 in the back of the room to the left?
Hi, thank you. My name is Dino Sutherland. This is kind of a personal thing to address this proposal, but I live in Eagle River, and I've been drifting Cook Inlet pretty much my whole life, but I moved to Eagle River 20 years ago for family and economic reasons. I do hold a job. I do have freedom in my job, but it is still a job that I have to return to Eagle River and Anchorage twice a week, having set 12-hour openings, and again, it's only one day a week, 24 hours. Again, this is personal for me to have that schedule set for the summer instead of being called at 10 o'clock at night for an EO the next day for a 3-mile corridor or whatever. So again, there's other people that live up here in Anchorage in the valley that drift and set net that make that commute twice a week like I do. So having consistency would really help me. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Penny, way on the other side now, over to the right. She's coming from the front, Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You are a Board of Fish is the division of the
Hold the
state.
mic up, if you would. There you are.
Is that better?
Board of Fish is a division of the state legislature. You are required and built to take care of fish. You have no idea over the years how many legislators have told me time after time they're sure glad you got this issue, and they don't. Believe me when I tell you. One of the responsibilities you have is managing a state resource. Now, some of the rest of the people doing state resource are natural gas is sold to the highest bidder to get 12.5% of the royalty. Gravel is usually sold on a fixed price. Timber is the highest bidder. Gold and minerals are the same thing. They're sold to the highest possible person they can be sold to. Now, how does that relate to you in your job of managing a resource? And that resource is the amount of fish that's surplus to the specific needs of escapement. You operate under AS 16.05.251E that consists of 7 criteria for you to follow. Number 5, the importance of each fishery to the economy of the state. Number 6, the importance of each fishery to the economy of the region, and I emphasize local area in which the fishery is located. Now, 85 to 90% of our state is managed by the state and federal government under subsistence hunting and fishing rules. Those rules, in essence, say that you can live off the land, and you don't see the contribution to the fights that we have here. Now, there's 5 areas in the state that are called urban.
Mr. Penny, may I interrupt you? Forward, sir. How does this relate to the proposal before us?
Economic value of the commercial fishery.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, and
No, I'll allow leeway. Go ahead.
want me to go home, John?
I'm sorry.
No. It relates to the economic value of the area. 5 of the areas of the state are managed as urban areas. They're managed that way because there's too many people to be on subsistence because they'd use up the resource. Now, the largest one of that, after Fairbanks, Anchorage, Valdez, Ketchikan, and Seward, no, I lost one. Anyway, Kenai Cook Inlet is the largest one of all. It's 400,000 people. It's the maximum, it's the highest percentage of our state. There's 200,000 registered licensed anglers within that borough. Now, what does the economic value of those fisheries mean when their surplus is sold in that specific area? You can look at the economic contribution to sport fishing in Cook Inlet region, recently published. You can look at the studies from ICER. All of them overwhelmingly show the economic value of the sport caught fish. So giving more time to commercial fishing does not fit into that. So while you practice and follow conservation, I hope you look at the criteria 5 and 6 and allocate the resource to the highest economic value for the state. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to address any new matter on Proposal 82? In back, way in the back of the room. She's coming. Stand up and she'll be able to see you a lot better. There we are.
My name is Nathan Huff. I'm an East Side set netter, and I'll be talking about this a little bit later too, but definitely one of my concerns is that hyper-rationalization of different fisheries is going to lead to possibly no fishing time for some set netters. So the idea that there would at least be kind of regular periods, and then going from there, when you start rationalizing or making stronger rationalizations. Obviously, it's not possible at all times, but I do think when you start managing on the hyper-rationalized structure and get further and further away from regular periods, I think I'm in big trouble.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else on Proposal 82? Mr. Martin, do you wish to close?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Dave Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee, the authors of this proposal. One correction from some of the information that we heard from the audience. Under the Alaska State Hunting and Fishing fishing game license sold by calendar year, in 2020, statewide, there's 128,961 statewide resident license sold. And I think it was mentioned there was 200,000 in the Central Peninsula, Anchorage Valley area. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move to Proposal 128. Staff.
Proposal 128, this proposal would amend the Central District Gillnet Fishery Management Plan to remove the provision to minimize the commercial harvest of Northern District and Kenai River coho salmon and add a provision for reasonable opportunity for a common property fishery harvest. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Central Peninsula Fish Advisory.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. This is our proposal that we put in similar to 101. It addresses the minimized language. I'll reference what I said on Proposal 101 in our issue section. The only difference here is there are no conservation concerns for coho, and most coho runs are harvested well below the acceptable harvest rate, with many harvested at less than 10%. I would also like to address the reasonable opportunity that this proposal is trying to do. Right now, it's just reasonable opportunity for the recreational fishery. There's absolutely none for the commercial fishery. And the people that depend on the fish to buy it, and this kind of establishes a reasonable opportunity to both. One thing I might mention on this being that addresses coho is it was brought up several times during comments here in the committee that a couple of years ago there was deemed large catches of coho. 30,000 was mentioned, 80,000 in one period. It was also a year that the test boat had indications that it was their highest coho catches. test boat, so it indicated a big run. So when you got a lot more fish, you're going to catch a lot more of them. 30, 80,000 is not large. When you go to the run of what probably the run was $1.5 million to 2 million coho return, and I think the total harvest is in the 300,000 range. You look at the historic average of 600,000 to 900,000 coho caught in the drift fleet, so 30,000 to 80,000 is not a lot. It reflects abundance-based management of what it amounts to. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to address Proposal 128? Hands up in the middle. There we are.
Yeah, my name is Joe Haynes. 20 years ago, we had the coho conservation plan that passed. We've yet to get anything that we gave up to the in-river users back. We were reduced to 2 coho in August. We've never got our 3rd one back. As guides, we lost a rod. We never got that back. And we also lost Mondays, 1 day a week. We never got that back. So any liberalization, or if there's any cohos to be had out there, we'd sure like to get some of the concessions we gave back, seeing that both other user groups got all their fishing time back from the coho conservation plan. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to address Proposal 128?
Mr. Chairman, Kevin Delaney, Kenai River Sport Fishing Association. A couple times ago when I stood up and mentioned that in the early days, the late 70s, when the Upper Cook Inlet Salmon Management Policy was adopted into regulation as the Upper Cook Inlet Salmon Plan, the terms primarily and minimize were included. And then over time, because there was never a definition provided for in code, over time the regulations that were adopted provided situational definitions, if you will, of each and every one of those terms. There's been a lot of discussion of those over the years, and I've been involved in a lot of those discussions, and I'd just like, as new information, to kind of give you what I believe is the difference in the directive that they give. Minimize speaks to me directly to a manner in which the fishery should be managed through regulation. Primarily speaks more to the allocative directive. So we would stand firmly opposed to removing any minimized language, because from that flows, whether it's the conservation corridor or the 1% or 2% rule or any of the other tools that are used, like windows on the Kenai, in contrast to the primarily language, which would speak maybe more directly to an allocative directive that you could keep score on year to year or cycle to cycle. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to address Mr. Shidura, middle of the row?
Paul Shidura speaking for myself. I was a little confused at that definition. It appears to me that both terms have allocative connotations to them. Minimize, if you look into the dictionary, says to reduce to the lowest point. I think the Board of Fish has done a fairly decent job over the years in trying to accommodate user groups to those factors. But particularly now, I would think that the primary portion is not being lived up to. That part of the guarantee or bargain is not there. The minimize keeps going that direction. We keep traveling to that direction, and then the primary factor or the primary directive is gone. So I just have to differ from the other gentleman's view. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address number 128? Mr. Martin, you wish to close?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. It was mentioned in, I believe it was 1999, a low harvest of, or a low run of Chinook, or I mean not Chinook, coho salmon, and there was a meeting at that time called by the governor to address the issue. In the wintertime, there was restrictions put on the in-river fisheries and the commercial fisheries. I agree with the guy who's speaking about that. Those restrictions probably should come off, just like they should come off on the commercial fisheries. That low return, nobody mentions it, it produced a record return, the return off a low return. Silvers are a different animal. What goes in and what comes out are two different things. What happens in the system and what smoke go out dictate what's going to come back and what happens in the ocean. So you can have small escapements and large returns. That's happened many times with cohos. As far as and the record show, there's the harvestable surplus of cohos is less than 10% of the run. A lot of years, 20% at the most. They could be harvested as high as 50 to 60%. So we've got a lot of leeway there. As far as the minimized language, the reason we're trying to get away from it is exactly what was described here. There's no bottom end to minimizing. We're minimized, and some of these same people have used this language and the conservation of yield concern for sockeye as a mechanism to implement management plans, which has come about through proposals submitted by these same people that has restricted the fisheries to the point where we cannot harvest the surplus. We've overescaped the systems. We've dumbed down the runs in the tune of 4 to 6 million to 2 million harvest. So that's what the minimized language has done, and it's time to get rid of it, or we're never going to get out of this scenario, and we'll keep dumbing these rundowns and overescaping the systems, because it ties the biologist's hands, because to you, minimize might be something different than somebody else. Excuse me. That is just one fish. I've been told you're catching one fish, so that's one too many. That's the definition of minimize to some. So it's something that is not useful and should be getting rid of. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move to Proposal 124. Staff?
Proposal 124, this proposal would amend the purpose statement of the Central District Drift Gill Net Fishery Management Plan to say the drift fishery is to be managed not only to ensure adequate escapement, but also a harvestable surplus of salmon into the Northern District drainages. The proposal also seeks to implement optimal escapement goals in Northern District drainages. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Alaska Outdoor Council, Mr. Arno.
Thank you, Board Member Woods. My name is Rod Arno. I'm the Executive Director of the Alaska Outdoor Council. And the Outdoor Council put this proposal forward, offered it up for discussion and to try to get folks on the same playing field. And the wording is a little confusing with the 1, 2, 3 points that were out in there, so let me read what the intent was. That 3 doesn't need to be on there at all. The department shall manage the commercial drift fleet fishery to minimize the harvest of Northern District bound salmon in order to provide for all in-river users. And all means subsistence, sport, guided sport, and personal use. That clearly, with the increased demand for harvestable surplus in the Mat-Su is not being met. And it's the legislature that clearly, as was pointed out, has come up with factors of criteria for the board to determine what reasonable opportunity is. And in 1991, when the Alaska Supreme Court in the Peninsula marketing suit against the state, they determined that it is the board who gets to determine what a reasonable opportunity is, and by laying a good platform for that during deliberations, that the Supreme Court would hold it. That at the time that the decision was made in 1990, there was like less than 40,000 people in the valley. Now there's over 100,000. So what we're seeing is that there is an increased demand by in-river users, and that doesn't include folks from Fairbanks who, once Parks Road was built and were able to come down from Fairbanks, also utilize the salmon fishery in the Susitna Basin. So the Outdoor Council feels that by changing the purpose and including all of the in-river users, they would bring an asset to the process that would be financial. A good example of that would be with funding for the weirs, that all sport license goes into the Dingle Johnson Restoration Fund, similar to the Pittman Robertson that does surveys and inventory. So money could be allocated out of sport fish license to fund those weirs if those folks, the in-river users, felt that there was an opportunity for them to share the public resource.
Anyone else wish to address Proposal 124? In the front row, Mr. McCombs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I just have a few comments on this one, and we can't deny the population growth in the valley. So what do you do? What do you do when the demand exceeds the supply? I guess you got to look back and see a lot of those systems were very enhanced in the past, and that might be part of a solution. I guess my closing comment would be an unlimited fishery is an unsustainable fishery in spite of all the population growth. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Anyone else wish to address Proposal 124? Mr. Martin?
Yeah, thank you real quick. David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. I'd like to address the board to RC 85 that was submitted later this afternoon. On the catch and percent of fish released by the recreational anglers in the northern Cook Inlet Area Management Plan from 2002 to 2015. It reflects opportunity when you have, 60, 50, 30%, 40% catch and release. So you must have opportunity there, plus the sports fish reg books that shows the hundreds of systems that are available for fishing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address this Proposal 124? Hand up, Mr. Couch.
I'll just be a personal touch on this. As far as the thought that there must be reasonable opportunity because fish are released. Sometimes fish are released because you're not allowed to keep them. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to address Proposal 124? Do you wish to close, Mr. Arno? There's a hand up over here. Paul?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will speak for the Kenai Sodan AC. All these proposals we just went through, they all opposed. So just make a blanket statement on those. I'd like to make a personal statement. Reasonable opportunity is defined in the subsistence statutes. It's clear. It's clear because you make C&T findings based on that. So it is used in other parts, but reasonable opportunity is first defined in subsistence. So another point, I heard somebody talk about the laws of probability. The laws of probability that if you have a terminus fishery, you have less chances of overfishing a discrete stock. And yet, I find the fulcrum or the funnel goes the other direction. In a mixed stock fishery, the reason they work is they're further from the terminus. So the reasonable concept is that you have less chance of fishing lesser stocks than you would if you're in the river, on top of the natal stream, on top of a spawning bed. That's the high-risk situation for a depleted stock.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address Proposal 124? Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Godfrey or Mr. Payton, which one? Both? Go ahead. Okay.
Thank you. Paul, I'd like to touch on what you said there. So I guess the question for you, I understand what you're saying, but how do you relate that when we know by genetic data the people farthest from it are the largest harvesters?
So in Kodiak, your reason for doing the restrictions because you felt that they were directly related to fish returning to the Dashka River?
No. So
Thank you. That's my statement to you then. That's my answer.
No, I'm curious, this concept, the inverse of terminal stock, I want to explore it a little more. So for instance, genetic data on Susitna sockeye, the largest harvester in Cook Inlet specifically, just Cook Inlet. We're not talking Kodiak here. That meeting's over with. The largest harvester is the Central District Drift Fleet of about 100,000 rolling average. The smallest harvester in commercial fisheries is West Callaghan Setnet, and then after that, Northern District Setnet, and then after that, Sport in river. So when the smallest harvest is in river and the largest harvest is further away, how do you equate that to what you just said? I understand if the large harvest was in river and the smaller harvest was further away, it'd make total sense. But I'm trying to make sense of what you said and applying it to the real-world situation we have in front of us, not a theoretical one.
Well, we deal in theory. I mean, everything here is a science. The biological science and the statistics we use with the 20 different types of statistical models, they all give us guesses. So, I mean, just to respond to you, if the percentage of the non-targeted stock or discrete stock is such that it's higher than the proportion of the targeted stock, then you have an issue. If the large number is because you're taking it out of context, if you have a bag of groceries and you say you have 10 lemons in it, but there's 100 oranges in the thing, is that 10 too much because the other bag of groceries the other guy has only has 2? I don't understand. You know, it's a relative situation. We have an intercept problem starts on the Aleutian chain for all different types of fisheries. They need to be included in the concept of what the total run is because we really don't know. We don't know what that, and I have to applaud the board for taking a step in the Kodiak area to try to get a handle on it. 500,000 sockeye bound for the Cook Inlet area were harvested in 1 year. I don't know if that happens every year, but it happened in 1 year. So a prudent measure would be try to reduce some of that harvest. That's a considerable amount of number, and more than what maybe the number that you saw in Callaghan Highland that alerted you to a higher concentration of fish that were bound to the Susitna. I don't know the answer.
Any other questions, Mr. Payton? Mr. Godfrey?
I think that my colleague and I went out of order because he's ahead of me and I'm trailing behind him. He's more versed in this. I didn't understand, and I was going to ask you to repackage what you said, but I think it's better illuminated in my head given your answer to him. So I'll just germinate on that. Thank you.
If you have any questions, I would respond to you on the side if you wish to explore on a different
I think
scenario.
we'll elaborate probably in deliberation. That's fine for me because I have a better understanding, even though he was over here way beyond me and I was still right here trying to catch what you were saying. But I think I think I have a handle on it now, Paul.
If
Thank
I could
you.
answer the rules of probability, you know what they are and I do it. We both study them. So, if you factor in the situation, what one individual said doesn't seem to comport with the mathematics that I was trained to review at. So if there's something different here, I'd like to hear it. If we can sketch it out, if we can put it on paper, then maybe I'll buy into that concept. Thanks.
Thank you, Paul.
Anything further, Mr. Godfrey? No. Okay. Anyone else have any testimony on 124? Hearing none, Mr. Arno, do you wish to close?
And not only is it an allocation proposal, it's a conservation proposal. Because if we can get 100,000 people in the valley to know that they have their players in an opportunity to catch salmon, there's a lot of things that they could be doing as far as the use of those spawning beds and the activities in the valley as urban sprawl continues out that way. And another correction is, what does minimize mean? Minimize does not mean eliminate down to the least possible denominator. It just says decrease. And as far as the Alaska Outdoor Council is concerned, minimize does not mean taking away and doing away with a commercial fisheries industry that the in-river users could never take the amount of harvestable surplus to keep the populations to where they're conservative. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll next move to the proposals dealing with the 1% rule. We're going to bundle 10 of those proposals together, so there'll be no opening and closing by a proposer, and those will be proposals number 187 through 195. And so we're not going to go with the proposer first. Does anyone wish to address the 1% rule? Who is that? Is it Kevin? Yeah, okay.
Mr. Chairman, Kevin Delaney, Kenai River Sport Fishing Association. You're going to love this. The 1% rule is the situational definition in regulation of minimized coho salmon. Whether it's Kenai coho salmon, Susitna, northern bound Little Sioux, the 1% rule provides a numerically calculated trigger for closing the commercial fishery at a time certain that can, be calculated. And over the years, the board has spent thousands of hours trying to determine how to implement minimize on coho. This is really the most important minimize. We've had season dates. The department is going to talk to you about during regular periods. It doesn't matter what the catch composition is. They'll just keep running regular periods, but they won't open emergency order periods if they think that the harvest of coho is going to outnumber the harvest of sockeye. The 1% rule was put into play about 13 years ago for the first time. It's been bounced around date-wise, and it's been bounced around between, now we're requesting it to be 2% instead of 1%. There's a summary of the times it has been used in RC 86, and RC 86 compares the historical 1% and the dates it was used to our proposal to go 2% on August 1st. It is the situational definition in regulation of minimized coho, and that's the most important minimize that we have in regulation today. Thank you.
In the back, stand up, sir. You just had your hand up there. She's coming. I'll get you.
Hi, Gary Hollier, Eastside Set Netter. Obviously opposed to this 1% rule. Talking with the staff in the late 1990s and early 2000s, the best estimate of the Kenai River coho run was 150 to 160,000. Obviously, the plan says minimize Kenai coho. Also, in a management book, the Kenai River Coho Management Conservation Plan was repealed in 2005. So this is a side note for the gentleman over here that talked about wanting to raise the bag limit from 2 to 3 in August. I certainly would be in favor of that. But specifically to this 2% rule, the east side under PC 49, page 26, the commercial coho harvest in Upper Cook Inlet in 2014 on the east side was 5,493 coho of all stock. In 2015, it came up with a genetic report that really defined some of this, the stocks, and that's on page 27. And I think it said the Kenai River, Kasilof River stock harvest was about 5,200 on the east side. I think I heard in staff report harvest of in-river sport coho is 50,000. If the east side is catching 5,000 coho, and the in-river harvest is 50,000, and the run is 160,000, to me, that is minimized. I would hope that we could just we've had this 1% rule going back and forth, leave it status quo where it is. There's no reason to change this. If anything, the minimized date when the Upper Creek Inlet Management Plan went into effect was August 15th. That's the minimized date. And from the 11th to the 15th, the east side set netters get 2 regular periods on a Monday or Thursday, if there's a Monday and Thursday. In 3 out of 4 years, there's only 1 day. There's the orderly transition to coho in my mind. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McCombs is next, up in the front.
Thank you, Chairman. Of course, I'm opposed to this, and I'd like to point out earlier that there was a vast amount of red salmon still going in the Kenai River in August. I'd also like to point out that there's fewer boats later on after the 31st. There's reduced gear, and most of the participants in this fishery are local Alaska residents and fishermen that live here and are trying to catch a few fish at the end of the year to make a season out of it. So I'd like you to take those things into consideration and maybe get rid of this 1% rule because it doesn't work. Thank you.
Would you hand the mic to Mr. Anderson? Thank you.
Thank you, Dan Anderson, for the record. You know, there's two things here I got in my head right now, and this has always been very frustrating to me, this rule. If the 1% rule was relative to my sole production, I could maybe try to wrap my head around it and understand it. But when this whole row of people has went home, and I got to try to catch up with what they did, but they're not here anymore, so they're not catching. So it's hard to expect a fewer number of fishermen to catch what the When Home group already did. And I didn't look to data. The staff would probably have that available on July 31st. If there was an opening on that day, how many people participated? How many people participated? How many deliveries? You can compare deliveries. So we're doing apples to apples instead of apples to grapefruit or rutabagas or something. Would be probably more relevant to this proposal. And the other thing I might point out, and I'm going to roll this back around to my moose hunt. 3 years ago, 3 hours into opening, I was carving my animal up. And, you know, these are wild stocks. They change. Last year, I didn't even get a chance to take my gun off safety, okay? So these are wild stocks. Things change. You know, predicated on a set date, and then, like I say, when that whole row of people goes home, I just don't see how it's fair to the mostly local participants that still want to hang around and try to scratch a few extra paper route money up. Or sometimes it can be really substantial, you know, an extra 10% on your earnings for the season, and especially these last few is profit if there was one. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to start with the gentleman in plaid shirt right behind Mr. McCombs. There we are.
Yeah, my name is Steve Twinstrip. I had a study back when when the board decided to leave the August 15th and move it forward to the August 9th, and there was 51 deliveries made back then, and I checked onto it and with who was fishing, and didn't get their names, of course, but I got where they reside at. And there was 49 of them that lived on the Kenai Peninsula that stayed there year-round, and then there was 2, one from Anchorage, one from Eagle River. That being said, then we went to the 1% rule, and after August 1st, everybody's correct. There is no participation, and I believe when the 1% rule does go in, there was times where there's fewer than 30, 40 boats out there fishing, and it's just not fair. I'm one of them that fish late in the year, trying to scrape up a few more dollars for March's house payment, and then all of a sudden the 1% rule kicks in, and then I go to the west side, and I scratch up a few silvers over there and call it a season and come home and wait for the next year. But it's and then the other side of the story is the processors. They got their crew going, and all of a sudden the 1% rule kicks in and everybody's gone. Plus the fact that there's sockeyes out there to catch in August. So, but I just wanted to throw that 51 boats in there, and it was very interesting to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Hand the mic just down your row, please. There you go.
Yeah, Judd Walker again, Drifter. On the 1% rule, to me, it just seems like this is a way to shut down a fishery when there's only 30.
Once again, if you take the mic up a little bit.
Sorry about that. Once again, I think it's just a rule to get the people off the inlet. Most of these guys that are doing this are late residents. I fished the Kenai as a kid. September's the month for September, for silvers, not August. So let's start being realistic here about what the real time frames are. Coostatan, Big River, other big silver things, September fisheries. And it's mandated till the 15th of August that we just conserve these things. We minimize our catch. That's what we're trying to do. 1% rule is irrelevant. Thank you.
Yes. The person right behind you.
For the record, Georgie Heverly. So I will always advocate, and I think the board should seriously consider management that allows the biologists to be able to do their job in response of changing conditions and what's actually happening on the fishing grounds. So this 1% rule is exactly the kind of rigid, non-responsive, purely restrictive tool, and it doesn't do that. The fleet, like has been mentioned, has substantially reduces in August. And so this is the time when local folks, and particularly younger folks, seize this opportunity and are happy to have a little extra fishing time, because that can be the difference in a boat payment, or in my case, a permit payment. So when you have a rigid closure rule, like the 1% rule, it doesn't allow for that opportunity. And it can be needlessly triggered for many factors, and it doesn't actually allow the biologists to function in response to what is happening on the grounds. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Brent Johnson, Eastside Set Netter. This is one of those rule 1% thing that I'll give you an idea on how this can function. It was 1995, happen to remember this one really well, and it was August 14. There was no 1% rule. It was near the end of the season. The neighbors had quit fishing. The kids were whining. Why are we fishing? The neighbors have quit fishing. We need to quit fishing. Like that, if you ever had kids. I went out, and the wind had blown like crazy out of the southwest the night before. We went out and set our nets. We caught 700 sockeye salmon, which is huge for us on August 14. I picked up the phone and called Paul Roosh. I said, Paul, we got fish. It's going crazy. And Paul said, enjoy it while you can. You're pulling your nets at 7 o'clock. The 1% rule would have never left that happen, and I needed the money. Thank you.
Thank you.
See if I can do this again. Just quickly, I went through my phone. I could be off here on some of these figures, but...
Could you identify yourself, please?
Mark Meehan, Drifter. On August 8th, and I saw that there was, earlier in the season, 400 deliveries from the drift fleet on a normal day. On August 8th, there was 168 deliveries. So the fleet had dropped in half. On August 12th, there's 74 drift deliveries. Dropped in less than half again. August 15th, 26 deliveries. August 19th, 12 deliveries. So there's only a handful of us that are still sitting here doing this. We're not catching that much, but we are able to fill some markets.
Okay. Just hand it to the gentleman next to you, it'll be fine. No, the one pointing yes.
John Gutierrez, Upper Cook Inlet Drifter. New information. The way the 1% rule works is as the fleet decreases, you're actually increasing the percentage. So when the fleet is decreased to 10%, which happens very quickly, when you're down to 10% of permit holders fishing, you have to catch 10% to meet the 1% rule. It's almost impossible. And so another piece of new information would be, for me, one of the ways that I've tried to deal with reduced opportunity and reduced runs and the financial hardship that that puts on me is to sell more of my late season fish when I'm returning to Homer, and I have less volume directly to the public. So the 1% rule, in my experience, it really affects the food safety on the Kenai Peninsula. I mean, that's when it's easiest for us to provide fish to our communities. Thank you.
Hand it to the gentleman, thank you.
Yeah, Jeff Berger. I'm with Pacific Star Seafoods and on the Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. And the 1% rule for us is unnecessarily shuts down fishing. I think it's I don't think there's any real justification for it. There's very few people that are left, and we like to keep our plant open. We're still buying halibut and blackcod and other species, and to continue to buy salmon, it unnecessarily curtails our operations when we could still be buying a viable resource that needs to be to market. And a lot of times there are a lot of sockeye, especially coming in later, and it benefits the local fishermen that continue to fish on into August and into September. So at least from the production side of the industry, we think this rule is absolutely unnecessary.
Thank you. Hand a mic to the lady if you would, right on your right. Whoops, other way. There you go. Hands up who wishes to, all the way in the back. To the left, Stand up, please. Thank you.
Gary Diamond, Eastside Satinator, with new information. We're coming on an even year here. It hasn't even been mentioned yet. How many millions of pink salmon are we going to let into the river? My family's operation is a heavy hitter on the pink salmon when they let us fish them. And there could be 5-6 million pinks coming in. It's not even talked about. It's wanton waste. Somebody should be held accountable for it. I mean, there's people that live in Soldotna can attest. That river fills so full of pink salmon, the town stinks all winter long because they're not harvested and sold. There's canneries that are right along the river there. Most of them are all shut down. They're bringing pinks over from Prince William Sound, and you guys are letting the pink salmon swim right past the cannery. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. You have a question, Mr. Payton?
Thanks. And this is more an education question, so it'd be new information to me, I guess, and I'll ask either a set netter or department staff, but since we pushed the date back in 2017, in the previous, 3 years, I guess, how many times has the 1% rule kicked in for the east side set netters? I'm sure it's in these tables somewhere, but there's a lot going on up here.
Do you understand the question?
Oh, he's asking me?
If you're an east side set netter, yeah.
I couldn't say for sure. Just about every year, I would say.
Oh, since 2017, every year, the 1% rule still's kicked in with the date that's moved? That's what I'd be interested in
I can't say for sure, but it's most of the time.
Just a second.
My name is Dan Page. I fish Little Sioux for sport, and I would just like to give a different perspective on the run timing of the cohos. I'm the Six Sigma guy, and the weir was moved on the Little Sioux in 2012, and I did an analysis on the run timing data from 2012 through 2018, and there's definitely a trend to earlier. I fish that creek a lot, and I'm here to tell you, in September, there's nobody fishing there anymore. So it is definitely an August fishery, at least on the Little Sioux. The Parks Unit 2 might be a little bit different, but the Little Sioux, by the 1st of September, it's over.
Okay. We have questions. Hold on a second, sir.
Thank you. Actually, my question goes back to the previous discussion about how many times since 2017 had the 1% rule kicked in, and I was wondering if the department had clarifying comments.
Yeah, through the chair, my name is Pat Chills. I'm with the Commercial Fisheries Division. We have a couple tables in RC2. One's on page 131, maybe that would be a good one. It's table 179-2 that speaks to this. This is for the upper sub-district. Since 2017, we have not closed the set net fishery with the 1% rule.
Thank you.
Anything further? Okay. Anyone else wish to testify? Okay, we're going to start on this side of the room for a little while here, folks. And there you go.
All right, I got new information. It was my proposal. I'm the one that put in the 1% rule. It wasn't a 1% rule when it got put in. It was a 3% rule. And it got whittled down to 2%, and then it got whittled to 1%. Jeff Fox was a fisheries manager, and that was mainly through between the two groups, between just going back and forth. What was equitable for at the time for the set netters and the transition, and what would be fair. And we ran all the numbers, and it got to be 1%. And then the board went into deliberation, and what got added to the 1% was it had to be in 2 consecutive openers, which moved it down another day, and in most years moved it back to sometime between the, depending on the size of the sockeye. Part of the proposal also, and the reason I picked a percentage, is because on the larger years where you say you'd had a 4 million fish harvest of the set netters, economically, the fishery had had a better year, supposedly to all the fishers, and therefore, on those years, we would save more cohos. As a fishery, to meet the 1% rule, you would have to harvest 40,000 cohos in an opener. Then, or sockeyes, I'm sorry. And then on the smaller years where the harvest was low, it allowed the commercial fishery in years where they didn't really crush the sockeyes to fish longer into September, harvesting some of the cohos that, and everybody knows are supposed to be primarily managed for the sport fishery. So that's the history of the 1% rule. It came in as 3, went to 2, 1, then went to consecutive openers, and it was a back and forth. Both sides gave in a little bit, but we agreed that marked an orderly transition between the end of the sockeye run, which is in the millions, and a coho run that most times is in the 100,000, 150,000. So there you go. It's just an important thing. It's an important thing for our king salmon. Our biggest brood stock of kings also come during this time period between the 5th, the 15th, and so that's the history of it. Hopefully I don't get shot.
Thank you. I'm going to ask for a show of hands of people who believe they have new information that would be helpful to the board as opposing to just telling us you either support or oppose. So we've still got quite a few. Okay. Let's start with Mr. Martin in the front row. We'll work our way across.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. We have Proposal 126 that does away with the 1% rule. You can see the justification in there. At this time in August, not only is the commercial fleet reduced, the recreational fishery is also reduced, and the tourists are leaving. We've seen many times where the commercial fishery was closed under the 1% rule when you had all systems, all species, escapements were being met, and some exceeded grossly. I know a question of the biologist might be to ask is that have you foregone having an opening to harvest some sockeye when you've got all of these escapement goals met because you knew it wasn't going to be enough harvest to get you out of the 1% rule in the two consecutive times to kick in the 1% rule? It restricts them from doing that. Another issue that brought up, it hasn't been brought up, is less than 2% of the coho harvest are Kenai cohos in the commercial fleet, the set net and sport. This is defiant of any federal or state laws to not harvest a surplus. You would absolutely have little to no harvest on the chums and the pinks, and sometimes those can run into the millions. We used to salvage our poor sockeye seasons on fishing fall chums and silvers and pinks in August. That was pretty consistent, and now the 1% rule keeps out of it with other rules also. This is put in as and there's been proposals suggested to have a transition from commercial fisheries to end July 31st, to transition into coho. Basically, it's an allocation for closing the commercial net fishery to allocate to a commercial guided sports fishery. This is defiant of all laws too, so it should be thrown out. I don't know if it's used any other place in the state, but when it foregoes harvest of total runs, has been mentioned many times, you'll have the later fish coming in August, and the fishery is kind of indicating that later runs coming in August too. Thank you.
Let's just go down the front row. Mr. Maw, do you wish to testify?
Thank you. For the record, Roland Maw. When this first came about, some 13, 14 years ago, we had entirely different run timings than we have now on multiple stocks. Not only the sockeye, I don't know we have a really good handle on the cohos. They're not assessed any place. The test boat is a poor indicator of coho movements because it does not extend far enough, in my opinion, to the west over toward Silver Salmon Beach. Maybe it is time for an adjustment in this, and not on behalf of Yacita, it's just me. I'd be more than happy to sit down and maybe see if we can talk this thing through and get back with you tomorrow or the next day. But this plan was developed. There's some problems with it. It's dated relative to the run timings. And yeah, I'd like to work on it.
Mr. Jensen has a question of you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I've been sitting here taking this all in, and I keep hearing the fact that toward the end of the season, the boats taper off, and that 1% gets bigger as the boats leave as far as making that point. I was wondering if there's a way the groups could sit down and work together and try to make a matrix out for based on the amount of boats available to fish. That might be a solution to it. I don't know if it would or not, but I sort of like the way you were talking there, Roland. Thank you.
Any other questions? I'd just like to add my comment. I always encourage stakeholders to try and resolve their differences rather than rely upon a soda bus, so please do make an effort in that regard. We'll continue along the front row. Howard, do you? Okay. Mr. Menard.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mac Menard with the Matsu Borough. I'm going to direct your attention, and I'm not going to go through it, but direct your attention to RC 86 that had been earlier submitted. There really is a pretty nice summary of when things were closed and how often it occurred, and it references RC2, the staff comments throughout, but there's a nice tabular summary there for you. in RC 86. And then I'd like to address the concept of a 2% rule, a 1% rule, and a date through the context of a manager. And imagine for a minute that you're the person who has to make the decision to adhere to the preference on cohos for the sports side, and you're getting pressured by maybe it's even only 5 or 6 folks trying to make a season. It's an impossible situation. It's an untenable situation to place staff members in having to make that judgment call. And you can imagine the tension between the two divisions, both trying to operate in a different mandate. One to minimize coho and deliver them to sport fisheries in the Inlet River. The other one to try to scratch the last sockeye that is sustainably harvestable. It's an untenable situation. So consequently, it is appropriate that the public turn to you and ask you to define it in a way that we can all see it, predict it, and understand it. And so I think it's really in that context, it's not punitive, it's not anything more than that. It's a management system that people can in fact agree to at least to understand, and then it can be implemented, and it allows the staff members to collect the data that are necessary and then take the actions that are prescriptive according to regulation. So to me, that's the largest value to some action like that. What those numbers are, that's debatable. What the dates are, that's debatable. But clearly, it is intended to provide the direction necessary to staff to keep them out of that impossible situation. So thank you very much for your time.
We'll now go to the second row on this side. I see a hand. Kevin.
Mr. Chairman, Kevin Delaney, Kenai River Sport Fishing Association. So I started out talking about the situational definition of minimize. I won't repeat myself. Numerous individuals spoke about the economic potential, if you will, of being able to make their season fishing for a limited number of people late in the season. I want to bring this back to the fish, because when we get into deliberations, what the department is going to tell you is that the coho resource in Upper Cook Inlet is more than likely fully allocated right now. They're going to tell you that they have almost no assessment capability. The studies that they're going to reference to you are 10, 20 years old. Whether or not they're valid any longer is in question. In the late 1990s, in an effort to conserve coho salmon, the bag limit for coho salmon was reduced from 3 to 2 fish throughout all of Upper Cook Inlet. Now it's been restored in some of the more remote areas that are hard to get to, but still on the Kenai, on the roadside streams in Upper Cook Inlet, in the Little Sioux most of the time, the bag limit is still 2. So you've got to sit and ask yourself, if we didn't have a 1% rule that, would provide for that orderly transition the 5th or 10th of August, and we went ahead with those regular periods until August 10th, and then, a couple regular periods maybe after that, what are we going to take? 5,000 coho? That's 5,000 bag limits, and it's just puzzling to me over the years to hear even the staff characterize the proposals to fish the drift fleet until September 1st, or to do away with the 1% rule, and characterize it as, it's fully utilized, but this is more allocative than dealing with sustained yield, and then turn around and say, we have serious sustained yield issues. If we were to raise the bag limit back to 3 from 2, we'd jeopardize the sustained yield of coho stocks all over the inlet. It just doesn't make sense. You're going to dive into this in deliberations, but this 1% rule does not only facilitate the orderly transition between one user group and another. It's a very important conservation tool, and if you unravel that in any way, shape, or form, I just urge you to balance it against everything else that's going on with coho in the inlet. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the second row? Mr. Couch.
Yes, Andy Couch. I'm going to represent my business, Fishtail River Guides. I've been in business for more than 35 years. I would say I'm pretty much an expert on the Little Susitna River. I'm what you would call a highliner. I've heard the reference to we're all businessmen and we want to make a living. I'm going to speak specifically to 2019, that's this year, and how many fish we're talking about, okay? I think it's reasonable to expect that my guests may catch a salmon on a fishing trip, okay? On a typical year, I guide about 300 fishermen in the coho season and about 300 fishermen in the king salmon season. This year, I did fish kings a little bit. I was allowed to fish over on the Kinnick, so I did some fishing. And I did the coho as much as I could. For the entire season, everybody I guided, we harvested less than 250 salmon of all species except for sockeye, because we didn't, oh, excuse me, I take that back. We did catch one sockeye too. Okay, so of all 5 species, 250. And then, is that a reasonable number that I should expect? That's what I should be able to get. And these guys are talking about how much I can catch that in one day that's not even necessarily the prime season. So I just want to give some perspective there. And I will mention again, I am a highliner for the Little Susitna River Fishery. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on the second row? Sir, keep raising your hand in the back. I'm just going to take the right-hand side and move back, and I'll start on the left-hand side after that. Anyone else in the second row? If not, what about the third row? Anyone? Whoever belongs to that hand that's raised. There we go. John, I would hope you'd pursue that further. I'll talk to you afterwards.
Yeah, my name's Dave Goja, Keenan River Professional Guide. Just some new information too. My friend here talked about the 1% rule, and he was an instrument in getting it started. And then it dropped down to 2 consecutive periods. New information is that we need to define the periods, because in the past, you can create an EO to lengthen out the period until you're sure that you're not going to meet that 1% rule. That's all I have. Thank you.
Anyone else on the third row? Going to the fourth row. Anyone on the fourth row? Okay.
Yeah, hi, Josh Hayes, Cooper Landing AC. The early August coho are bound for the upper river primarily, and they are targeted by us and by the sport fishermen in that area. Not just guides, we're a limited access, competitive use guide area for the most part in that stretch of the river, at least half of it. I also believe that reachable opportunities is important. I think it's important for all user groups. I feel that judging by the boat numbers that we're hearing and the locals that are fishing, it sounds like to me, if Mr. Couch's numbers are reasonable opportunity, so are the boats that are fishing in the inlet. We do have tourists that come in the fall and maintain. Don't let the others fool you. Our tourist season lasts well into September. It truly does. We're talking right now about 1% of the total harvest. 1%, meaning 99% of the year has been made. I understand that that's your money in March. That's also my money in March. Okay? We're both on the same page here. One of the things that I think is new information that we should present to the board is that 64% of the large hens of Chinook were caught during the August testnet fishery. 64% of the large hens were caught in the testnet fishery in August. Thank you.
Anyone else in that row? Is there another row behind them? I can't tell. Or are we finished? There is another row. Anyone on the last row? We are now finished with the right-hand side. We'll start with the last name Wood. I'm sympathetic to the people in the back of the room, so we'll start from the back and move forward.
How about in the back of the forward and then go back?
What's
anyway,
that?
Ken Coleman, East Side Set Netter. New information. I fish in stat area 244-32, and we don't get to start our season and 1 out of 3 years until the 11th of July. Every other user group, sport, commercial, personal use, guided sport, are all fishing. As one of my department friends says, guess who gets to come to the party? Finally, the upper beaches get to fish. And then the 1% rule gets manifested. It's fundamentally punitive. It really is. As the run timings get somewhat later, August is extremely important to us, and as one of my friends says, I like to go to Wells Fargo too. Also, the 1% rule, of course, is different for set netters than it is for drifters. 2 consecutive periods for the drifters kicks them to area 3 and 4, where they still get to harvest if they desire. We're simply shut down. 2017 on, we haven't seen the 1% rule, but don't forget we haven't fished past the 1st of August in each one of those 2 years. And I would reiterate that one of my friends says who fishes in the southern section, or the Kasilof section, millions and millions of lost opportunity or lost pinks are foregone because the potential to be kicked out here. It's a very important thing to us. And as the one user group that gets the least amount of time, the 1% rule can be onerous. Thank you.
Anyone else in the same row as Mr. Coleman that wishes to testify? Raise your hand. We'll move one row up. Anyone that wishes to testify? See no one, let's move one more row up. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Richard Person. I am Eastside Set Netter, and I appreciate the fellow before me specifying that there is a difference between the two groups, drifters and Eastside Set Netters. Also, looking at the staff reports, I see in my math, we are, as Eastside Set Netters, catching less than 5% of that 160,000 run. In 2008, the Board of Fish made some coho management decisions, and at the time we were closed August 10th, and what they actually did was extend our season to the 15th, and in order to control that minimal harvest of less than 5%, took away our emergency opening times, and we only got to fish Mondays and Thursdays, which generally amounts to very few days. I think we should still have that opportunity, and if nothing else, leave the 1% rule the way it is. Thank you.
Anyone else in that row wish to testify? We'll move one more row up. If you've testified already, please do not raise your hand. Anyone in that row? If not, let's move one more row up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. New information. I think it was referenced. There was a 7-year study in the mid-'90s by a person named Jay Carlin. I'm using his name because that's his report. And after that determination, this was in the Kenai River, and they were trying to get a handle on what the sustainable escapement goal would be. So at the end, it came out, yeah, it's sustainable. What we're doing is working within what the study parameters had determined, between 7 and 70,000. Now, I'm not, those numbers aren't going to be exactly perfect, but you have the report, but you can get the idea. It's a wide range. And at the same time, in 1999, I believe, we had the famous Avalanche or 2000 meeting where stocks were low, and at that time, there was serious restrictions put on the Eastside set nets. Then I can remember that for time and area. And at that particular time, we brought forward the study, which indicated that the Eastside set nets, which are 70 miles of beach, mind you, took between 1 and 3% of their total harvest of cohos for the entire year were attributed to the Kenai River in the first week of August. 1 to 3. If you look to 2018, the numbers that we have, that's 4,900 cohos that were harvested on the East Side Beach total. So that's about 150 to 150 fish. So it's a consideration about the date, because you're talking about 1%. It's also, there's proposals in there to back the date up or have no date, a floating date or whatever. That's really injurious to many of the set netters who are closer to the Kenai River, let's say. Those individuals harvest 40% in the Salamanca stat area, maybe more. I'm just taking a rough guess at some anecdotal information. And maybe those that are on the Ninilchik end aren't harvesting that many fish bound for the Kenai. But I can tell you that the Kasilof this year had their the Eris counter that was left in for determination of kings and trying to establish a sustainable escapement goal for king salmon, the Kasilof, from the 15th to the end of the month. At that time, sockeye were still moving to the Kasilof River, and there was humpies still moving in the Kasilof River. And the Kasilof River, which I fish close to, near and dear to me, is always producing these small pulses of sockeye through the entire month of August. And since our late timings have come to play for the Kenai, it's ditto for the Kasilof River. It's happening there as well. So we need flexibility in this whole thing. I mean, I appreciate the understanding of sharing the resources the best we can, but the numbers of people and the proximities, of where these fish are, the department, if they had free reins, I think could deal with it better. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Anyone in that row, that gentleman, that has not testified?
One piece of new information, Brent Johnson. There's nothing more orderly than a date. When my crew comes working for me, they like to know when the start date is and when the end date is. And a 1% rule is very unorderly for my crew. They don't know whether they're going to have to come back and work yay long or this long or not. There's a whole lot of coordination that is thrown in the air by that 1% rule. If you want orderly, pick a date. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? You've already testified, haven't you?
I got new information, though.
Pardon me?
I got new information. So I only testified once today.
Yeah. No, did you testify on these proposals?
On this proposal I did, but I'd like to say one more thing, new information.
No, sir, that would just start a cascading effect. We'd be here all night.
I could have said it already.
John,
what's that? Mr. Payton.
Thanks. So I'd like to go back to what Brett said there. So you mentioned date. So I'd maybe, there's a lot of talk on this 1% rule, and maybe a compromise between stakeholders as, get rid of the 1% rule and shift the date if you want something very orderly for everyone. So maybe talk amongst yourselves on that one, and I'll leave it at that. But I'm open to that idea as well.
If you want me to answer that, the date in 1979, the Board of Fish said that we couldn't fish till October, which is when I had traditionally done for years and years. They said August 15, and that is a nice date. The peak of the coho for me was later, about the 1st of September, and the peak of the pink run is around August 7 to August 14 in that area. So those were the reasons those dates were established, I think. So while we need an orderly date, I agree with you there. There also needs to be a sensible date for when we're transitioning between sockeye and cohos and pinks.
Right, and that would my suggestion, work maybe with some stakeholders on a sensible date, and I like to move forward, not backwards to 78. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, has anyone has not testified yet on the 1% rule? We will now move to proposal 178. Staff?
Proposal 178. This would close drift gill netting in the upper subdistrict within 1 mile of mean high tide north of the Kenai River and within 1 1/2 miles of mean high tide south of the Kenai River. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Coleman, I believe you're the proposer.
Thank you. Ken Coleman, Eastside Set Netter. I spoke to this during the public testimony, so I'll try to be as succinct as possible, where many of us on the east side at the Set Net group are trying to find an innovative and progressive way to figure out how we can reduce our footprint and stay economically viable. In doing that, we've engaged the legislature to try to set an optimal number for the east side of Cook Inlet alone, so that we can make that transition, which would include, if enacted, to close the waters associated with the permits that may or may not desire to become part of the program. As a result of that, there will be open areas that would have traditionally been set net areas. To then allow the drift fleet under those circumstances to backfill those areas would then cancel out any possible advantage we would have by having gone through all that and ended up at the same place we just left, if you will. We want to be, as I spoke before, part of a solution that could allow us as set netters to be part of the community as we have for 140 years, but to just go backwards and then have backfill capability by a drifter doesn't make any sense. By the way, we don't go out into the drift area at all and cannot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to address Proposal 178 with new information? Hearing and seeing no one, we move to Proposal 180. Staff?
Proposal 180, this would allow regular weekly fishing periods in the upper subdistrict set gillnet fishery after August 15th in the Kasilof section and the Kenai and East Foreland section if the sockeye salmon biological escapement goal in the Kasilof River has been exceeded or the sockeye salmon in-river goal in the Kenai River has been exceeded. Each section would be managed independently of the other based on exceeding these escapement objectives. The season would end when the sockeye salmon sonar operations ceased. Mr. Chair, this proposal is very similar to Proposal 179. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Avery, Chris Avery? There you go.
Yes, hello, board members. This is Chris Avery. I'm going to sit down here. There's a reason why I wear them dark glasses, people. Not just for fun. Okay, this is Chris Avery. I'm an Eastside Set Netter, and I propose this proposal here to. I kept my opinion on the 1% rule till I can say it here, and it needs to just go away. The 15th of August is another date that we could live with, but everybody keeps talking about the run timing sliding. And I've seen years into my fishery as an Eastside Set Netter when I wished I was fishing on the 20th or 18th of August. And we get closed down for one reason or another, usually kings here lately. So my solution to this is what I'm going to lay out here, is we need to go to the department and we need to keep the sonar running clear to the 1st of September, which I know is money. We can start counting some coho and get some data, which you'll hear from me in some other proposals here coming up. All I've heard from the department is no data, and I told the department I will sit there in front of the board and I will do my best to get a hold of the legislatures. You guys, please use your power. Maybe you can write a letter or a suggestion. I really don't know what you can do. Department needs to do the same. But everybody in this room, I think, can agree that we need to start researching these coho and understand what we're fishing, when, how, why, because it doesn't sound like much of a management scheme that we have at this moment in time. So, just a thought. So, back to this proposal. Okay. The Sport Fish Division is strongly opposed to this. I realize that because of the coho implications. But the bullet points I've set down here is just, I would like to get some sort of a little fishery here. And one of the board's comments on this, they have a spreadsheet there, and we'll just use 2018 or so. They got 50,000 coho up the river. But they gave me a spreadsheet where there's about 25,000 caught from the mouth of the river to the bridge. Okay, I've been talking to people. I'm not a sportsman, so I was talking to the department, and I asked the department, I'm looking through all this data. Why don't I see a column for catch and release mortality on coho? I was at a Board of Fish meeting not too long ago when there's guides there and the board, and they were throwing around this 70% number on coho, which is rather large. Talked to the department. He's explained to me how these coho work. They get tougher as they go up the river. Could be 10% in some areas of the river. It's real variable, so I'm not going to be stuck on 70. I'm going to go to 30 for my example here. So I'm asking in one of my proposals, I'm getting confused here, but that's okay, you'll get it. There's about 30,000 fish caught between the mouth of the river and the bridge. Well, you could let me have a little coho fishery if you'd move that fishery above the bridge where supposedly these coho are tougher. You would have less mortality. Just say there's 30% mortality. That would be a 10,000 fish savings right there in just the mortality that you could potentially, there's never been a study, these are just guess numbers, but you see where I'm headed? Back to this rant in the beginning that we got to get some coho data flowing into this industry. I think I'll just stop there.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to testify on Proposal 180? In the back of the room.
Just for clarification, I fish below the bridge. I've done it for 50 years. I've never seen a single person let a coho go below the bridge. It's mainly a bait fishery, and it's a catch and keep fishery, and you got to put your rod down after you catch your two. So that's why there's no catch and release data.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard on 180? Chris, do you wish to close? Where's Chris? You're good? Okay. We move to Proposal 179, which is very similar to 180.
Mr. Chair, if I could let folks know that on the 1% rule, since we covered quite a few proposals there, if you have something else you'd like to say, please submit an RC, and we'd be glad to look at that. So, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Go to Proposal 179. Staff.
Proposal 179, this proposal would extend the commercial fishing season closing date in the Kenai and East Foreland section set gillnet fishery from August 15th to September 15th, Mr. Chair.
Karen McGann. Is Karen in the room? Does anyone else wish to testify on 179? Yes, sir, Mr. McCombs.
That's kind of out of my wheelhouse. I'm a drifter, not a set netter, but I do know Karen, and I know that on their particular site, which is on the North Beach, Salamatoff, that they've in recent times had a number of fish up there late in the season, and I think that they can't open the fishery, but they should be able to fish on those fish if they're present in the area, and maybe we need a little bit more flexibility in our management. I'm just saying this because anecdotally I've spoken to Karen, and I've heard that they have a lot of fish up there late in the year sometimes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on 179? Hearing and seeing no one, we move on to Proposal 183. Staff?
Proposal 183, this proposal would extend the upper sub-district set gillnet commercial fishing season to August 20. Mr. Chair.
Joseph Pearson.
Good afternoon. Joseph is my oldest son. We fish together. He should be here defending his proposal, but he's not. So even after all this 1% talk, I'm still going to go ahead with this. And I understand that they're very connected, and because we're talking about the end of the season and a mixed stock fishery. What we're asking to do here is to extend the season until the 20th of August. Staff comments included a sentence saying, well, the composer didn't say what they want to do for hours. Well, that's addressed in the management plan. This is just extending the date. The management plan dictates that there would only be openings on Mondays and Thursdays. So we're talking a day. Next year it'd be a day. Some years, maybe it'd be 2, I don't know. So we are currently, and it looks like for the foreseeable future, going to be losing a considerable part of our season in July due to Chinook concerns. There is talk during this Board of Fish of reducing the EO time. We will lose our scheduled openings for sure, but losing our time, our EO time down to 12 hours a week. That's not a lot of time through the month of July. And so the beginning and the end of the season is becoming more and more important to the fleet. And again, as a reminder, we're talking about east side set netting in this particular proposal. In the vast amount of material that you have in front of you, there is a table. Table 135-1, Kenai River sockeye salmon sonar passage. In the last 6 years, I averaged it out. It's from 41 to 57, or 39 to 57% of the Kenai run is entering into the river in August. It comes out to about 44%, 45%. That's a lot of fish. And when you're sitting in July, watching them swim by, this is something that can really be helpful. To repeat a little bit of what was brought about in the 1% discussion, because they are related, and I'll just go quickly. There's a very low exploitation rate in the Kenai and the east side set net fishery on these cohos, less than 5% from the numbers that I can get out of the studies that I've read. Those are for the reasons that were described in the 1% discussion. I won't go back into those. For the Kenai River, it is my understanding that the peak of the coho run is September or August 15th to September 15th, and it continues on after that for quite a while. So we're talking about just nipping the beginning of this if in fact the cohos are that early. They're not what we're looking for. We're looking for finishing the season and getting the amount of red salmon we can and trying to keep the Kasilof River from over-escaping. On even years, it's been said, we may have the opportunity to harvest pink salmon. That's something that my family and crew would be happy to do. Maybe some of the crew would complain, but we would do it anyway. And out of the last 15 years, there's only 6 times that we've made it to the end of the season. 6 times out of 15. So even this date, which I totally agree, calling a possible statistical number that's floating out there that's totally dependent on harvest, orderly, is insane. Dates are much more orderly for all the reasons that were described by another man. So 6 out of the last 15 years, we made it to the end of the season. The other reasons we were closed were 3 times for the 1% rule. Poor sockeye returns to the Kenai River in 2008. Poor lake king salmon returns to the Kenai River in 13 and 14. 1% rule in the Kasilof section in 15. Poor king returns in 2006. That was 16. Made it to the end of the season in 17. 2018, late sockeye returns to the Kenai River, and then 2019, poor king runs. I would like to see this on the books. It's obvious it won't get used very often because of the other things that are in place here. But if that run continues to come in late, we need to have a tool in the hands of the managers to deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on Proposal 183? Paul Shadura, and then
Yeah, I would, is it on?
Yeah, it's on.
Yeah, I would support this proposal as well, being our sites are three beach miles from the north tip of the Kasilof River. So we fish in an area where we're close to the Kasilof and on the flats. And I don't like to let out trade secrets, but on the 14th and 15th of August, I believe, of 2017, we were catching the sites around me operations anywhere from 1,000 pounds of sockeye to 5,000 pounds. So roughly, that's anywhere from $1,500 to $7,500. Chump change for many, I guess, but to us, that...
Watch your hand, you're about to hit the gentleman coming by.
That's okay, Monty, we hit each other all the time, but no. No, actually. So I just, to just give an anecdotal situation from where we are, close to the Kasilof River as a set netter, those are good times. They made up for the other times we don't do so good. Like 2016 was a terrible year for us. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks. Brent Johnson. There's two things that you should know, and one of them is that, I don't know if it's in my favor or not, but I can tell you this. As we progress into the season, like if we're fishing in July, the coho we catch are going to be smaller, and as we get into August, the coho we catch are going to be bigger. The price that the processor gives us for coho in July is sometimes some piddly thing like 45 cents a pound, and when you get into August, they pay us something like $1 a pound. So that is a factor in whatever share we're allowed in the world of cohos. I know it's 5% or something or other like that, but it's something you should know. And I don't know if it works in favor of me or against me, but I do know I get paid more for them, and we certainly appreciate them more. The other thing that you should know is it was mentioned that big kings come in August. I can tell you on my site, there's two times that we catch very few kings. One is in June. We catch very few kings in June, and the other time we catch very few kings is in August. The farther you progress into August, the fewer kings we catch. I fished back in years when we fished into October, and I can tell you I've never caught a king salmon in October or even in September from my memory. But I do know that as you get into August, you catch fewer kings.
Yeah. Anyone else wish to be heard on 183? Does the proposer wish to address? What's that?
Somebody else? I would just like to close by saying the last time we fished all the way to the end of the season was in 2017, and we landed 4,500 pounds of reds, a couple bucks a pound. It's worth doing, and I would appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. We'll now move on to Proposal 181. Staff?
Proposal 181, this proposal would delay the season opening dates in the drift gillnet fishery until June 27th, in the Kasilof section until July 1st, in the Kenai and East Foreland sections until July 15th, all other set gillnet fisheries until July 1st. This would modify the opening of the Kasilof section set gillnet fishery early based on the 50,000 sockeye salmon trigger to June 25th. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mike Adams, are you in the audience? I do not see him. Does anyone wish to address Proposal 181? Mr. McCombs.
Thank you, Chairman. 181. I don't see any reason to delay these fisheries. In fact, if you go back in time, the fishery commercially in the past started as early as May, and that was on Russian River fish, which, by the way, now are 100% allocated to a sport fishery. I'll also tell you that the Kasilof goal has been exceeded any number of times in the last few years, and so especially in the set net fishery, they have they got static gear, and those fish go by and they're done. They don't have an opportunity. The lower beaches there, especially where I live by Ninilchik, they depend on access to those early Kasilof fish. I'll also tell you, as a drift gill netter, that
sometimes those early openings aren't so productive fish-wise, but they're very important for me to go out and run my boat and make sure everything is skookum and functional on the boat. So there again, these early openings have a value to the commercial fishery, and there's no real reason to have them closed. And I'll stop right there. Thank you.
You hand the mic to Mr. Anderson, please.
Yeah, Stan Anderson. Personal comments here. I participate. I don't miss any fishing time. You guys give us 3 hours. I'm fishing 3 hours. But I can tell you the first openings in June, and first 3 periods in particular, are very important. As Mr. McCombs mentioned, you get your shakedown, find out if you got any hydraulic seals leaking, all them kind of issues, get your crew kind of acclimated, so when it's time to roll up your sleeves and work, you're ready to work. So that's one positive attribute of there. The other thing, there's a couple other things. There's not many boats that participate in it relative to the fleet size, but the processors pay a premium for them first sockeyes that come on the marketplace, because it's the first fresh sockeyes in the Kenai Peninsula commercially available for them, for their markets and things like that. So it is important, and I think I'll leave it go at that, and I don't understand why you'd want to change it. If I remember right, it ain't so many cycles ago that the date got pushed to where it is now. I mean, I think it used to be the first Monday or Friday. I think that's when they had Mondays and Fridays, I think, after the 24th or 25th or something. But anyway, thank you.
Gentleman in the middle.
Thank you. Joel Donor, and I think I'll speak as a Kasilof section set netter now. I have a catcher-seller permit, and it allows me to sell a certain percentage of my fish, or a portion of my fish, on the beach. And just last week, I was talking with a gentleman. He goes, "Oh, I can come and buy them off your fish site." And I said, "Absolutely, come on down." He goes, "Well, when should I come?" I said, "Well, July we catch more fish, but if I was you, I would come in June, because those are the fish that I would put in my freezer, besides the fact that I get paid much more for them in June."
Paul Shadura in the middle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make this quick. So just looking at the dates there, they have one date wrong. It's the 22nd this year for the drift fleet, because on or after the 19th, the first regular period. But it's actually, if you look at the full potential, the drift fleet would lose 8 days to start. They would delay their start for 8 potential days. The east side, the Kasilof section would lose 10 days, because we can open as early as the 20th, depending on if there's 50 estimated before the 25th. So 66% of the east side set nets would be closed for 10 days, and then the Kenai section would close for 7 days. And for what particular reason? There's definitely very little king conservation in that time. Doesn't seem to warrant these kind of punitive closures or conservation necessity. It is damaging. Thank you.
Hand the mic to the gentleman on your right. Thank you.
Gary Diamond, Eastside Set Netter. These guys were talking different things, and on my fishing operation, the peak of the red salmon season is the end of June. We fish the line sites in the Nilchik there. The peak of the season on many years is the first day we fish. That's when the fish are there. And if they cut that, went back to the 1st of July, it would wipe us out. The peak of the season. When we get 3 or 4 days in June, that's our entire season some years.
Did I see a hand up over this direction? Okay.
Richard Person again. I actually fish 5 miles north of this gentleman and echo his concerns. The first part of the season is very important for the reasons I stated for extending the other end of the season. July 1st, we're going to be in the King Plan. We're going to be reduced to minimal hours. We won't have any scheduled openings. It's quite hard on crew morale. If my wife wasn't such a good cook, I'm sure there'd be a mutiny. I'm hoping the board doesn't even take this up and just takes no action. It seems totally out of place.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I'm Judy Johnson, and this proposal looks for the Kenai fish. Well, on our beach, we're fished by the Nilchik and Clam Gulch area, and we catch mostly Casila fish at this time, so it wouldn't do much good for the Kenai fish there.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address 181, pardon me?
Yeah, a couple other factors in our fishery. In June, you have a magic little time where there's not so much trash, and there's no jellyfish, and there's no king salmon, or very few king salmon. So there's just a couple of factors for you to know. As the season progresses, you get a bunch more trash. That's just typical. And jellyfish can get to be a super big factor. There's, especially as things have warmed up recently, I can't fish nets sometimes when the jellyfish are there.
About wrap now. Anyone else? Seeing no one, we move to 154. Staff?
Yeah, Mr. Chair and board members, there's been a lot of discussion about 1%, 2%, or 3% rules, a lot of discussion about extending the sockeye salmon season well into August. The Fish and Wildlife Commission is going to introduce RC 69, which is a professionally prepared paper discussing issues concerning salmon yields in Upper Cook Inlet, and it makes some very interesting statements about the quality of the fish in August. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'm looking hard this time. Okay. We move on to proposal 154. Staff?
This proposal would increase the bag and possession limits for the Kenai River coho salmon sport fishery from 2 to 3 fish beginning the day after the closure of the upper subdistrict set net fishery. This proposal has similar aspects to proposal 153.
Cursa is the proposer. Kevin?
Mr. Chairman, Kevin Delaney, Kenai River Sport Fishing Association. This is the third or fourth consecutive cycle in which we have submitted this proposal. And in each and every cycle prior to this, we were told that the staff opposed this proposal and that the sustained yield of Kenai River sockeye salmon rests on the difference in harvest that would occur between having a bag limit of 3 and a bag limit of 2. 10 years ago, the staff looked at proposals to extend the commercial fishing season time and area and considered all of those to be allocative in nature and took a neutral position. Now, the staff has done a much better job in recent years of pulling together the bits and pieces that they have for coho salmon management, and I'm sure that what you'll hear is it's still minimal at best. If there is enough coho to do away with the 1% rule, extend the commercial fishing season either in time or area anywhere near the mouth of the Kenai River or up into the Susitna drainage, then it just seems that there should be enough coho to go back to a bag limit of 3, which was the historical bag limit from basically statehood through 1999. The second thing I'd like to bring up is, very respectfully, I've listened to a lot of economic information from individuals, what the marginal harvests at the tail end of the season mean to them as individuals. And we stand ready to present reams of economic data that would reflect and inform the board and the public on the value of sport fishing for coho salmon in Upper Cook Inlet. And that value has gone up exponentially because of the low abundance of king salmon that we've got. We've seen a real decline in fishing for king salmon because, frankly, there are not many there and the restrictions that we've put in place. And what that has done is that's pushed a lot of the effort into sockeye and subsequently coho. It's very important. I stand ready to enjoy the debate over coho salmon, as you can probably tell, and I thank you guys for your work.
Anyone else wish to address 154? You have your hand up, Paul?
Proposal 154, Paul Shadura, for the AC. I just want you to note that that vote was 211. I know you don't like to hear that, but it concerns us because there is guides on this board, dedicated seats, and many sports interests on that, and they felt uncomfortable with approving this, and they just wanted to note that for the AC. I think they need to be noted here.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address Mr. Martin?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. We unanimously oppose these proposals for the main reason that the commercial fisheries restricted at that time on the 1% rule and basically other rules too. And as long as that's the case and allocating more coal into the river, it's kind of a double whammy to say you're closed, but we're to get more fish in the river, and then we're going to catch more of them. So I'm not opposed to using the data that's available. This is from me speaking. The data that's available on the coho runs, the coho harvest that's being done, it's exploited at, I mentioned before, very low percentages, that if the restrictions are relaxed on both industries, that might be something worth doing. It gets back into abundance-based management to harvest the surplus and also allow the opportunity to harvest the surplus of the other species. And that's kind of what the law says, and that is what the fishery should be. So just to have these restrictions put on one group or the other just because I want it and don't want you to isn't the right way to manage the fisheries. Thank you.
Mr. McCombs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I heard that word abundance, and I also see a request for more fish in the sport limit, and that'd be one thing, but nobody has any idea how many cohos there are, and they've never been quantified. And I have a proposal in about derbies, and I just can't understand why you would want to up a limit and you don't have a quantified amount of fish. You don't know how many fish are in there, especially with cohos that can be extremely erratic in their returns. They're not near as predictable as sockeyes or other fish. So with that in mind, and you know, you can go all flippity-flop on the 1% rule with this. If there's enough for you to get 3 fish limit, you should just throw out the 1% rule. So that's all I got to say. Thanks.
Gentleman over here, way on the right.
Joe Haynes, Kenai River Guide Association. We put in a proposal just like this. We put it in every year, just in case, because one year we didn't put it in, all of a sudden there was supposed to be an excess of coho. So we put it in as a safeguard. Currently, we don't believe, honestly, with the department's information that they have and the information that we have, that we'd like to go to 3 fish in August. We don't believe it's sustainable at this time. And so I just wanted to comment on this since our proposal's looking. But in the interest of time and the board, we don't believe at this time. We'd just like to be able to catch 2. That'd be good enough for us.
If you're withdrawing it, would you do so in the form of an RC so it's part of the record?
Yes, sir, Mr. Wood, we will.
Anyone else on 154? Move to 153, which is in the process of being withdrawn, so I can't imagine there are any new comments. Thank you. We move to proposal 142.
Proposal 142, this proposal will implement a new management plan for the upper subdistrict set gillnet fishery from August 16th through September 30th to target coho salmon. Mr. Chair.
Chris Avery.
Yes, I'm Chris Every. Hello. Thank you for this opportunity. I submitted this proposal to just start a little coho fishery that I grew up with, and it disappeared in the 70s and 80s. So this proposal is, I would like the board to consider a commercial coho fishery for the upper subdistrict set gillnet fishery. This fishery would take place from August 16th to September 30th with a limit of 10,000 coho. The season would close even if the limit was, when the limit was reached, or September 30th, whichever comes first. And I'll just like to reiterate a couple things. Please encourage everybody to get some financing so we can start getting some good studies on these coho. A couple reasons why I think we could manage a small fishery. Also, I was wanting them on Mondays and Thursdays, 6 hours a day, 9 to 3 in the afternoon. So very minimal. We'll see what happens if this passes. Something that's just bothered me, and I'm going to throw it in here a little bit, is look at all the effort and time and consideration and data that's being focused to protect the coho from commercial fishing. I wish the board and the department would do the same when it comes to sockeye. I have seen hundreds of thousands of sockeye being allocated to the other user groups in the Cook Inlet in the last few decades. Thank you.
Anyone else to be heard on 142? Seeing no one, we move on to proposal 218. Staff?
Mr. Chairman, Sam Ivy, Sportfish Area Biologist for Northern Cook Inlet. Proposal 218 would create an optimal escapement goal for McRoberts Creek, a tributary of the Jim Creek system, which essentially would maintain the current goal versus changing to a new goal recommended by the department at this board meeting. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Couch?
Yes, sir. I grew up around Jim Creek. I'm quite familiar with it. So McRoberts Creek is a fork of Jim Creek, which is where the only count that has a goal on it is conducted on a yearly basis. And I'm not looking right at the numbers, but you can see by looking at the proposal how much we're talking about dropping this goal. And this goal is a small goal. And it would be easy to say, well, Jim Creek can't be that much of that important of a fishery, but it is a very important fishery. Several years, the sport effort on Jim Creek even outnumbered the sport effort on the Little Susitna, and the harvest as well. There's a weir in the river right now in Jim Creek itself. There's another portion of the run that goes up the other fork, and there's no goal on that other run, but it oftentimes is as big or larger than McRoberts Creek. And I would just like the board to adopt an OEG to keep the present goal in place until the department has enough data to generate a weir goal. That's all I'm asking for.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard on 218? Yes, sir, in the middle of the aisle.
Yeah, I'm Judd Walker, and I'm actually, I told you earlier, I'm an owner of a lot of property right there on McRoberts Creek. I don't really have a problem with this number going up. I'm just curious how you're going to access it to count them, because you're going to have to come on my property to do it.
Anyone else wish to be heard on 218? Mr. Couch, do you wish to have any further?
The department's going there. Maybe they need to ask permission.
Okay. We move forward to proposal 226. Staff?
Sorry about that. Mr. Chairman, proposal 226, this would require all coho, salmon caught in the Little Susitna River sport fishery be retained and become part of the bag limit, no matter where hooked. However, snagging is not allowed. Mr. Chairman.
Central Peninsula Fish and Game Advisory. Mr. Martin.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. We put this proposal in because it has a lot of ramifications on the commercial fisheries in the Central District and Upper District. And this proposal would reduce the waste of salmon that is caused by a large number of salmon that are caught and released, as documented from the high mortalities in the catch and release salmon fisheries. ADFG reports show there is an average of over 650,000 salmon caught and released in Cook Inlet sports fishery every year. That was a 2006 survey. Catch and release results in hundreds of thousands of salmon wasted each year from either not becoming a valuable food source or a spawner for producing future returns. Coho are extremely acceptable. In 1993, ADFG reported in the mortality on coho salmon caught and released using sport tack on the Little Susitna, Alaska. Lang McBride and Alexander Turt documented a 69% mortality on coho salmon in the lower 10 to 15 miles of fresh water systems using bait. This lower section is where the majority of catch and release occurs. This lower section of fresh water systems is the highest for mortality because of the stress caused by hook and release when salmon are the most susceptible because of the chemical body change they are undergoing to acclimate to fresh water. This stress and lactic acid buildup is being compounded by the trend of warmer water temperatures. The Little Susitna coho fishery is an overcrowded fishery, and this type of hook and release mortality is not sustainable. I would also direct the board to RC 85, which shows the catch and release mortalities, or catch and release that's going on. It's in the tune of about 50%. Thank you.
Anyone else on proposal 226? Mr. Couch.
Yes, Andy Couch. I'll be in my position as a business owner of a fishing guide service on the Little Susitna River. First off, this high mortality rate on coho has already been addressed by the board multiple times. Certainly the study that was referenced, there was a high mortality of close to 70% in the lower river. The practices in that study was catch the fish on bait, net them, put them in the boat, measure them, tag them, put them back in the river. So what happened in the fishery is there is no bait until the 6th of August. So half of the coho season, there is no bait on the Little Susitna River. In addition, if you remove a coho from the water, you must keep it as part of your bag limit. In addition, if you keep a limit of any salmon on the Little Susitna River, you must quit fishing for the remainder of the day. Finally, the limit was reduced from 3 fish down to 2. So there's 4. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir, in the back.
Yes, sir. My name's Dan Page, and I fish the Little Sioux. That's my main river. And guides on the river could probably tell you there's probably no one who fishes that river more as an individual sport fisherman, more hours or catches more fish than me. Also, probably nobody releases more coho on that river than me. The authors of this proposal referenced the 1993 study, like the previous testifier mentioned. The data was skewed on that because they were only doing bait and they were at the mouth of the river where we all know that the coho's mouth is more susceptible. So that skewed data. The authors also talk about the fact that the majority of the fish are caught in the 10 to 15 mile area. I don't have a boat. I fish 2 miles above, 2 miles below the boat launch. And I disagree with what the authors say about most of the fish getting caught down there. I think most of the fish are getting caught within a 5 or 10 mile radius of the boat launch. That's what I see on a daily basis. And as the previous testifier mentioned, we can't go to bait on that river until the 6th of August. On top of that, over the last 4 years, we really haven't been able to go to bait. In 2016, we had no bait. In 2017, we didn't have bait until the 23rd of August. On 2018, we had bait, and then it rained, and we all got in the ark, and we couldn't fish after the 8th of August. And last year, they let us go bait for 1 week, 10 days, and then we were off bait again. So arguing that in this proposal that fishing bait at the mouth of the river is killing all these coho, when this river runs many miles, the boat launch is at mile 28. So I got all kinds of problems with this proposal. It's not that many fish aren't getting killed like everybody. They're making it sound like there's 70% mortality rate, and that's just not right. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on proposal 226? Mr. McCombs.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I've heard a lot of testimony about not getting fish, and then I'm hearing about hook and release, and I think it's wasteful, and generally speaking, I'm against hook and release fisheries. So, thank you.
Anyone else on 226? Oh, I thought you had somebody over there. Mr. Martin, do you wish to close?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. David Martin, Central Peninsula. I agree. The data also shows that the catch and release mortality by not using bait is still substantial. I can't remember if it was around 30% or even if it's 20%. As mentioned, some of the comments, we catch and release fish a lot. So if you're catching 10 and you got a 20-30% mortality rate, you're still killing 2 or 3. Plus you got a bag limit of 2, so you killed 4. You do that every day in the guide system, you're killing a lot of fish. The last few years, the water has been low and hot. These fish are staging down this lower part of the stream. They're not getting above the weir till you get the fall rains, and they come later last year than they have in quite a while. So these fish are down there and getting stressed. Even on the release part of it, the lactic acid buildup, even if the fish is alive and does spawn, a lot of their eggs aren't viable. So there's a lot of implications on this just besides the fish dying. And we all know that not everybody, just human nature, doesn't release fish the way they should. I've seen them pull them up on the bank and step on them, jerk the hook out of their mouth and kick them back because they're too damn lazy to bend over and take the hook out right. So I'm not saying everybody does that, but not every released fish is released the way it should be. So this is a proposal that's put in to address this because it does have ramifications not only on the commercial fisheries, but the sports fisheries up in the valley. Thank you.
Thank you. Now go to proposal 136, staff.
Proposal 136, this proposal would open 2 additional district-wide fishing periods per week for pink salmon between July 24th and August 15th in even-numbered years, Mr. Chair.
Isida?
For the record, Roland Maw. Here we go, another attempt to try to figure out how we're going to harvest some of these pinks. First off, The pink salmon runs in Cook Inlet will be this year. They're even numbered. As compared to most of the rest of the state, they're odd numbered years. So these fish have a bit of a unique place in the market, and they're pretty good size. I think we need to note that a couple of, well, within the recent past, we broke the Alaska record twice, I think within one day, somewhere just shy of 13 pounds. Concerning the dates, we're not hard over on these dates. We're more concerned that there be an opportunity to harvest these, and with these runs moving around in terms of their timing, so we're not hard over on that. Just we'd like some opportunity here to harvest these pinks. The other thing that in the area, we would like to have, as I said before, Humpy Point is named aptly for a good reason. These fish do come up the east side where they cross the anchor point line. That varies from time to time. The last thing is that in the past and in the current regulation, there's a requirement that the gear restrictions be 4 3/4 inch. That's been a bit of an issue in the past, just simply from a cost point of view, but I don't see that being a big issue. That would be something I think we could work with. And so anyway, we're willing to use a little smaller gear. We're flexible on the dates, as long as we have some opportunity in the area where the fish are. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody wish to present any new evidence on 136, on new facts?
A question when it's my turn?
Yes.
Gary Diamond, Eastside Set Netter. Everybody knows there's millions of pinks, and we had, he was talking about hard and fast dates, and we had some August 20th stuff, and there should be a plan to harvest some of these fish. And they are swimming by, going up into the rivers. I was wrong on my dates there, but 6 times in the last 15, and some of them were king salmon closures and this and that. There's so many I can't remember. But there is millions. That is a fact. And they're swimming in the rivers and they're not being harvested. And like the gear restrictions, this and that. And most of my gear, I target casilla fish, and it's 4 7/8. But the newest information is there's a way to harvest pinks without harvesting silvers. And if you fish the nets off the beach, you could harvest pinks by the hundreds of thousands. But don't fish the beach nets. Or instead, we got these 600-foot, 1,200. Have it where you couldn't have nets within 6 or 1,200 foot, and you could harvest hundreds of thousands of pinks.
Any questions? No.
If I could, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for Mr. Ma. And I was, that was an interesting piece of information, being able to avoid silvers, which in our area, come about the same time as the humpies. And 4 3/4 inches has become the preferred web size for targeting silvers in the Nushagak. So, but that piece of information, if you can avoid the silvers, that might help us avoid some of the issues we've been talking about today. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on 136? Yes.
It's a handy group. Brent Johnson, got a couple of factors on the pink salmon. To begin with, I want to emphasize how important those pinks can be sometimes. In 2012, it was a horrible season, and the same kids that were whining in 1995 were all of a sudden eager to make some money so they could go off and be adults and whatever it is they do. And so we fish pinks hard in 2012. We made more money on pink salmon on my site in 2012 than we did on sockeye. So you need those aces in the hole. Maybe that's a deuce in the hole, I'm not sure. But anyway, another factor, there was this designed Board of Fish pink salmon fishery, and I don't remember exactly when it was, 10-ish, 12-ish years ago, something like that. And so there were a lot of pinks, and we went fishing for pinks, and we caught a couple thousand pinks, and then the next period we caught 4,000 pinks or whatever. And then we got a special Board of Fish designed pink opening, which was exactly like my good friend down the road, which I agree with him on almost everything, but on this one item. We had a targeted pink opening, and we had to keep our net 600 feet off the beach, if I recall right. And we had just had a period 2 days before where we caught 4,000 or something, and we put our nets out there, and we watched the pinks jumping all along the shore like crazy people, and I think we caught 400 pinks. And then we went back to a regular period, not a special pink, where we could put our nets in on the beach again the next period. And I don't remember the number, but it was 5,000 pinks or something. Whatever those numbers were, they were dramatically more. And the day that we had the special pink opening, it was just horrible because the pink swam by inside of us. So that's what I saw. I fished a lot of pinks and I caught a lot of pinks on the beach. So that's what it works on my site.
Thank you. If you could give it to Mr. McCombs up in the front, please. There you are.
Once again, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, in the past, a lot of pinks have been wasted, and I don't think that's right. I think we should be able to have effort on this fishery. I also have to say that the drifters need to be able to fish in areas where the fish are present, and that has to do with the management. So the managers will have to keep watch on where those are. And otherwise, on the pink fishery, you're going to see also a reduced effort. A lot of guys won't want to bother fishing for pinks. So as far as catching cohos, one more thing about the pink fishery. I've heard numerous complaints from the guides in river fishery that they can't catch a silver, they can't hook a silver because the pinks are so thick in the river. Well, we could help them by thinning some of those out, and I'm just going to leave it right there.
Thank you. If you'd hand the mic to Mr. Anderson right behind you. Yeah, I'll get to you.
Yeah, Dan Anderson speaking on behalf of myself. I'm glad Mr. McCombs pointed that out about the sports catch. I troll for Chinooks. That's in the saltwater. I think you guys all know that. I enjoy that. I do remember last summer in August, me and the wife went out trolling, and the one charter boat guy, I said, well, how'd you do? Where should I go? He says, you can't go out there now. You can't get your bait down to where the kings are because the pinks grab them. There's that many out there, and that's actually out in the EEZ where we were trolling. But that issue aside, the other issue is, you know, they're all heading for the Kenai River. And I don't really know, but it seems like there's an awful lot of fish rubbing shoulder to shoulder going up that river. And they're overlapping, intermingling. Maybe they got different spawning structure, maybe they don't. But it certainly seems like all them excess pinks up there put a whole lot of stress. And the stressed fish doesn't do well. So, you know, might as well harvest them. I mean, anyway, that's all I've got to say.
Hand the mic to the gentleman on your right, please.
Jeff Berger, Pacific Star Seafoods. I didn't know if anybody from the processing side had spoken to this issue or not, but I just wanted to put it out there that we would be more than happy to be able to continue to work and process and buy this particular resource. It's really a shame that this is a foregone resource that has been wasted for as many years as it has been. I think that the side effect of catching a few other species when the pink salmon are thick, especially when the abundance is there, is something that we shouldn't be letting happen. I mean, it's to the benefit of nobody. It's a absolutely wasted resource as the way it's being managed at this point. It is something that has sustained a lot of people and a lot of families and a lot of lives in the past, and as in other areas of the state, this is a very, very valuable resource that's utilized effectively, and there is no reason in the world why we shouldn't be doing it here. So I just want, I don't know if anybody else has said this, but there's definitely a market for these fish, and we need our opportunity to harvest them.
Thank you. Just hand it to the lady on your right. There you are. Anyone else wish to be heard? Kevin?
Mr. Chairman, Kevin Delaney, Kenai River Sport Fishing Association. We'd be opposed to these proposals. There's an inconvenient truth here, and that's that you cannot fish for large volumes of pink salmon in Upper Cook Inlet without taking significant numbers of coho salmon. The reason we have a limited pink salmon management plan with triggers and gear restrictions is simply because the economic value of those coho salmon to the recreational fishery far outweighs any economic value that we've ever experienced from pink salmon harvest. And we believe that previous boards have made the proper decision. It's unfortunate that we forego some harvest of pink salmon. Nobody's arguing that, but there's simply no way that you can strain the water with gill nets and catch pink salmon without taking significant numbers of coho at a very important time of the year to put those coho salmon into the rivers to support the recreational fisheries that exist. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? In the back?
Yeah, hi, Gary Hullier, Eastside Setnetter. As well as I would enjoy 2 additional openings, I just don't think that's realistic with where we're at. This pink salmon plan 5AC 21354 has been on the books as written for 3 years. It's been on the books for 6 years, and we fished, I think, 1 opener. We didn't get one in 2018. The 1% rule kicks us out. The King plan kicks us out. The sockeye plan kicks us out. Yes, there are millions of pinks. I fish pinks hard. If we could leave this pink plan just the way it is and fish, this kind of goes hand in hand with that August 15th closure, that hard date that has been in effect. Maybe we'll make it in effect in 2019. Some board members don't like to hear about 2078, but that's the number that it is, and that's what's in the pink plan. We get 2 periods. If between the 6th and the 10th we catch 25,000 pinks with limited gear, then we get a pink plan, 1 pink day between the 11th and the 15th with no EO time. And then if we catch 25,000, we get another day. Well, since this plan has been on the books, I don't think we've fished any day because all the rest of the plans kick us out. So I would like to focus on sockeye, kings, 1% rule, and I would love to fish at least 1 pink day in 2020. And if I could get 2, I might even come back in 2023 and say, thank this board. Because right now, I don't know if I'm coming back. But the plan's on the book. Let's make it work. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard? In the back.
For the record, Georgie Heverly. I want to speak to the claim that there's higher value of coho in the recreational fishery. The value of fish into the seafood supply chain and to consumers is being seriously underappreciated and undervalued. The value of keeping commercial businesses based in our coastal communities open, it should be acknowledged. You can't make broad assumptions between users. Opportunity is important for us all. A reasonable commercial opportunity here is appropriate. Thank you.
Anyone else need to be heard? Roland, you to close?
Thank you. For the record, Roland Maw. We had a plant, I don't know if you allow me, well, it's Ocean Beauty plant up in Nikiski. It closed down a few years, well, actually, about a decade ago. We've had a company come in there that is now taking a lot of the waste stream, and they're making pharmaceutical-grade omega-3. This is a high-end product, is valuable. That company has been sold and been bought again. These pinks do have a lot of omega-3s in them. And this is one of their product streams, is our heads and eggs that are not food grade. But they can take and render them and make pharmaceutical grade out of them. We're squeezing these fish about as hard as we can. And this is an important opportunity. It's a viable business in our community. I wish they were here. They could speak for themselves, but they're not. We enjoy having them. We wish them well. We need to get them some product. Thank you.
Thank you. Now move to Proposal 137, staff.
Proposal 137, this proposal would repeal and readopt the Cook Inlet Pink Salmon Management Plan with requirements to manage the harvest of pink salmon stocks primarily for commercial uses to achieve a 40% to 70% exploitation rate. Mr. Chair.
Central Peninsula.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, David Martin, Central Peninsula Advisory Committee. I reserved speaking on the last proposal because this one is coming up. We put this proposal in because, as mentioned, millions and millions of pinks that go unharvested on even years. The current pink salmon management plan does not allow for the managers the flexibility to manage and for harvesting the pink salmon harvestable surplus. Literally tens of millions of pinks are not harvested or allowed to be harvested under the current management plans. Under the current management plans, less than 2% of the pink salmon runs are harvested. ADF&G data shows the Cook Inlet has had even year returns of up to 40 million pinks. That's a lot of food and economic resource not being utilized. This is a national food source that's going underutilized. The exploitation rates of coho is very low. This is in defiance of what federal and state laws says to manage our fisheries. This 10 to 40 million pinks this year in 2020, an even year between the pinks and the lost harvestable surplus of other species of salmon will be more than the entire commercial harvest of the west coast of California, Oregon, and Washington. Our foregone harvest will be more than the total commercial harvest of the whole west side salmon fisheries. The 1% rule, as mentioned by some others, and the closing dates are going to be detrimental to harvest these pinks, and that goes back to a question I had earlier on the 1% rule to the biologist. If they've ever not opened a fishery because the harvest would be low on sockeye, that would kick in the 1% rule that they held off on harvesting, having an opening to harvest fish because they wanted to wait for a better opportunity so that 1% rule would not kick in, even though the escapement goals are being met. And the same question would apply here. If you got abundant pink salmon on the beach or in the water for the drift fishermen, but you don't anticipate the sockeye harvest being enough so that it would start to kick in on the 1% rule, would you hold off on harvesting all these pinks for the 1% rule not to kick in? So I would like for somebody to ask that question either now or in deliberations. Thank you.
Anyone wish to be heard on 137? Mr. McCombs.
I guess considering now, or just consider my remarks on 136. Thank you.
Anyone wish to be heard?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm going to get in the old story thing here, but, you know, we used to drive up from the Alcan and be up here in April in the 50s, and we didn't leave until we had barrels of salt coho. That's what we ate in the summer. We put it on the power scow, and we drove back down the Alcan. I know how to fish silvers, and I always am amazed when people that are not the same user group can say, you're going to fish pinks and you're going to catch silvers. I can fish pinks and not catch any silvers. That's just because this is my expertise. This is my knowledge base. But if we don't want to draw from that, that's fine. This proposal is reflective that we had the Kasilof trap. The first trap, it was a pink salmon trap. Always pinks are in that area. Till 1964, when the Kasilof River rised 7 feet and went dry, completely wiped out the whole stock of pink salmon. They're coming back now, but pinks are available. We have a world-class pink salmon now, 12, 13 pounds. They're very large. Processors are actually finding niche markets for them in Japan to sell this product. It's part of your instructions as Board of Fisheries members to conserve. That's very hugely important, but it's also to develop. This is an underutilized resource. It's there. It's available. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard on 137?
Sure. I'm president of the Kasilof Historical Association, so I'll just give you one little tidbit. Paul's grandfather's trap was the trap in Cook Inlet that caught the most pink salmon in 1958. One little thing about the pink plan that is troubling for me is that I've got just a real standard thing on my site. We just got all 29 mesh deep nets and we got all 5-inch gear. That's just what we do. It just works for us for sockeye. And we may or may not ever get to really focus on pinks. It's really unlikely. And so I can't afford to buy 4.5 or 4 3/4 or whatever it is pink net. So if you guys could make it 5-inch pink nets, that would work wonderfully for me because I don't think there's any difference in the amount of coho you're going to catch with a 5-inch net or a 4.5 or 4 3/4.
Anyone else wish to be heard on 137? Mr. Martin, do you wish to close?
Yep, one last thing. On the coho numbers that were put out on the graphs again, there was harvest in the 600,000 to 900,000. Now they're in the 200,000 to 300,000 at the most. And so there's some harvestable surplus there that hasn't been captured since the restrictions were put in the mid-90s. So to say, well, if you have a pink plan, you're going to be catching some coho, yep, there's nothing wrong with that. They're all going to be eaten. But you're going to catch a hell of a lot of pinks along with them. And that's what we're supposed to be doing, is managing to harvest the surplus based on abundance. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to thank everyone for keeping your remarks on subject. And Group 2 has now been concluded. I turn the chair back to Mr. Mariski.
Great job, Chair Wood. Thank you very much. We'll again repeat our previous announcement that Suzanne Steinert is the founder and president of Alaska-based Beluga Whale Alliance. Ms. Steinert will be hosting a presentation immediately following the end of the meeting today here in the meeting hall. She will introduce the Alliance to the fishing community and share in a dialogue about how the fishing community can participate in beluga monitoring. We will be starting at 8:30 tomorrow morning, but we will not be starting deliberations till 10 o'clock. But that is to allow folks to work on RCs, substitute language, etc. So we will see everyone back here at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you.